Hello, everyone, and welcome to the day two draft coverage of the 2025 NFL selection process. My name is Matt Freedman, Matt F. the Oracle, and I'm here with Thor Nystrom. Thor, yesterday, fantastic day. By the way, I should say Thor Nystrom, our fantasy life NFL draft guru. Thor, yesterday was a fantastic day. Day two, I feel like almost as good generally as day one. You still get a lot of contributors to the NFL coming in rounds 2 and 3, but there's some of the less heralded and sometimes kind of a little more interesting prospects. And then, of course, you have like the real sickos who are joining in for a live stream of day two. I mean, anyone can watch a live stream for day one, but it's the real diehards, aka our people, who are here for day two. Thor, how's it going?
It's going well. Day two is my favorite night of the day of the draft. You get more than double the picks around one. You get the quicker tempo, and most of these guys. I mean, every pick we have tonight, they will be expected starters and pretty quickly into their NFL career. Not all of them, of course, their careers will turn out, but yeah, you are expecting contributors on your roster with picks made tonight. So it's a fun night.
All right, so some things that catch my eye as I'm thinking about what we saw yesterday and looking forward to what we're going to see later tonight. At pick number 33, right, looking at the betting market, Travion Henderson is a minus 400 favorite to
Oh,
go to go
wow.
to go to the Browns or to a team that might trade up potentially for him, but we will see. The market was right in some spots, very wrong in some other spots yesterday, so we just have to see. But Shador Sanders not the favorite, and we will just see the Shador Sanders slide from yesterday, how far it might continue into day two.
Opened as the favorite though. Yeah, Freedman didn't that market open with Shadir as the favorite?
Yes, he
Yeah.
was the favorite early on, and the market has certainly flipped. So that will be something to pay attention to. Shador Sanders, your number one quarterback in this class, and what I think is fair to say, a down quarterback class, and the NFL has kind of reacted that way. Some matchups we also had for day two that caught my eye and that I put in the bet tracker. Most of these guys, I would say, we would expect to see going in day two. So one of these matchups, Jalen Milroe selected before Tyler Shuck. Um, I bet this at minus 145. I think Milroe is just in a different tier compared to Shuck. I know Shuck has gotten some
For
hype.
sure.
I think he's more of a round three guy. Milroe, I think, has a good chance of going in the top half of round two. I love this one. Kim Scatabo, drafted before Dylan Sampson, got this at plus 116. Scatabo and Dylan Sampson, if you look in my top 100, if you look in the Thor 500, if you look at consensus big boards, these guys are basically right next to each other. I think they're in the same tier. And so having one favored significantly ahead of the other, I don't think makes a lot of sense. And then Trey Amos selected before Luther Burden plus 130. Amos entering yesterday had more round one hype than Burden did. I think they're both roughly in the same tier. They could both go in the top half of the second round. I like the dog in that spot. Anything stand out to you in those three matchups?
Well, the most notable one is those odd shifts with that pick. It would seem that someone in the market believes that they have valid information there, if nothing else, to lay that kind of wood to push that to a 4-1 favorite.
Yeah.
That's pretty breathtaking because he was not the favorite when that thing opened. So those are pretty crazy odd shifts. We'll see if the people in the market are correct behind that. But yeah, that is certainly notable. And then if Cleveland does that with their second round pick coming up right after that, of course they're at 33, and then you're at 36 again. Are you taking Travion because that's the guy you're afraid in those two slots in between will get taken? And then with the 36 pick, is that where you take a quarterback, or are they not going to take a quarterback? We'll see on that. But yeah, the market movement, very interesting.
Yeah, very curious to see what happens with the Browns having two of the first four picks in the second round. Thor, anything stand out to you that you want to cover about yesterday, or something that you're keeping an eye on for day two as the clock has gotten started here?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the quarterback watch, Shadir Sanders, the one everyone talking about. Jalen Milrow, fascinated to see where he's gonna hear his name called tonight. Fascinated to see where that is, when that is. Tyler Shuck, another wild card. People are tossing out, and you and I agree on this. The idea that Tyler Shuck would go ahead of either of those guys is absurd. But that there's been the Tyler Shuck narrative been pushed, this latter half of the spring. So is there any truth behind that? I will criticize that pick if it is made, Tyler Shuck, but before either of those two guys. But we'll find out if that actually happens tonight.
The Tyler Shuck heat is really interesting to me. It feels a little bit like the Davis Mills hype from a few years ago, where some people were like, he could go in round one. And then he ended up going, I believe, at the end of round two or beginning of round three. It feels like that is the appropriate place for Tyler Shuck. And, people will end up being high on quarterbacks year to year throughout the draft process, and then oftentimes it happens when the draft actually gets here, a number of those quarterbacks fall down the board and go far later than anyone thinks that they will. So, all right, here we are. The Browns are on the clock. Travion Henderson, the prohibitive favorite to be selected number 33, whether that's by the Browns or a team trading up. It would make sense if you look at the Browns step chart. They have two running backs on their team, neither one of whom is really a starting caliber player. They need a running back. When they traded down to 5, I was even thinking like, oh man, they're going to get Ashton Genty. That was the immediate thought of hey, they're bypassing maybe one generational player for potentially another and picking up some draft equity while doing that. But no, they forewent the running back position altogether. Maybe they address it here. Jerome Ford, Pierre Strong, the two running backs on that roster, they really need a running back, whether it's round two, round three. What are your thoughts on Travion Henderson and maybe how he fits in with the Browns as currently constituted?
My situational assumption heading in was that these two picks that the Browns have at the top of this round, that they would be used on quarterback position, running back position, respectively. I was curious the order that would go in, if I'm right. But yeah, if you're prioritizing Henderson with the first one, it's because obviously you think that there's a better odds that you would get jumped by one of the teams in between than the other guy that you're going to pick. But yeah, that's again my situational assumption. But yeah, that running back room is trash. And if you're the Browns and then you wait until the next round on that, we know that that we're going to start getting picked off here. Open the bell here. Both the Ohio State kids, Caleb Johnson, I think are going to go pretty quick. Be curious to see if another running back gets into round two. But yeah, they're going to start going pretty quick. So you'd have to drop down to the next tier if you're the Browns. This would be a ideal spot to sort of hop the line of those second tier running backs and get your pick of one.
All right. So I'm thinking from the fantasy perspective.
Yeah.
Travion Henderson, I was a little bit skeptical about the connection of Henderson to the Broncos. That was, not quite up to the Omarion Hampton level of hype, but that connection was made by a sizable portion of mock drafters. Ended up not happening. If Henderson had gone to the Broncos, it would have felt very much like a timeshare situation, Sean Payton doing his committee type of thing. And that doesn't mean Henderson couldn't have been productive, but I think it means that his overall ceiling could have been capped. But if Henderson goes to the Browns, I think it's a question of like, I'm just thinking about trying to do projections. It will be hard to scale him down to the number of like projectable opportunities that's realistic for him. So like I would think like, oh man, he probably shouldn't have more than 250 opportunities in a year, given like potential usage constraints, size, anything like that. But the ceiling could be massive, where if they actually do choose to use him like a true workhorse, there's the opportunity in that backfield. And so the question is, like, we know what his skill set is. He has a well-rounded 3 down skill set. A great pass blocker. That's great. It means he's gonna be on the field and passing downs. Passing downs really important in fantasy, just in terms of the points, the opportunities that running backs can accumulate on 3rd downs. Um, is he built to be able to be a full workhorse? Like, does he have that ceiling within him?
In theory, yes, but the problem is that that usage, we've seen it in the past that that leads to injuries with him, right? He got through the 1 year as a true freshman coming out of high school, five-star recruit out of Virginia. True freshman year at Ohio State, they used him as a bell cow, and he got through that full season. He was awesome, right? But then the next year, dinged up with injuries all year. The next year, also ravaged with injuries. And then Ohio State goes out last off season and gets Quinshon Judkins to take some of the dirty work away from him, some of the meat and potato stuff. And then you saw Travion Henderson healthy for all 16 games during the run to the national title. So you mentioned more touches, more opportunity theoretically for fantasy owners. There's also that it's risk as well, right? Like it's the same equation for fantasy owners that it is for the team that would be taking Henderson, which is you try to give him the bell cow usage. You're now flirting, you're playing with fire a little bit as far as what do you get through the full season.
Yeah, I mean, his most productive year was his freshman season, the 2021 season, uh, over 1,500 yards from scrimmage, and that was just too much. At the same time, he was still really efficient, but he still had those like fresh legs. I don't know if he can be used in that full-on workhorse way in the NFL. So I'll just be curious to see where he lands, how it is that we project him, but the talent is immense. And we will just see what the Browns end up doing here with the first pick of the second round. Um, Anything else before we really get into this round? Anything else stand out to you in terms of like a prediction of like, hey, like I'm curious to see what happens, or like, hey, I have a very strong feeling that this thing didn't happen. Maybe I was expecting it to happen in round one. It didn't, but it's primed to happen in round two. Anything that you are, I wouldn't say banking on, but really thinking about strongly.
Curious if we get more movement tonight. You know, last night you correctly predicted we wouldn't have as many trades. I thought it would be a little bit more active, and I'm curious if tonight we see more movement. You know, people we talked about this spring where there was the less elite sure thing quarterbacks and then the elite non-quarterback prospects in this class at the very top there. But the depth of this class is good. And today this will encapsulate a lot of the strength of this class. It's sort of the power alley of this
Yeah.
class here. So I am curious if you do see some maneuvering here, and there's some teams that are pick poor. There's just like every process, some teams have a war chest of picks and have that maneuverability. So I'll be curious about that. And then we talked about the quarterbacks at the top, but outside of that, the consensus first round guys, the guys that everyone had in their mock drafts that fell out, be very curious where they go. Mike Green, talked about the character things at the beginning of the show yesterday, and it turned out that manifested throughout the night. And Mike Green falling out of the first round, nobody would have predicted that. It's obvious the NFL had a few more questions about the circumstances surrounding Mike Green leaving Virginia that maybe we had thought during the spring. So I'll be curious when he goes off the board. Will Johnson, the injury ravaged year last year, he had the poor pre-draft testing. Probably should not have tested, but 2023 shutdown boundary corner for the national title winning Michigan Wolverines. Where is he going to go off the board, and how did teams end up seeing him as far as the medicals go? Schefter had reported yesterday that the knee was the concern, and for a guy who had multiple 3 or 4 different lower body injuries over the last year, don't know how the extent of the knee issue, but just the fact that you still have that, and then you had all the other lower body injuries. That's a bit concerning. Ezaraku as well. I'm curious to see where he goes.
All right. Well, the pick is in, and I have to say, it is not Travion Henderson. It is Carson Schwessinger,
Oh,
the linebacker, off-ball linebacker from UCLA. He got some round one hype entering the process as a guy who was like, hey, this is a try hard riser who was like a special teams ace early in his career and really should have gotten much more playing time. And when he finally got the opportunity, was just a total maniac on the defensive side of the ball. He didn't go in round one, but man, he came really close. Thor, what are your thoughts on how he will fit into this defense? And I have to say, a little bit surprising that the Browns, seemingly with all of these needs on offense, went defense with their first two picks.
Yeah, it is. And again, bypassing the quarterback position, there's prospects here that I think are worth this slot. And the Browns, obviously, the desperation at quarterback, that's obvious. That's on the surface. And then the state of the running back room that we had talked about. Schlesinger, he's a solid prospect. And in terms of the throwback linebacker, we in the first round we got the hybrids, right? Jalen Walker, new age hybrid type linebacker, right? That you shift him and then you shift him onto the edge. Jihad Campbell, another guy who's going to play a lot of edge off ball linebacker. Schlesinger is your throwback. You mentioned he's kind of a gym rat, certainly a grinder. Worked his way up to last year when he finally got his opportunity, and he was a sideline to sideline tackle machine. He's definitely not as, of course, not as athletic as Jalen Walker, not as athletic, as physical as Jihad Campbell, but he triggers quicker. He sees it quicker. And so because he gets the head start, it tends to mitigate in the play how quickly he gets home when you compare him to the two other guys. Walker, I mean, interesting, just to go into this for a second. Walker, I compared him and Jihad Campbell. It's like you're a car at the light, and Walker's the one who's hitting the gas, and he might go up a little bit past the line and guess wrong when it's going to turn green. Whereas Jihad Campbell, he wants to see the full green before then he hits the gas pedal. Jihad Campbell comes downhill sometimes a half tick too slow, triggers a half tick too slow. And then Walker he's like the dog on the leash that wants to be let off, right? And so he's like, blah, 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 right? And then sometimes he takes the false step forward because of that, and then he has to make up for it with the athleticism. With Schlesinger, you don't travel as quickly, but because you get the head start, you tend to get to your destination as quickly or faster than the other two styles. But I love the instincts on him. Certainly a guy that your team, the run defense, you're going to love. And he showed some flashes as well in coverage. So this is a throwback off-ball linebacker. Certainly understood the slot that they took him in. But to your point, Freedman, very curious that the Browns did not go with one of those offensive shiny positions here at the top of the second.
All right. Well, speaking of curious, the Texans were on the clock at pick number
Oh, we got a
34.
trade already.
Pick over. No, no. Well, the Texans had traded into that spot last night. Jaden Higgins. They have selected Jaden
Oh,
Higgins, the big bodied wide receiver from Iowa State. He had gotten some hype. There was like talk about him early in the draft process as a round 3 guy, and he just got moved up the board steadily throughout the process, now going at the top of round 2. The Texans have needed a wide receiver. Stephon Diggs no longer on the team. Tank Dell, an injury that seems likely to cost him most of this upcoming season. Christian Kirk was added, but I mean, there was room in that wide receiver core for another guy, and they get it with Jaden Higgins. Interesting. We did see some mockers give wide receiver to the Texans for round 1. They trade back and actually do end up taking wide receiver with their first pick in the draft. Thor, what are your thoughts on Jaden Higgins?
I like this prospect. I'm a big fan of Jaden Higgins. Have been, the entire process. Loved what I saw on tape from him. That's a kid who came up from the lower levels, and he showed his game translated over a couple seasons at Iowa State. The quarterback that Iowa State had, I wasn't the biggest fan of him, Rocco Becht. The accuracy could be all over the place. Jaden Higgins, he got heavily targeted last year, but he had one of the low, and I believe the lowest charted catchable ball rate of all the top receivers in this class. Only 50% of his passes were charted as catchable. And Jaden Higgins converted well over half those targets into receptions, which tells you all you need to know about his hands and his ability to go outside the frame and turn incompletions into completions. The nitpick on Jaden Higgins, and this is the fair nitpick, is it's a north-south linear mover, right? And so because of that, you have to naturally par down his route tree. You're not going to have him running like the quick whip routes and that sort of a thing. You get him moving north-south, right? Whether that is vertical or whether that is horizontal, that's what you want to do with him. The other thing he got nitpicked for was his release package. There is some refinement that has to be done there, but I'm not super duper concerned with that. I didn't see a ton of problems with that. But yeah, the movement thing, that is something, again, you're just naturally going to have to bake that into the way that you deploy him. But it's interesting the Texans take him here. There are stylistic similarities to Nico Collins coming out. So
Mhm.
I think
Yes.
that they sort of have a type there. And now you have sort of two analogous boundary receivers. You mentioned the Tank Dell injury, but of course they had gotten Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk, obviously your slot receiver here. You have your boundary receivers taken care of. They have now covered themselves for the injury of Tank Dell and also, of course, the departure of Stephon Diggs.
All right. Well, Thor, you mentioned a trade. I hadn't seen that. We've had the Seahawks, who I believe had picks
Oh, moving and shaking.
50, 52,
This team, Freedman,
moving
has
up.
all kinds of ammo. The Seahawks, they
Yeah.
have all kinds of ammo in this draft. So I expected them to be active, and
Yeah.
we're kicking it off now. They got a target here.
Yeah. So Seahawks moving up to 35, and joining us to talk about that, we have Kendall Valenzuela. Kendall joined the show last night to talk about the Seahawks. Kendall, noted Seahawks fan that you are. I loved what they did in round one and going with an
Yes.
interior offensive lineman. And then here the Seahawks are being aggressive, moving up the board to the third pick overall in the second round. The pick is in. I don't know if they have announced it yet, but the pick is in. What are you anticipating here?
Safety. I think Nick. I already know the pick, but I know it's Nick.
It's Nick
Emmanuel.
Amenwari?
Amenwari.
Yes.
Nice.
Who I
Nice.
love. I said to someone this morning, I said, I can't believe, well, I could believe it, but I was like, wouldn't it be amazing for the Seahawks if they just went and loaded up? And they're doing, this draft feels so good for them because I think they were, Seahawks fandom aside, I do think they were a day one winner when I talked with you guys yesterday, getting Gray Zabel. Love him because they needed some interior offensive linemen. Now you go out, get the kid from South Carolina who, what was his comp for you, Thor? Was it Jeremy Chin? Like it's,
Jeremy Chin.
yes, like I love this. I love it a lot. And when you look at him team leading 88 tackles, missing only 7.2% of attempts last season, like I love this pick. I'm good with them because they came in with 10 total picks from the DK Metcalf trade. So that was a lot. So I know I heard you kind of talking about that, Thor. So for them to be able to move up and get someone like him, I'm really excited.
Do we have the compensation yet on this trade?
Let me look. I think we do.
I think
I'm
it's really interesting. The comp, just in terms of looking at him, you think like, oh, he's big like Kyle Hamilton. But I would
Yes.
say like he's much more athletic than Kyle Hamilton in terms of like his tested speed. Football speed is a different thing, but much more athletic than Kyle Hamilton. I would say doesn't have like the football instincts of Kyle Hamilton. And so we'll kind of have to see if he develops that, but like an amazing raw prospect. And it makes me think, Kendall, of the Seahawks years ago when they would just go get these amazing athletes. And I feel like if you do that often enough, some of these guys end up being great players. And maybe that's what they have here in Imanwari.
Absolutely. And they traded to answer your question, Thor, they trade only picks 52, 82 for that 35th pick from the Titans.
okay.
Yeah.
Which I'm like you said, like
Not
you
bad.
guys said, like just go get talent. Like it feels really good knowing that there was some smoke that they maybe wanted to go get a wide receiver in the first round, but they're plugging these holes that they really need going into 2025. And I like this pick a lot. I'm just looking at it and I'm thinking, okay, this is going to be a great fit in this defense. And like you said, shades of Hamilton maybe, but it just feels like they're plugging holes with just really good players.
Yeah, and a very interesting prospect here. You mentioned that the testing profile, north south. That is an utterly elite athlete. He had the 10 RAS because of that. He did duck the agility drills, Manwari, and I don't think it was any coincidence that he did that. This kid played linebacker in high school, and obviously now is an in the box strong safety, but. You have the safeties, you have linebacker, and the line right in the middle. That's where a Manwari exists. Awesome in run defense, sideline to sideline. He is a cyborg, right? It's sort of like a next, like a linebacker of 50 years from now. It's like a sci-fi kind of linebacker. But the safety stuff in coverage, that's my question with Manwari. You have to hide him, or at least to this point, you have had to. You can't trust him in center field in coverage. You can't trust him with his back to the quarterback deployed out of the nickel. You have to drop him back in zones. That more evokes a linebacker too. He did improve in coverage last year. I will give that to him. And you started to see flash plays. 4 interceptions last year. 2 of them were returned for touchdowns. And when he gets to the catch point, Manwari has the very, very long arms, and he makes legitimate plays on the ball. He has good hands too. I mean, he looks
Yeah.
like a freakish next level sort of tight end at the catch point when he gets there, but he has to trigger correctly. And the instincts there in the zone coverage, where you have to sort of deploy him in a lower leverage role, those are what come and go. And he can be paper cut in that. But you did see, again, improvements with that last year in conjunction with that athletic profile of Nick Manwari. And obviously, the Seahawks know this guy just is going to supercharge our run defense from day one.
Yeah.
Just come his progression is just going to come down to what do you get from coverage of Manwari going forward. But yeah, the run defense of the Seahawks just got way better.
If
All
there's
right.
anyone, yeah, if there's anyone that I want to help, develop someone, it's Mike McDonald, who thinks he sees like Kyle Hamilton. I saw some people say Cam Chancellor, which that's some teams, but if you're gonna develop anyone, I'm really glad that Mike McDonald's doing it.
For sure. Yeah.
All right. So the next pick is in for the Browns. And Kendall, if you want to hang out a little bit longer, because this is a fantasy relevant
Is a
player,
fan. Yeah.
Quinshon Judkins going to the Browns with the fourth pick in the second round. Thor, we had talked earlier, like, hey, at some point it makes sense for them to get a running back. Interesting that Judkins went ahead of Travion Henderson, his teammate. Last year, Judkins was more of the workhorse. Travion was more of the highlight maker. I really like this in that whoever went to Cleveland was going to end up with a lot of projectable opportunities there. Kendall, I want to get your thoughts before kicking it to Thor. Your thoughts on Quinshon Judkins going to the Cleveland Browns at number 36 overall.
I love this. This was a team that coming into day 2 of the NFL draft where we had fantasy managers had circled, right? It was not the top tier. It's not the top crop, right? It's not Dallas. It's not the Bears. It's not the Denver Broncos. But this was a team we knew going into the season where you look at the depth chart and you say, well, it's only Jerome Ford. And no offense to Jerome Ford, we don't think that that's going to last very long. Just like we've been saying with Jalen Warren, Najee Harris. So here comes a guy where Thor, your RB5, I believe, the last time I looked at your rankings, and then in the supermodel, actually a little bit better at RB4. So I like it. He's the top tier 3 prospects from the supermodel from Dwayne McFarland. So he had him comp to Nick Chubb, J.K. Dobbins, Kenneth Walker. So I think now that you look at him, you give him like borderline RB2, shot for high-end RB2 upside because of this team. And I think he can definitely take over from Jerome Ford.
Yeah, Thor, thoughts on Judkins?
Yeah, well, he took over for Jerome Ford the second that card was submitted. Jerome Ford, c'est la vie. It is interesting, the decision of Judkins over Henderson. I mean, that's the thing here. Obviously, the market got that one wrong. Someone out there is kicking themselves right now. But Kendall, Travion Henderson was minus 400 to be the 33rd pick. So, obviously, yeah, they end up deferring running back to the 4 slots later and take the other Ohio State running back. Quinshon Judkins, he's very interesting in that, like, this is a 3-star recruit that was overlooked, and he is one of Lane Kiffin's great recruiting finds of all time. The Ole Miss brought him in, and Quinshon Judkins was a stud right from the start. He had 2 great seasons there. Arguably, his best one was as a true freshman, and then, of course, he went to Ohio State last year and helped them win the national title. I would have preferred Travion Henderson, and if it's a zone team that runs a wide zone, I prefer Caleb Johnson as well. I'm not going to argue with this too much, though. Quinshon Judkins clearly deserves to go in the second round. Interesting that the Browns prioritized him over some of those other guys. I think I would have liked the mix and match ability with Henderson and putting together that. With Judkins, you also need a mix and match back. You need the guy who is going to be your receiver. I don't like Judkins as much in the passing game, but he can handle heavy volume as a rusher. All his coaches who have ever worked with Judkins, they all talk about his vision. Like, I've never seen a running back that sees the field like this. Vision and feel are what you get from Judkins. He sort of has a preternatural ability for that. And that might have been why he got overlooked a little bit in recruiting, because it's a non-tangible thing. But on the field in college, we got to see that a bit and how that manifested in his game. But for Cleveland, you just got your bell cow running back. This is of big importance for fantasy owners here.
Yeah, Thor, to your point about Judkins will probably be more of your early down grinder, and it would help if they had supplementary back. I think that's probably what Jerome Ford will be. 106 targets he's had over the past 2 seasons. I think Ford will have a role, but a very diminished role relative to what we have seen from him out of the past 2 years. Kendall, it was awesome having you. Awesome having you on the show. You are the Seahawks' good luck charm.
No, for sure.
Yeah, and Kendall,
I called them.
don't stray too far because the Seahawks got lots of picks coming up. So
That's what
Yeah.
I'm
don't
saying.
stray
That's
too
what
far
I'm saying.
away.
It's a good year. It's okay. By the end of this, I'll have Matthew Freedman saying Super Bowl for the Seahawks. We're gonna get there. Day one was too early, but maybe after day two. I appreciate you guys.
All
Yeah,
right.
we'll
See
see
you,
you soon.
Kendall.
Bye.
All right. So, Thor, we have had a trade. The Miami Dolphins have traded. Let me see. This was the 5th pick of the second round. They have traded that to the Raiders, who have taken guard from Arizona, Jonah Savanaya. What are your thoughts here? I mean, they were, strongly linked after the Ashton Genty hype with the Jags. Swayed all the mock drafts off of that Genty to the Raiders connection. They were strongly linked with the idea of, they're going offensive line. So they get their running back in round 1. They get an offensive lineman here in
Well,
round 2.
Freeman, isn't this Miami moving up to acquire this selection to take Jonah?
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. I am wrong. The Dolphins have moved up. My thing was delayed. The Dolphins have moved up and they have gotten the offensive line help getting Jonah Savanaya. Okay. By the way, 0% chance I got his name right. Just being very open about that. Okay. Thor, thoughts on this prospect? I mean, the Dolphins needed help all across the offensive line. Thoughts on him here?
And yeah, and I just call him Jonah. So we're gonna go with that. I like Jonah. I like his game. This is a collegiate tackle. It's gonna be kicking inside, and I like his game at guard. He's very good in pass pro. He sets good depth and he has good length. So that's the thing with him. There's some things he needs to clean up in the run game. He's not a thumper. And so sometimes you see his foot drive stall after contact. So that's one thing, we were wondering, would he be better in zone? Probably, as far as the run blocking goes, but I really like his pass blocking. And that was my guy, like after the sure thing offensive lineman went in the interior that I would have wanted. So this is right around, we talked yesterday about the offensive lineman getting sucked up the board. That tells the story of this pick, just like it told the story of the Dolphins' first pick. Why, after Terran Armstead retired and all the mock drafts since then, especially, we all had offensive linemen going to Miami, right? At the beginning of the process, what is safety, right? And then we all switched to offensive line. But the way that the offensive line environment was in round 1, the Dolphins, they really couldn't take an offensive lineman with their first pick, even if that had been their preference, right? We had the 3 tackles off the board in the top 9, and then you had Tyler Booker go 1 slot before the Dolphins picked, right? So because of that, I think you had to modulate your strategy. They ended up making the surprise pick of Kenneth Grant, as opposed to, I suppose, the alternative would have been pulling Gray Zabel up the board, right? A little bit there. He ends up going whatever, 5 slots, 6 slots later to the Seahawks. But because you did that in round 1, because essentially your hand was forced, now you're coming back here on the other side. Now you address the interior offensive line. I think this is a solid pick. This is a guy who should have gone around here, especially, again, in the environment we're in, where these offensive linemen are getting pulled up. Right. You look at all the slots the guys were taking in yesterday compared to the boards out there, compared to the consensus boards. Jonah might have gone a little bit above where he was on the consensus board. But again, in the environment we're in, this is fair market value.
All right, Thor, speaking of fair market value, let me talk about the compensation here because it is a little bit intriguing. It catches my eye. So this is per Adam Schefter of ESPN. The Dolphins obviously moved up to pick 37. They gave pick number 48. So a move of 11 spots. And for that, they swapped 4th and 5th rounders, which feels like very little. And I think
what were the slots, Freeman? What was the other slot with the 48?
They swapped 4th and 5th. So the Dolphins get the 5th rounder. The Raiders get the 4th rounder.
Did they have? Did they say what slots those picks are in? I was just going to put it in my trade chart. Okay.
No, I'm not seeing that right now. So the point here is that that's a pretty frictionless trade to move up 11 spots. You're swapping day 3 picks. And I think it speaks to the theory that you had yesterday that we were going to see a decent number of trades. They didn't really materialize on day 1, but they're starting to materialize more on day 2. And if you just kind of look at these first 5 picks that we have had in round 2. The second one was traded with the Texans trading down. The third one was Seahawks trading up. The fourth one was the Browns as the result of the trade yesterday. And then you had just here another trade, the Dolphins moving up the board. So a lot of that action that you were thinking we were going to get in round 1, we're seeing that manifest here at the top of round 2.
I mean, if it's so the Dolphins had 2 4th-round picks, so I'm curious which one it is, but if it's the better one, it would appear that the team that is moving down is getting the worst end of the stick on this one. I'll have to get official confirmation of the details, but if it was 48 and 116 for 37 and 143, my trade chart is showing that 176 points goes out from Las Vegas giving up the 37th pick and 146 coming back. So that I'm curious about that because that would seem to be the team moving up is getting the better deal here by a substantial margin. So I'm curious, once we get the final reporting on that, but either if they were able to get a good deal to move up, more power to them. And obviously you go out and you get a player here that you needed after what we saw in round 1, and you hop the line on day 2 in round 2 here, as far as those offensive linemen go. And Jonah can step in, I believe, and start right away. And on the team he just went to, he might have to.
All right. Well, we have the Patriots sticking at pick number 38 and taking the guy who was favored to go number 33 overall, Travion Henderson. And this is per Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated. So Travion Henderson entering a backfield that already has some competition there. Ramondre Stevenson, Antonio Gibson. I'm imagining that this means Gibson, I don't know if he's fully gone, but he takes a lot of the work that went to Gibson last year and takes, I think, even some of the work that went to Ramondre Stevenson last year. I think this ends up being a pretty split committee, but the situation where we saw last year, Henderson with Judkins, I think pretty similar dynamic we have this year with Stevenson and Henderson as hopefully the big play threat out of the backfield for the Patriots. What are your thoughts on Henderson here going to Foxborough?
Since the Patriots got their new administration, prior to last draft process, I have criticized a lot of their picks, including the one that was made yesterday. This one will be an exception. They just smashed this one. And they got lucky, I think, with Quinshon Judkins going ahead of Henderson. Not only do I think Henderson is the better prospect, objectively, he is the better mix and match fit with Ramondre Stevenson's game. I'm curious if it had gone the other way and the Browns chose the other Ohio State back, I'm curious if the Patriots take a running back here. Because if you take Quinshon Judkins when you had Ramondre Stevenson, you almost have to put Ramondre Stevenson on the block then, because those skill sets that, not totally the same, but there's a lot of overlap there. There's no overlap here. This frees Ramondre Stevenson to do Ramondre Stevenson things, right? He's going to do his meat and potato stuff. He's going to do his grind stuff. And Travion Henderson gets to do Travion Henderson things, right? He can be out there on all the passing downs, of course, and he's going to be sort of this turbocharged airback, right? I comp him to Travion. I comp him to Reggie Bush. Reggie Bush might be a bit more explosive, just by a little bit. Might have been just a little bit sleeker. Travion is more physical, though. So it's a more physical version of that. But Travion, he runs fearless. He gets into some car wrecks because of that. He will not slow down. He will accelerate through the contact point. So you see some big collisions, and then him as a pass blocker, or run blocker, which he did at Ohio State on the concepts where there'd be the fakes, and then Will Howard with the quarterback keeps typically following Travion Henderson around the other side, and Travion Henderson would take out a linebacker, but he loves to throw his body around. His technique as a pass blocker is very, very good for this class. You have so many backs in this class. They don't want to be out there pass blocking. They either haven't worked on it, or they aren't going to go out there and give. They don't want to be contacted during that time, right? It's like, I don't have the ball, so I don't want to get hit here. Travion Henderson, a notable exception to that. Very good. His vision with it's very good. His technique's very good. Keeps a base under him, uncoils into the descending defender, and knocks a lot of them on their butts. But I really like the game, really like the pick here by New England, getting a running back that is a perfect complement to Ramondre Stevenson. It allows both players to play up. And in this situation, Freedman, to the other thing we were talking about with Travion before, when we were talking about the idea of him going to Cleveland and then potentially maybe we have to make him a bell cow. In New England, you don't have to do that. And you mentioned it, Ramondre Stevenson playing the Quinshon Judkins role. That is going to increase the odds that Travion Henderson, just like last year over 16 games in that run to the national title for Ohio State, that he stayed healthy for that whole time. And you increase the odds that he's going to stay healthy over an entire NFL season by having that running back with him that's going to take the dirty work.
All right. Yes. Yeah. So Thor's camera froze here. Great stuff from Thor. We're gonna reset his camera. I gotta say, so Thor's comp for Travion Henderson was Reggie Bush. I love that comp. This feels maybe a little too aggressive, but I always felt that Henderson was a little like Austin Eckler, both in terms of size, but then also in terms of like that kind of ferocity that Thor talked about that we get out of Henderson. His willingness to be physical in the run game, but obviously what he can do as a receiver as well. Thor, I would say, I think that Henderson, you kind of, I think, talked about him as kind of like a supercharged airback. I feel like Henderson, for a guy as good as he is in the passing game, is also like a better runner than you might expect. And Ramondre Stevenson, as big as he is probably a better pass catcher for his size than a lot of people would expect. So I feel like they are complementary players. So, excited what we might see out of these two guys here. And I think we brought Thor back, and then it looks like his camera might have frozen again. So not sure exactly what is going on Thor's side with the tech stuff, but we will persevere. That's what we do here. So, all right, looking at the board, the pick is in for the Bears. I don't believe it is live yet. But Chicago, I thought it was pretty stunning yesterday that they went with Colston Loveland instead of Tyler Warren. Now I will say, we talked about this on the show yesterday. And by the way, there was the clip, the screenshot of me just like this when the Loveland pick came in. Because Thor and I had conversations back and forth throughout all of draft season about Loveland and Warren, which one of these guys deserved to be the tight end one in this class and which one would be the tight end one. I was on the Loveland train at first, and then all of the Warren hype took off. And I would say it was warranted. By the end of the process, Warren was my tight end one. It seems like the Bears saw it differently. All right, the pick is in for the Bears. Luther Burden III. This is intriguing here. So they added a strong middle of the field presence last night in Colston Loveland, and then added a slot receiver here in Luther Burden. And so Keenan Allen was here with the team last year. He is gone. Luther Burden, if you looked at what he did, not last year, but the year prior, you would have assumed that he would go in the first round. But a drop off in production this past year, and some, I wouldn't say off the field concerns, but just kind of like tape grinders looking and being like, you know what, it doesn't seem like he puts full effort on the plays where he's not the primary target. Like, if we need him to run routes to clear out for another receiver, he's maybe not going to put his full effort into that. If we need him to chip block, that's maybe not something he's going to be really strongly interested in. Right. So things like that. And then the diminishment in production year over year caused him to drop in the process. But in terms of his athleticism, it's there. And you look at what he did the year before last in the production department, it's there. And so I'm pretty excited about what the Bears have done last night, and then building upon that tonight with the addition of Luther Burden III. So a great process for them. And then now we have the Saints on the clock, and we are working very hard, I believe, behind the scenes to get Thor back on here with a functional camera. amazing stuff here. All right, Luther Burden. I will say if we look at the Thor 500, the comp for him, let me see here, typing it in. The Luther Burden comp in the Thor 500 was Percy Harvin, which is perfect because honestly, that was my comp too. Burden has this skill set where when the ball is in his hands, he is highly explosive. And I wish we would have been able to see that extended into his final season. But as a runner last year, 9 carries, 115 yards, 2 touchdowns. For his college career, 34 carries, 234 yards, 4 touchdowns. Like he has that dual purpose skill set where like Robert Woods, like DJ Moore, I think we will see him get maybe 1.5 carries per game in the NFL, maybe even up to 2 carries. And that doesn't seem like all that much game to game, but it just gives a guy an elevated floor. And I will say one thing that we have noticed behind the scenes. So we have a slew of updates that we are making. I can't talk about all of them, but we have been doing some research, looking at tools, looking at things that have to do with ranges of outcomes for how guys score points, and wide receivers who get carries. You think of someone like Deebo Samuel. Wide receivers who get carries have enhanced chances of scoring touchdowns on some of those carries. So the upside production for those guys could be big. Think about Tavon Austin back in the day, a volatile player for sure. But in that one season where he went off, I mean, he would score touchdowns as a runner and as a receiver. Think of Cordarrelle Patterson, right? A guy who could score touchdowns as a runner and a receiver. I think we have something like that with Luther Burden in the NFL, and I'm excited to see how it is that he might actually function within that Bears offense, which now has been rebuilt. I think the producer is talking in my ear. What's going on, Mick? Thor is back, and we have Kendall as well. Okay, so let's bring them on here. Take a look. The Saints are on the clock. The pick is in here. Thor, nice to see you with a functional camera. Kendall, nice to see you again as well.
Yes, I'm just here. I just want to hear your guys' reaction. And the pick is in for the Saints, and it is a quarterback. So I'm excited to get your guys' no, it's not that quarterback though. It
Wow.
is Tyler Shock.
It is shock. Unreal stuff. So
Crazy.
Thor, in back-to-back picks, I have lost 2 bets. Trey Amos going ahead of Luther Burden, and Jalen Milrow going ahead of Tyler Shuck. So basically, I'm glad that the draft is winding down so that I can stop losing money betting on it. Kendall, Tyler Shuck, I wasn't really anticipating throughout the process that he would be a guy who would actually end up going this high. But
Yeah.
here we are, a second rounder, drafted in the top 10 picks of the second round, which means at some point he is going to get an opportunity to start. Whether that ends up being this year, we just have to see with the Derek Carr situation, whether it ends up being next season. But Tyler Shuck, it seems like he is sort of like on the Jimmy Garoppolo career path, where maybe he doesn't do anything to start his career, but at some point he will have the opportunity to be a starter. What are your thoughts on Tyler Shuck going to the Saints?
I'm pouring one out for Amanda. I'm sorry, Amanda. You know that she's just sick to her stomach right now. Cooter doodle. So I think, Tyler Shuck it's interesting, right? Because there is a scenario where we look at him and we say, well, we have all these cons that go against him, but for fantasy football purposes, if this injury with Derek Carr, like when I came into this, like I just thought, okay, they knew that this injury was coming into the draft. They didn't know, a week before the draft, and they didn't magically find out that maybe potentially Derek Carr wasn't going to play in 2025. They knew that, but now they have some insurance back there. I still think that if Derek Carr wasn't able to play, that they would turn back to Spencer Rattler, even though that's not sexy and fun for fantasy football. Like that's my initial reaction is that okay, they turn to Spencer Rattler and then they say, all right, well if that also doesn't work out, now we've got Tyler Shuck. But the concerns here, Freedman, have been that he didn't break out till his 7th season in college, and he's older. Like what is he, 26?
Yeah.
He's 26 years old,
yeah.
and durability, like there's a lot of questions there. So I don't necessarily right now I don't believe that Tyler Shuck would be the starting quarterback for the New Orleans Saints if they needed him to be in 2025. I do think it would go back to Spencer Rattler to see what they have, but if they feel like they're on the hot seat and they need to turn to someone else again, then I feel like Tyler Shuck would enter, right?
I think Shuck is going to beat out Spencer Rattler to be the
Oh.
number 2 guy. I mean, like he's a second rounder. I mean, we kind of
Yeah,
have to
you're
like
right.
give him that like little bit of like respect. And the thing is like he's a decent athlete, better runner than people might expect. A 4.63 40 time at the combine. And it's not like he's a small guy doing that. He's 6'5", 219 pounds and running that kind of 40. So I think there's a possibility of them being able to use him a little bit in the designed running game. Um, I would like to see, or let me rephrase that. I would have liked to have seen him in college be better under pressure.
Mhm.
Because it was just often the case when he would get pressured, he would just throw the ball away. There wasn't really much creativity. And I mean, he's going to an NFL team. There's going to be pressure on him. Like the pocket does collapse in the NFL. There's just a question of what a guy is able to do once chaos ensues. And I don't think we have any evidence to this point that Tyler Shuck is able to create out of structure. But I will say, Kellen Moore, I think is uh, look, I'm a Cowboys fan wearing the Cowboys hat. I thought Kellen Moore was eventually going to be the coach of the Cowboys. Like
Yeah.
it was on that Jason Garrett type of trajectory. I have respect for Kellen Moore as a play caller. I think that Tyler Shuck is in a great situation. Maybe this isn't like the best pick that the Saints could have made, but this is a great situation for him. And if Kellen Moore himself, a very strong college quarterback who didn't have it physically in the NFL, but who certainly has it mentally, if Kellen Moore can look at that guy and say, you know what? I want to invest the second overall pick that we have in this guy, maybe there's actually something there. And if he can benefit from a year on the sideline with Derek Carr as the starter, like this actually could be a really good long-term situation for Shuck. And if it doesn't work out, that's fine. It was only a second rounder, but
Yeah.
as guys who go in this range in the second round, they normally end up getting their opportunity to start at some point. I think we're going to see that with Tyler Shuck.
And listen, you're right. He had a good end to right. He had a good end to his career, so you can hang it on that. And the pre-draft process is why we started hearing his name more and more. 9.53 RAS, 6'5", 219, 4.63 40. But he had a strong throwing session. So I can't believe you're the optimistic one here, Friedman. That's just like shocking to me.
Well, okay, look, I have to come clean on this. Years ago, I did a way too early mock draft. It's like the kind of thing to where the draft just ended and I'm already doing a mock draft for the next season. And in that mock draft years ago, I projected Tyler Shuck to go number 1 overall. So I just have to say, maybe I'm a little bit biased here. And it's the kind of thing to where it's like, hey, I wasn't wrong. I was just early.
No,
And so maybe if you keep on saying the same stupid thing over and over again, at some point in the future, it will actually happen. And
I
maybe
love
that's
it.
the perspective I have here with Tyler Shuck. Thor, thoughts on Tyler Shuck going to the Saints?
I don't get this one at all. Talked about that, heading in. This is not a player that justifies this slot. This isn't a prospect that justifies this slot. And you're the new coach. You want your quarterback. I get that to build it. Oh, you're going to get a 25, 26-year-old guy who didn't break out until his 7th season, playing under a noted quarterback whisperer in an ideal offensive system. This is your guy of the future. Okay. They have needs all over the place. They in the first round, they ate their vegetables and did the correct thing, right? They took the third consensus tackle. And I gave them their flowers for that. Start the rebuild in the infrastructure positions. I don't get this one. I don't. They obviously see him as a long-term starter. That I see a guy with durability concerns who didn't break out until his 7th season, after 3 straight seasons were wrecked by injuries at Texas Tech. And there's contextual reasons to explain the breakout outside of, oh, now he's a he's going to be a long-term NFL starter. I think at the end of the day, they just used a high second-round pick on a backup quarterback.
All right. Well, I think it's worth noting here. It was Tyler Shuck and not Shador Sanders who went to the Saints. So all the reporting that we had about the Saints were not in on Shador Sanders. They had the shot to take him here. They didn't do it. The Shador Sanders fall continues. And speaking of Sanders, we have the Bills here drafting defensive tackle TJ Sanders out of South Carolina. And Kendall, we will bid you goodbye. I believe you might be coming back at some point to talk about the Seahawks in a little bit. The 18th pick they still have of round 2. So we might see you in a little bit. But Kendall, thanks for joining in.
Bye, guys.
Bye. All right. So Thor, TJ Sanders goes to the Bills here, defensive tackle out of South Carolina. What are your thoughts on what we have seen out of the Bills here in the first couple of rounds?
Yeah, you get a projectable interior defensive lineman here in an environment where yesterday we saw the interior defensive lineman getting pulled up. I think this is a solid value here. In getting that guy who can come in and has ceiling left to untap, a toolsy defender here. So I totally see what the Bills are doing with this pick. And again, you sort of have to prioritize that position if you want it, because of how aggressive teams have been so far in hitting that position group.
So you have a defensive-minded head coach with the Bills. They were routinely mocked in the trenches or in the secondary throughout this process. And in round 1, they took Maxwell Hairston. By the way, took him above Will Johnson. Will Johnson still on the board. Here, they get their defensive tackle and TJ Sanders. They are certainly retooling on the defense and looking to make sure that they are strong there. So interesting pick here from TJ Sanders. And then on the clock, we have it's like I need glasses to be able to see. I have
the Jets next, right?
The Jets on the clock at number 10. So let's talk a little bit about some of these guys that we expected to go in round 1 who have fallen down the board here. So it's not just Shador Sanders, although he's the most notable. It is also Will Johnson. It is also Mike Green. It could have been Emanuari, but he went off the board with the 3rd pick here. But those are the big guys who really stand out to me as the ones that we would have expected to go earlier, but they didn't. And then I would also say Donovan Ezuraku, who was on the borderline of round 1, round 2. He is still on the board as well. What are your thoughts on these guys and why they are falling down the board?
Well, 4 of the 5 guys on my pre-draft first round board. There are specific things you can point to explain the fall. Mike Green, the character concerns, and again, how acute are those? We're going to find out depending on how far he falls today. You would assume Mike Green is going to get taken today. Will Johnson, of course, it was the injuries in conjunction with the athletic profile that has teams skittish, and we don't know the extent of that knee injury, or is there something endemic about the lower body issues that we have seen with Will Johnson over the last calendar year? That's something that, of course, the people doing those medical rechecks, they have a better idea of, but that's the concern there. A guy who had a lot of lower body injuries, and now you have another one. And what did the medical teams find out about that? And then Siobhan Ravel was the last one for me. He was coming off an injury. We knew he was going to go in the 2nd round. I expect him to go at some point this stanza. The last one there is Donovan Ezuraku. That one confuses me. I comped him to Harold Landry, coming out of the same college, and I felt that Harold Landry should be a 1st round pick. And of course he fell to the 2nd, and it appears that that's the fate of Ezuraku. But as far as we'll see if anything comes out about that. But as far as I know, there wasn't, a question there, like with the other guys. And with Shador Sanders, I believe that there are coaching staffs that are skittish about taking him because of the specter of Coach Prime. That's what I believe on that account.
Yeah.
So.
With Ezuraku, one of the things, obviously I'm not the tape dog that you are, but one of the things that I would notice in reading scouting reports on him was a kind of like perceived lack of strength, like a pass rush maven in terms of the arsenal that he had and the variety of moves. But in terms of like, does this guy have the functional NFL strength to be able to do like a bull rush at the next level? There were, I think, some concerns about that. And then also like, does he have the strength to set the edge in the run game? So maybe some concerns there for Ezraku. But we just have to see, Shador we'll just have to see what happens with Shador Sanders. But the pick is in for the Jets, and it is tight end Mason Taylor. So this is intriguing. You had Daniel Jeremiah, who throughout a lot of the process would say there are some teams that have Mason Taylor as a low round one guy. And if all of the guys that they want are off the board, they're just going to take him because they feel that he's pretty safe. The Eagles, for instance, were the team most often mocked with Mason Taylor here, who now goes 10 picks into the second round. And the Jets often were linked to Tyler Warren throughout this process as like, hey, look at their roster. They need a tight end. They could get this one here. Instead, they go with the right tackle in round one. They come back in round two and get Mason Taylor, who some people thought deserved to be in the first round. What are your thoughts on Mason Taylor?
Well, my thoughts is that I'm guessing some three-dimensional chess thinking was done there because you think about it, if you had taken be it Warren or Loveland, right, with your first pick, then who would the offensive lineman been available to you here? Maybe the kid from Purdue, Mbo, right? And then you think about it the other way, right? And that's a reality that we live in. The Missouri right tackle, and then now Mason Taylor. Which of those two buckets would you have preferred? They obviously prioritized the offensive lineman first because that position group fell off a shelf quicker. They like Mason Taylor a bit more than me. I think most of the media likes Mason Taylor a bit more than me. I did have Mason Taylor as a second round pick, but I think this is, I do agree that he's going to be a long-term starter in the NFL. I think the ceiling is a bit more capped there. He can certainly play inline. He gives effort as a blocker. He's okay with that. He's not going to move any needles as a blocker, but he's not going to embarrass himself. And he can line up inline. And then with the receiving aspect of his game, it's mostly efficiency stuff. And this is where I think he got a little bit overblown, or people got over their skis. You look at the frame, the NFL bloodlines there. Obviously, he's Jason Taylor's son. And I think people dreamed a little bit more as far as a receiver, just stuff that we haven't really seen yet. It was a guy who was really good with the short and intermediate concepts, mostly short at LSU. Timing-based concepts, split flow action. We have bootlegs around to the right, and then Taylor foot in the dirt, 4 or 5 yards upfield. Get out to the sidelines. Nussmeier would hit him on the hands when he turned around. But the weird thing was deployed like that, and again, very reliable. He wasn't dropping the ball. The timing was all there. All that stuff would convert the plays. But with that usage, you didn't get the yak yardage out of Mason Taylor that you would have thought. And for a guy that wasn't used down the field very much at all at LSU, that's a little bit concerning that with all those underneath throws and stuff like that he didn't accrue many yak yards. At the Senior Bowl, I will say in his defense, he did win some downfield one-on-ones. We just don't have a bunch of that on his tape because of the way that he was used. So I see this guy as more of a high floor, moderate ceiling type prospect. And if that's what the Jets were looking for, that's what they got. I comp him to Hunter Henry.
A few thoughts based on some things that you said. So one, kind of looking at the bucket, would you have rather had Tyler Warren and whatever random offensive lineman you can get in round two, or would you rather have Membo, your right tackle, and then coming back and getting a tight end in round two? And by the way, tight ends, one of the strengths of this class.
Yeah.
I'm impressed with how the Jets have handled things so far under this new regime. I don't really know much about their GM, Darren Muge. I know that he, came up through the Denver Broncos organization before joining the Jets this offseason as the GM. But I will say, I think a lot of being a GM is just not making some basic mistakes. And it seems like he hasn't made some basic mistakes yet. So impressed with what we have seen. And then, thinking about this from the fantasy perspective, Mason Taylor, now the number 3 tight end off of the board, gets invested with high second round draft capital. Someone, especially in your dynasty leagues where you might have tight end premium scoring, Mason Taylor is going to be someone to pay attention to, because you look at the potential opportunities that he could have with the Jets. After Garrett Wilson, it is pretty bare. You have Alan Lazard and Josh Reynolds. I mean, Alan Lazard might not be on the team this upcoming year. Even if he is, that doesn't mean he's going to get a lot of targets. And then in terms of the tight ends that he will have to compete against, it's Jeremy Ruckert. I mean, Mason Taylor potentially could be the number 2 pass catcher in this offense as a rookie. If not as a rookie, in his second year. He is someone definitely to be paying attention to. Someone else to be paying attention to, because the draft has moved along. Alfred Collins, the defensive tackle out of Texas, goes with the 11th pick in the second round to the San Francisco 49ers. And so the 49ers over the years have lost a number of players on that defensive line, and they are doing their best to rebuild, restock the defensive line. And we see that with their first 2 picks. Mikael Williams, they took at number 11 last night, and then Alfred Collins here in the second round tonight. Thor, thoughts on Alfred Collins and what we will see out of him with the 49ers?
I like this pick, and it was done in the correct slot. Again, going back to the interior defensive line class, people getting pulled up. I had Alfred Collins on my board 49, but you have to, in this environment with offensive linemen and interior defensive linemen, you're having to pay a little bit of a premium. That's a pittance compared to what we've seen in this market so far. This is fair market value there, and it's at a position of need. This one makes a lot of sense to me. Alfred Collins, interesting story. That kid was a high octane recruit coming out, and he got stuck in the strangest of situations with Texas, where you were backing up the Outland Trophy winner in Tavondre Sweat, who would have been a first-round pick if last spring he didn't get a car when he shouldn't have. And then the first interior defensive lineman we saw picked in the last class in Byron Murphy with Seattle. Those were the 2 guys in front of him, right? So he had to play behind those guys up until this past season, of course. And then Alfred Collins sort of steps into the limelight, and you got to see what he has. The guy is absolutely enormous. 6'5", 6'6", 332 pounds. He can play up closer to 340, and he has a wingspan that's over 7 feet long. That guy is a great run defender. We'll see what we get out of him as far as a pass rusher. We know he can push the pocket as far as the load coming forward. Can we teach him anything more and refine sort of the pass rushing strategy that he comes with, and try to make him more natural with that? Again, a guy that didn't see maybe as much field time just because of the circumstances he would have at another school. But you have to give him credit in the NIL era for sticking around there and seeing it through. And obviously, he just went in the 43rd slot. So he probably isn't too disappointed about that either. I like Alfred Collins as a player, and the linebackers that play behind him are going to love him because he occupies.
Yeah, it would not have been something that was unthinkable last night for the 49ers to take a defensive tackle. I mean, that's how the mocks were going. It was either edge or defensive tackle. They got their edge defender last night, their defensive tackle tonight. I think a strong rebuild is what we are seeing out of the 49ers with their defense. I mean, just given everyone they have lost from that side of the ball over the past 2 years, looking to restock there. And then, of course, the return of defensive coordinator Robert Saleh. I would expect the 49ers to be better on defense this year than they were last year. All right. The Cowboys are on the clock. They have made a pick, and it is Donovan Ezuraku. Okay.
Woo.
I love this.
Love it.
Thor.
Great pick.
This feels like the Lions, where they took linebacker Jack Campbell in round 1, and then they took safety / slot corner Brian Branch in round 2. To where if you had just flipped those, then hey, this is what happened, you'd be like, right, I can see it. Great pick. I mean, it's not quite to that extent, but if the Cowboys had, I know you were very low on Tyler Booker yesterday. My initial impression was I'm just glad that they went with another offensive lineman, because the Cowboys have been at their best historically when they've had a strong offensive line. This was the third year in a row they invested first round capital into an offensive lineman. I liked that idea. But here, Donovan Ezuraku, a guy that we thought would go in round 1, falls to round 2. If the Cowboys had taken Ezuraku at number 12 yesterday and then Tyler Booker in the second round now, we would have been saying, well, that's early for Ezuraku, but like we can see it. And then Tyler Booker in the second round. What great value. I'm thrilled that the Cowboys stuck at this spot and got Ezuraku falling to them. What are your thoughts on how he fits with the Cowboys?
Your point is so well taken, and just speaking to it, the Cowboys, the 12 slot and 44 slot, right? And that 12 slot take Tyler Booker, and admittedly, I was lower on Booker than other folks. I like Donovan Jackson heading into the draft more. It's a flavor thing, and also, I'll say, you rank these guys, you rank them in a vacuum, right? And teams, they run different systems, they have different holes. They don't stack their board in a vacuum. It is very specific to their circumstance. So sometimes you make situational assumptions about some of that stuff, and then what do you value, et cetera. There's guys that are fits for systems that aren't for other ones, but I rank Booker 35th on my board. Then the Ezuraku, that was taken in the 44 slot. I had Ezuraku 17th on my board. So speaking to your point, yeah, in the way that I see it, the way some other folks see it, obviously all of our boards are different, but yeah, this is great value either way. On Donovan Ezuraku, that was the guy we were just talking about. I was confused he was available here, because the other guys, you could point to something that it doesn't have to do with their game, that the reason that they're here. Ezuraku, I wasn't exactly sure why he was falling. I mean, you pointed out the thing with his game, and sure, right? I mean, he's a sawed-off edge defender. He built himself up to 250 pounds. Play strength has always been a bugaboo of his, and he has worked his dangdest to get up to where he is and improve that play strength as much as he could. But that's obviously with the frame that you're talking about. That's the bugaboo of his game. But if that's the case, and that's the reason that he fell, and it had nothing to do with anything else, I would be curious why he was the one guy where the NFL only focus on the negatives of his evaluation as opposed to the positives.
Yeah.
This guy is really skilled coming off the edge. And Freedman, you mentioned it. The dichotomy of Ezuraku's game, and it's a bit certainly unorthodox, the game, but he has figured it out with both how to overcome his physical limitations, but also how to use his physical advantages. And I don't think this gets talked enough about with him. For the sawed-off edge defender that he is, he has crazy long Stretch Armstrong type arms. So he has length more analogous to a 6'5" or 6'6" edge defender, and he uses it very well. That's where the craftiness comes in. He's getting his hands on you first, and he creates the distance. It creates the distance to work with, right? And then it's you shut down the first move. He got the space to go to the second one, and it becomes a jukebox. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Hit the next one, hit the next one. It's like you're on iTunes. Next song, next song, next song. And he'll keep doing it until the whistle blows or he gets by you and he's ransacking the backfield, right? And so that's sort of the dichotomy of that game. But he has shown how good he is at getting into the backfield and toggling through those moves. His approach, his plan, those are both on point. This guy, he's a gym rat of an edge rusher, right? And built himself up to this, like I said. But I think this game translates. And I think the NFL was overly punitive with him, just like they were with Harold Landry. But again, I think this game translates. Love the pick.
All right, so we have Donovan Ezuraku going to the Cowboys. The edge selections continue here with the Indianapolis Colts selecting JT Tuimoloau out of Ohio State. And so you have the Colts here who have in recent seasons really invested in the defensive line and the edge position in particular. Last year taking Leatu Latu, Kwity Paye before that. And so I wouldn't say like they are stocked at edge rusher, but certainly they have been making a noted point to invest in that position over the past few seasons. What are your thoughts on what we see out of JT here?
Yeah, this is close to an yeah. I mean, like I rank him 54th on my board. This isn't too much an overage. I do think it's interesting. We get the two straight edges. Edge was the position that it felt like was getting pushed down a little bit. We talk about offensive line, interior defensive line, those getting pulled up the board. There's going to be positions then by extension that get pushed down, and edge was one of them. And we're starting to see a run here. We'll be curious if when does Mike Green get involved with this? And we have a couple other edge rushers that maybe shouldn't be out there. So I expect this run here to continue. But JTT, this was a guy, you look at the 2 early mock drafts last year, this was a guy who was way up there in the first round. And he actually showed improvement on the field this past season. But his game starts to get a little bit nitpicked. He's not as high octane, the athlete coming off the edge, as some of these other guys. But I like the well-rounded game that JTT has. And for a ballyhooed guy he was working across from Jack Sawyer, might have picked up some tricks there, but it's a guy who will set the edge for you. It gives you enough in the pass rush. Again, it's not like one of those sleek athletes coming off the edge like a James Pierce, but I like that enough. He'll get you by, and a guy with a well-rounded skill set.
All right, I want to take a quick aside here. So we have all of these guys, these rookies coming in, and if you look in our projections, we already have projections for Ashton Genty, for Colston Loveland, for all of the day one rookies. We have projections for them at Fantasy Life. So we are doing the Lord's work and providing all of this. We're updating rankings. And so I just want to give a quick shout and say, we've got the stuff that people need when you are thinking about best ball, starting to look ahead for redraft, guillotine leagues, especially. And so I want to encourage everyone right now, like, do the early bird special that we have. You get 25% off. You can get that with the code early25. Just a very intuitive code there, early25, to get 25% off with the early bird special. And that ends on April 27th. I believe it ends midnight on the 27th, going into the 28th. I might be slightly wrong on the timing there, but the point is, don't wait till then. Do it now, because we've got a slew of tools coming and we have content right away. The projections, the rankings, everything that you need for your fantasy fix as you are doing your dynasty rookie drafts, early best ball leagues, all of that. We've got what you need. Okay, Thor, I want to come back to you and look at the board here.
Yeah.
The pick is in for the Rams. I don't believe that we have it yet. So actually, that would be
the Rams.
The Rams.
Okay.
The Rams are on the board here. The pick is in. We don't have it yet. So now would be an excellent time to take a break and kick it to our friends at Bud Light.
Fantasy football fans, sure, NFL season may be long over, but next season's action is already well underway. We're talking big trades, new signings, draft order shuffles, you name it. And all this preseason NFL action is easier to enjoy with the official beer of the NFL. So get Bud Light delivered today and enjoy every season projection, every player trade, every coaching change, and draft pick with the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light, the official beer of the NFL. Stock up now for the offseason and enjoy Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
All right, we are back after that message from our friends at Bud Light. Terrence Ferguson, tight end, Oregon, going off the board to the Rams. The Rams' first pick, by the way, because they traded down from the first round last night. I got to say, there are some beat reporters. You just you start to have your list of who tends to be more and less accurate when they are giving the prognostications about, hey, I've been hearing that this team might look at these positions, right? And Jordan Rodrigue from The Athletic, I think, is one of the best out there. So throughout a lot of the draft process, she has been saying that she imagines the Rams would be looking at pass catchers specifically with their early picks. We see that here. Terrence Ferguson, Oregon tight end. Thor, thoughts on what we will see out of Fergie with the Rams?
Well, first off, to sort of moor us to this moment, you mentioned the Rams did not have their first round pick. That's because they accepted an offer from one of the most desperate men in the NFL, and terrible Terry Fontenot, who dipped into his future draft equity to try to save his job. Now, through that, the Rams get the first round pick next year. And then, of course, they acquired this pick, 46, and also 242, gave up 101 as well in that. But you got an enormous amount of value in that trade. And then moving down here, appears that they got a prospect that they wanted anyway. I had heard the same kind of smoke about the pass catching tight end, and you pick off Ferguson at an ideal spot, right? When Mason Taylor comes off the board, you're immediately on Ferguson watch. And so the Rams getting to that point of getting him before they were beat to the punch, very important there. I'm sure they're cheering in that war room right now. And the tight end position, which we really like coming in, right, Freedman? We like this year's tight end class. You're now down to Harold Fannin as far as an interesting name there. Harold Fannin, we fully expect him to hear his name called today. Is that going to be in this round now when you see this mini surge of tight ends going? Or is that going to be in round 3? But that's going to be something to monitor. But I like what the Rams are doing so far. You bounce down. I mean, if they had taken you mentioned the Daniel Jeremiah stuff of, could Mason Taylor go at the back end of the first round? If the Rams had taken Mason Taylor at 26, we would have been all over him. This is a much better course of action. You get the first round pick next year. You move down. You still get one of those consensus top 4 tight ends in Ferguson. I like Ferguson's game a lot, and I think he's much closer to Mason Taylor than is commonly believed. A little bit slightly different players. Ferguson's certainly more explosive north-south, and we've seen some more stuff with him downfield. He was the best testing tight end that we saw in Indianapolis at the NFL Combine. This one makes a lot of sense, and Ferguson, this is a very good landing spot for him in the passing offense that you're going to. He just got more interesting from a fantasy and a dynasty perspective.
Yeah, I think in terms of how you're looking at these guys, there was the clear top tier of Warren and Loveland, however it is that you would stack them. And then after that, it feels like we have this tier of Fannin, Taylor, Elijah Arroyo, who's still on the board.
Oh, I forgot about Arroyo. Arroyo. He's the last one. Yeah.
So it feels like we have these 4 guys in that second tier. And so 2 of them already off the board. It is a strong tight end class.
Freedman, just to that point with Arroyo, some people might be surprised because there was a lot of steam on Arroyo, especially coming out of the Senior Bowl of, could this be the 3rd tight end taken or, 4th or whatever? I think this is correct. I think the Rams made the right call. I think the NFL has made the right call here. Arroyo did not break out until the very end, and that was the most ideal offensive environment that he possibly could have been in. I still have some questions about why he wasn't throwing the ball more, and he was basically used as like a Dave Kingman tight end, try to generate the explosive plays, but a lot of strikeouts outside of that. There's some consistency things there. And if he's going to be a one-trick pony big slot in the NFL, there is a high burden of proof for your receiving utility in that role. So that'll be interesting to see where Arroyo ends up going. And speaking of interesting, where that person goes, the Will Johnson fall has ended, Mr. Freedman.
Yeah, so Will Johnson going off of the board to the Cardinals with the 15th pick in the second round. And Thor, if Johnson had gone number 16 last night to the Cardinals, and that was a fairly common mock pick, I don't think anyone would have been like, well, this is just an absolutely terrible pick.
For sure.
But they stuck with their board. They got Walter Nolan in the first round. They wait, and they get Will Johnson in the second round. I think great investing discipline, not to trade up, to let him fall down the board. Great stuff here. And, Jonathan Gannon, the defensive head coach for the Cardinals, continues to rebuild his unit. And so I have been increasingly impressed with what we have seen from the Cardinals as they have rebuilt. They added Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson this offseason to really improve the interior of that defensive line. They added Josh Sweat. Now they've added Will Johnson and Walter Nolan. And I will say, like, that unit has played fairly feisty at times over the past 2 years, and now it's starting actually to get talented. What are your thoughts on what we see with Will Johnson in Arizona?
Absolutely love the start to this draft for Arizona, and your point very well taken about reading the room correctly for Arizona. You not only did you get Walter Nolan in an acceptable slot, but again, I've harped on this point a couple of times tonight in the interior defensive line, where what we've seen with the market hitting that position really hard, you got in there at the correct time in the first round before that position dropped off a shelf. And then you had to reach up around for someone like the Detroit Lions did later that round. I kid, Brad Holmes, I kid. But now you go from Walter Nolan first round, acceptable slot, and now you stop the fall of Will Johnson, a guy who on my big board, I ranked him right next to Walter Nolan. I had Will Johnson 14. I had Walter Nolan 15. They took Nolan in the 16 slot, but again, an aggressive IDL market, perfectly acceptable price point there. And then an absolute smash of a price point here. If Will Johnson, if that knee and that lower body, that thing we talked about earlier, so I won't go in depth about it again, if that's not an issue going forward, right? And what did teams hear about that? The Cardinals are obviously more comfortable than some other teams. We saw the Adam Schefter report yesterday about a knee issue with Will Johnson being the cause for his fall. So the Cardinals, I'll be interested to see what they say tonight after the draft. They do their presser. I'll be curious to see what they say when they're asked about Will Johnson's medicals. But on the field, his 2023 tape, Will Johnson, is some of the most impressive tape we have from any defender in this class. And to get a guy like that at an important position, boundary cornerback, a position of acute need for the Cardinals, right? I mean, like, they had the needs all over defensively. And you've mentioned how this offseason they've been shooting the bullets at those and knocking them down one by one. If Will Johnson is right, you just found your CB1, right? I mean, heading into tonight, your projected starting boundary corners, Sean Murphy Bunting and Starling Thomas IV. So you just greatly improved your boundary cornerback room. Will Johnson, let's just pray that his knee dash lower body, that those aren't concerns that are going to go forward.
1 point of correction. Starling Thompson, the fifth. The fourth, I think he's probably just a little too old at this point to be out on NFL field. And then Max Melton as well. I mean, a virtual a virtual like no name collection of cornerbacks there. And getting Will Johnson in the second round, they've greatly mitigated their downside, right? If you take him in round one,
correct,
then there's like the issues of like, oh man, we invested first round capital, the number 16 overall pick, into this guy who really might not have the athleticism and might have the injury issues. Here, something very different altogether. All right, moving along to the Houston Texans. Thor, who have selected with the 16th pick in the second round from Minnesota, your guy, offensive tackle, Ariante Ursary. And so we have the Texans now who have had issues with the offensive line, heavily mocked in the first round with an interior offensive lineman or an offensive tackle. With the first pick that they had in the second round, they went with Jaden Higgins. Here they address the offensive line by taking Ursary out of Minnesota. Thor, thoughts on this pick here?
They needed to make it. Like, Houston's offensive line is an absolute joke, and they of course were hoping for better in the first round, and then they ended up bailing out of that selection, I think, because the selection before, Donovan Jackson, went off the board, and then they were like, okay, what are we going to do on the interior now? Ursary, you have the long-term potential of tackle there, right tackle in particular, as a left tackle in college, but probably right tackle or inside, right? And for Houston right away, I think you're probably see him kick inside, but long term, you have that possibility of kicking him back out there. But Houston, a team that badly needed to address their interior offensive line, I think Ursary is brought in with the idea that he will be converting. Very, very big offensive lineman. Ursary is 6'6", 331 pounds, plays closer to 335, and he has really good feet at that size. And the overall athletic profile, 94th percentile size adjusted athlete. Again, really like the feet. It sort of goes against your expectations when you see him, but he is better for a zone blocking system because of that feet and because of how well he gets out of his stance. Ambulatory for a 330 plus pounder. The technique needs work with Ursary. You have the ceiling there, but there are things that you need to button up. The inconsistency, you see it a little bit, but that he certainly has all the physical tools. I wonder if his game jumps up on the inside, which I believe that this pick is setting up for at guard. I think you could get a really good guard here, and the Texans badly need to run into one. CJ Stroud, right? I mean, he badly needs the help there on that offensive line if you saw him last season. So I think Ursary is a solid pick there.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have Kendall Valenzuela joining us because, of course, the Seahawks are on the clock. The Bengals have made a pick with the 17th selection in the second round. I don't know if we know exactly what it is, but I will just say, Thor, in passing, Mike Green is still on the board. And maybe the Bengals able to do something like the Cardinals just did a couple of picks before that and going Walter Nolan, Will Johnson. Nope.
No.
Demetrius Knight. Demetrius Knight, linebacker out of South Carolina, is the pick for the Bengals. So they do continue to address the defense, which makes sense. They have so much money invested in the offense. Now they need to invest some draft capital into their defense. They do that with Demetrius Knight, linebacker from South Carolina. Before we get to talking with Kendall about what the Seahawks might do with this 18th pick, Thor, let us know what you think about Demetrius Knight with the Bengals.
I like Demetrius Knight. He was the fourth linebacker on my board. I think I can share this now, but overnight I got a message that indicated that the Vikings were interested in Demetrius Knight. Vikings don't pick until 97. I just laughed to myself. There ain't no shot in heck that kid is getting to 97. Demetrius Knight's a really interesting story. Crazy late bloomer. For years and years, he was a special teamer and a backup, a rotational guy. Then he ends up transferring to Charlotte. He was at Georgia Tech prior to that. He ends up transferring to Charlotte 2023, breaks out. First shot that he had at a full-time role. Then transfers to South Carolina, gets his shot again in the P4, this time at the highest level of it in the SEC. And he was awesome last year. He has all the physical attributes. It's an 81st percentile athlete at 6'2", 235. And he moves around on the field, I think, even a little bit better than that 81st percentile suggests. He's the cousin of D'Angelo Hall. Freedman, a bit of a blast from the past, but I like the elements of Demetrius Knight's game that we have seen. He got nitpicked a little bit during the pre-draft process for being older, but when we saw the breakout, you saw it with Charlotte, and then last year, what made me bullish enough to put him linebacker 4 on my board was how well he played in the SEC last year. His tape against Alabama was incredible. He had some big-time showings in big spots against offenses that were comprised completely of future NFL players. So I like the pick of Demetrius Knight here.
All right. So the pick is in for the Seahawks. I don't know if we actually know what it is, but the pick has been made. So Kendall, a number of ways here that the Seahawks could go. You have to be really pleased with what they have done so far in the draft, getting Zabel last night, getting Nick Emenwari tonight earlier in the second round. A number of places where they could go. They could still address the interior of the offensive line with Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia. They could do something at cornerback. They could go wide receiver. What in your heart of hearts are you kind of hoping to see here?
I'm so pleased with the draft so far that I'm really interested to see what they do here. I know, Mike Green is still available. I know that there's a lot of, allegations going against him. So I don't know if that's the direction they're going to go secretly. And maybe it's because, we talk fantasy football. I would like them to still get a tight end. I don't know if this is a little bit too early. Harold Fannin Jr. is someone that Thor and I talked about a lot during the off season. So it's one of those things where I'm torn because I do like that. I wanted them to get Will Johnson. I didn't know if he was going to fall that far, if he was still there on the board, if they would have gone and gotten him. So I'm thinking, for me, I would like them to get a tight end there, or maybe even go with Jalen Noel for a pass catcher. But yeah, I haven't seen who they have yet. Do you guys see it?
I do not believe that the pick is in. The pick is in. I don't believe it has been posted yet. So we have to wait and see. I mean, I would say, Thor, if they took Mike Green, you would look at this. You would just look at the board and say they took Zabel, Emenwari, and Mike Green. If I had told you before the draft that they did that, you would think how many times did they trade into the first round, right? And if they're able to get those guys by making a little bit of movement, but not really all that much in the second round, I think that would be an amazing haul. Thor, do you have any thoughts on what we see out of them here?
Yeah, mentioned this at the top of the show, but tonight, this is, again, the power alley of this draft class, that we did not have the elite guys at the top, but we have the depth, and particularly today, where we expect to see starting caliber players throughout, and we saw guys fall down the board out of the first round that we all expected all spring would go in the first round. And it opens up opportunities for the teams that have ammunition today. And the Seahawks have all kinds of ammunition. So yeah, fascinated to see who this pick is.
It's Elijah Arroyo. So tight end with the other tight ends. Okay. Are you guys, because I'm curious with you guys, and I wanted to ask you this: if they did go tight end, did you expect this Harold Fannin Jr. fall? I mean, we like Arroyo, right? But he was graded, Thor, for you a little bit, lower than when you're looking at Harold Fannin Jr. So I do like this for them though, because you only had Noah Fant there. So there is a path where you could could see upside for him in fantasy, and you just get another weapon for Sam Darnold, which he's also going to need.
Yeah, I mean, even though I rated Fannin T5 and Arroyo T6, I certainly expected Arroyo to go above him. You know, that
Uh-huh.
this was an anticipated second round player. Fannin, and now especially, I mean, we've had this sort of mini run here of tight ends. Curious if that pulls Fannin up to round 2, or if he's going to be a round 3 pick like we
Yeah.
suspected most of the spring. I'm sorry, Kendall, but I like the other 2 picks. I'm not as big of a
I
fan
know.
of Elijah Arroyo. To me, this skill set is crazy superfluous with Noah Fant, right? The bigger, sleeker, win downfield kind of a tight end. So I'm curious now, what are you doing with Noah Fant? Or sort of curious about the 12 personnel offense. You already have Barner; he's that blocking inline guy, and if Fant's going to be the big slot again, then Arroyo, how is he getting on the field initially?
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see what they do as far as that goes. But I understand what they see in Arroyo, the flashes and the ceiling. You think about the downfield utility, led the nation FBS in the tight ends in the FBS in yards per reception last year. You got the explosive plays. But yeah, you just didn't see the consistency there. And it was a late breakout player as well, and not a guy that I think can play in line. Fortunately for him, he doesn't have to here, because AJ
Yeah.
Barner is one of the most crushing blockers in line that you will see at the tight end position. But yeah, with Arroyo, the day will have to be carried by his receiving utility at the next level. And again, the burden of proof is higher for those big slots. So he's going to have to show something. I will say he is working with a quarterback that has the arm strength to push that ball down the field. And Elijah Arroyo, his best thing is challenging the seam. So it's going to be interesting watching him work with Sam Darnold. And can we unlock another level of Elijah Arroyo game?
I like the potential for him to reach, look at him and reach his full potential. Because I know that you had said that he hasn't really, lived up to those expectations yet. So hopefully it's just with the Seattle Seahawks. I'm with you. Not as great on this pick, but I guess for fantasy football, I am liking it. But for the Seahawks, it was a tight end, just not the one that I thought maybe they would go with.
All right. Yeah, so that was the Seahawks with their third pick of the draft, taking Elijah Arroyo, tight end out of Miami. We have another pick here. The Carolina Panthers selecting edge rusher Nick Scorton out of Texas A&M. I really like this pick, Thor.
Yeah.
If Scorton had gone at the bottom of the first round, I don't think anyone would have blinked an eye. Getting him here in the middle of the second, I think, is significant value. And the Panthers widely were mocked an edge player, Jalen Walker, your hybrid linebacker edge player, but an edge player nevertheless at number 8. They ended up going wide receiver. Here they get their edge player in Nick Scorton. What are your thoughts on him?
I'm with you, man. I like this pick. You mentioned there was possibilities he could go higher. If I've talked about how the edges, some of them got pushed down, and now we're getting sort of a market correction on the edges over the last 8 slots or so. But Scorton item 46 on my board, you get him at 51 here, and it's at an area of need. Of course, you mentioned that's the reason we were mocking edges to him. Most of the process, and the first. Talk about the 3-dimensional chess, with these teams as decisions. If we're going to hit this position in round 1, then that other position we need, who will be available there in round 2? And what if we flipped it? I think they made the right call here. You get easily the wide receiver 1 in this class, in terms of the pure receivers in Tedero and McMillan. In my opinion, there was a drop after him, then to Golden and Egbuka and these sorts of things. The edge position, they get filtered down. And so a player that may be a little bit better than this slot, he ends up being available here. So I like the pick, and I like the decisions, both the first 2 picks, and you see it pay off in this slot. I think the other interesting thing, Freedman, the fall of Mike Green, it continues. And even though we have seen 3 edges go here since the 44th slot, Mike Green is still sitting there. He's just out in the breeze right now.
Yeah, and to your point, Thor, the fall continues. The Tennessee Titans have selected Olu Oladejo, edge rusher out of UCLA. So the league continues to take edge rushers over Mike Green, who was a near unanimous mock consensus selection in the first round. He continues to fall. What are your thoughts on what we see out of this UCLA edge rusher Oladeju with the Tennessee Titans?
I mean, Oladeju, it's a projectable guy. I was a little bit lower on him than some other people. Some other people like his tools a little bit more in the way his game projects to the NFL. As far as the edge class, it's sort of your flavor with some of these guys, and I thought he was in sort of the next tier of that. I had him at edge 17. I had him 98th overall on my big board. So a little bit of a reach for me, in particular with Mike Green still out there.
Okay. Am I the only person hearing
No,
like this?
we definitely have that.
Thor, is that on your end?
No.
Okay. So, all right. So we continue to move in here. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the pick is in. And I will say what happened with the Buccaneers last night was incredibly surprising. I never would have expected that they would have gone wide receiver. Tight end, maybe, but even then, that would have felt like a little bit of an indulgence. But they went with Emeka Egbuka last night. Absolute just shocker going with him. So I'm just curious to see what it is that we get out of the Buccaneers here. Thor, what are your thoughts looking at the Buccaneers about what it is that they could do at this spot, the 21st pick in the second round?
I think the edge run's going to continue. And Mike Green was commonly mocked to Tampa Bay in round 1.
Yeah.
And they end up shocking, people with the Egbuka pick. We see it now. And if we don't see it now, he would be exactly what they need, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and again, they needed it so bad that we were all mocking it all spring long. They need heat off the edge. Their pass rush has stunk in recent years. You have to get some heat on the quarterback. If they're not going to take Mike Green here, we need some information. Like this would be starting to get weird. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if he doesn't go here, he could be live to go to the Packers, the next pick after that. But I mean, look,
I mean, if they keep bypassing them, there has to be something more there. If all the NFL agrees that this guy that we all agreed was a top 20 prospect 25 hours ago, like what's going on here? So those background checks that we had talked about with Mike Green, the top of yesterday's show, they have clearly reared their heads here. And I'm just fascinated to see where he ultimately goes.
Yeah. So, we had all right, here we go. We have Jake Trowbridge here, dressed up. I mean, in full, like it feels like winter there, just in terms of the way that you are dressed. What is the temperature right now in Green Bay?
Well, it's like 30 degrees outside, but it's 80 degrees in my heart.
Yeah. That feels like some real clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose type of football logic there. I like it very much. I had no idea it was still that cold in the Midwest.
Yeah, man. We, you come to a draft in Green Bay and you have to be prepared for the best and the worst. The best of the people, but the worst of the weather.
Yeah, that's true. At least the worst. Hopefully, that's not describing the draft picks that the Packers are making. So, the pick is in for the Buccaneers. We are awaiting word on that, but the Packers are officially on the clock. And so, Jake, I have a friend who is a fellow Packers fan, Pat Fitzmaurice. Great guy in the industry. He texted me a couple of days ago being like, where's your official mock draft, you coward? Hurry up and put it out. And what he really wanted to know is who I was mocking to the Packers at number 23. And he just said, please don't let it be Matthew Golden. And I said, all right, it's going to be Matthew Golden. I didn't have the best mock draft, but I ended up getting that right. Hopefully the Packers ended up making the right selection there with that pick for the first time in forever, first time in 30 years, drafting a wide receiver in round 1. What are your thoughts here for Matthew Golden?
If you could have heard inside Lambeau Field, which is where I watched it last night, because the draft area was so backlogged with people, you couldn't even get to it. So they were playing it in Lambeau as well. And the way that crowd roared when Matthew Golden's name was called, it was like we had just won the Super Bowl. It was that exact emotional response. And I love it. And I know that I've talked to Thor about Matthew Golden and how he'd been rising up recently. And I love the fit for Green Bay. So I say, Pat, get used to it. You're going to love it eventually.
All right. So Benjamin Morrison has been drafted cornerback from Notre Dame. Injury issues, but Tampa Bay needed corner. There were some thoughts that they could have gone corner in round one. Benjamin Morrison early in the process was regularly mocked in the round one area and then fell throughout. But so Benjamin Morrison, before we get back to Green Bay, what are your thoughts on Benjamin Morrison going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
We talk about risk threshold with regards to Mike Green and Benjamin Morrison. You mentioned first round prospect, and just as far as the on field evaluation, the two early mock drafts last year, he would have been a top 20 pick, top 15 pick, and all those, top 10 in some of them. You had the hip injury this year. Hip injuries obviously are scary in a sport like football, and in particular, if you're a defensive back. But I really like Benjamin Morrison's game. He was an impact player immediately when he got to Notre Dame. His father, obviously, a longtime NFL player as well. You have the bloodlines of Benjamin Morrison. Where he ended up getting taken, that all had to do with each team's individual medical staff and how they saw his hip injury. With him being taken here, you're being told by Tampa Bay that they don't see an elevated risk of long-term issues here. And if that's the case, this, of course, is certainly an acceptable price point to take this chance. You just saw Will Johnson go off the board. That is obviously viewed as a risk by some NFL teams, but that's where they ended up pegging his value with the risk and the upside both baked in. And now Benjamin Morrison, same decision was just made there.
All right, so the Packers have made their pick. I do not believe that we have official word yet of who it is, but the pick is in. Jake, any prognostications as to who it is?
Well, I was really sad to see the cornerbacks thin out just a few picks earlier because that's who I would have liked to have seen there. Honestly, it's a complete dart throw. I think defensive line would make a lot of sense for them right now, but I really can't get a good firm grip.
Yeah, Mike Green would, it seems like, be a very natural fit, and not just because his last name is Green.
Like Green Bay.
Exactly. It would be
Green and golden. I mean, are you kidding me? It's too
wow.
Yeah. It would be hand in glove. It's like the words to the songs that you would sing on social media about them, Jake, would just write themselves. So we have to see, Jake, from the fantasy perspective. I know that you walk those dynasty streets. What do you expect to see out of Golden in terms of where he settles in dynasty value?
The dynasty value in rookie drafts right now, once you get past your couple of running backs who just went here, your Omari Hamptons or Genties, etc., I don't think you can get much further than 105, 106 without strongly considering him. Not just short term with Christian Watson being out, but I think long term, I'm not all that excited for Christian Watson's health. So I think Golden fits that bill. And so, yeah, 106, 107 in rookie drafts, I'll absolutely be taking them.
All right, so the pick is in for the Packers. It is Anthony Belton, the offensive tackle from NC State. And Thor, in the Thor 500, I believe that you had Belton comped to Donovan Smith, which would be a very encouraging comp here. What are your thoughts on what we see out of Belton with the Packers?
This kid's game is power, power, power. This is an enforcer of an offensive lineman in Anthony Belton. There are consistency issues there, but as far as the guy who has power, as far as the guy who can deal with, you want to get into a firefight with one of these brawling type power edges that we have in the NFL. Anthony Belton's game is to shut down power. So the other stuff, we're going to have to work on some technical things with him if we're going to keep him out on the boundary. In pass pro is your concern there, but you don't have to be concerned about him dealing with bull rushes and coming forward in the run game. He is a hammer.
All right, Jake, thoughts on? I mean, I'm imagining anytime an offensive lineman is selected, it's pretty easy just to be like, yes, let's be strong in the trenches. What are your thoughts on Belton and the selection of offensive line here in the second round for the Packers?
Yeah, immediately I just think about how happy Josh Jacobs must be right now with that pick, especially. But the whole thing with Green Bay is they've been kind of reshuffling their offensive line really for the last 3 years, and having the sort of jars on the shelf for these guys is super important. Ever since Bakhtiari's health came into question all those years ago, so I really like the pick. It's a nice, sturdy, and it's a Green Bay pick. Like, just load up in the trenches.
Yeah. All right. So Jake, you are there, boots on the ground at the NFL draft. I went to the NFL draft when it was at AT&T Stadium, the Baker Mayfield draft in 2018. Just an amazing time I had, and I'm imagining that it is on par. It may be even bigger and better in Green Bay. Just kind of the experience of being there as a fan, taking it all in. How has it been for the past couple of days?
It's been incredible. I've come to Lambeau a lot for a lot of games, and those game day experiences are always unique and wonderful. But, seeing 200 plus thousand people here, all here because we're just waiting to hear some names called. It's amazing. And I got to say, Green is all about camaraderie, and I think that we've lived up to that billing. We only boo a little bit for the Bears when they get up there to announce their pick. Otherwise, we're very genial.
All right, that sounds great, and no booing, of course, for the Vikings. Thor wouldn't allow that. All right, Jake, it has been awesome having you on the show. Get back to enjoying everything that the NFL draft has to offer in person. Have a fantastic time.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there he goes, Jake Trowbridge. I gotta say, shout out, Jake. If you have not seen the videos that he puts out on social media of him, like doing a spoof song with a guitar singing, he is like next level type of talent when it comes to that stuff. And then also pretty good fantasy analyst. That's a nice combo to have. All right, so Thor, that was the offensive tackle from NC State going to the Packers in the second round. And now we have the Los Angeles Chargers taking the big-bodied Trey Harris, wide receiver out of Mississippi, at the 23rd pick in the second round. All right, so Thor, there were a lot of people who were looking at the Chargers and thinking they need to add another wide receiver. Ladd McConkey was fantastic as a rookie. I think he played about as well as anyone could have expected him to play last year. But you look at the talent around him, and it's a little uncertain. You have Quentin Johnston, you have Mike Williams, both of those guys selected in the first round by the Chargers, but neither one of them really lived up to what the team probably would have wanted to get out of them. And then in free agency, you lost Josh Palmer. Now the team adds in Trey Harris, probably hoping that he can be a difference maker on the perimeter with Ladd McConkey dominating in the middle of the field. What are your thoughts on what we get out of Trey Harris, Mississippi wide receiver, now with the Los Angeles Chargers?
Yeah, Trey Harris, 6'2.5", 205 pounds, 92nd percentile size adjusted athlete, but that's a north-south athleticism with him. Some of the things that we were talking about earlier this round with Jaden Higgins, they apply to Trey Harris from a treetop perspective, a boundary receiver. You want him moving linear. Trey Harris had the most eye-popping yards per route run number last year that you'll ever see, 5.15 yards per route run. We talked when Jackson Dart went off the board yesterday to the New York Giants about how that offense, you were often given the read in advance, and how Jackson Dart often went to the first read. When Trey Harris was healthy, he wasn't healthy all year, but when he was healthy, that was Trey Harris. So they would force him the ball quite a bit, and he converted. But the routes with him, it's downtown, it's going across the field, but the north-south thing, again, you don't want him, again, like the whip routes or any sudden direction changes. That's not Trey Harris's game. The hitches, he does a lot when there's drop zones. He's good in against zone coverage. That's what you get from him. But, there was there was a decent amount of cotton candy production, the stats there, because of the way he was used in that offense. But at this price point, I think this is perfectly acceptable. My only qualm with the Chargers is you had the opportunity here to do the funniest thing ever, where you have all these TCU receivers. You have Quentin Johnson, you have Rager, you have Darius Davis. You could have taken Jack Besh or Savion Williams here and gotten really funny with it if you were Jim Harbaugh. But no, in all seriousness, Trey Harris, a good value in this slot.
I will say, so Trey Harris entering the draft, I had him number 14 in my rookie dynasty rankings. I think he's probably going to drop down the board a little bit. And it has nothing to do with his talent. It just has to do with the landing spot.
For sure.
In the short term, going to have to compete with Lad McConkey, who I have a lot of respect for. And I think is even as good as he was last year, could be better this year and is an underappreciated pass catcher in the league. So you have to compete with him. You have to compete with Quentin Johnson and Mike Williams on the perimeter. And especially now with Najee Harris and then Omarion Hampton, the Chargers, I think, are going to lean into the running game all the more. And when they decide to pass, I think they will be efficient at doing it. But I just think that means fewer opportunities in general for Trey Harris than I would have expected. So I was assuming second round draft capital, assuming he goes in this general draft range. I like that he is in an offense that I think is ascending. I like that he's with Justin Herbert, but having to deal with not many opportunities, it's just something that makes me think I will probably be moving Trey Harris down the board a little bit. We just have to see how day two goes, right? But Trey Harris right now, I think good real life landing spot, good selection for the Chargers, certainly in terms of forward looking dynasty value. I don't think this helps Trey Harris all that much, but we have to wait and see.
Yeah, and just speaking to some of that empty calorie statistical production for Trey Harris last year, 79 targets last year, 40 of them, that's 50.6%, more than half, came on either hitches or screens.
Yeah.
The hitches, the baby hook that you do when you see the drop zone, and then the screens obviously speak for themselves. That is a lot of production coming off of cotton candy. And then there was this schematic garnish that Lane Kiffin likes to do to free Trey Harris. So this is a kid who made good. He went to Louisiana Tech. He acquitted himself well there. And then he got his opportunity at Ole Miss. He made the most of it. And again, I'm not going to argue against this slot, but it's going to be different for him going to the NFL, just like it was with Jackson Dart. So we'll see. And Trey Harris has to stay healthy, but he does have the tools here to quickly ascend to become the number one boundary receiver there. Assuming Lad McConkey will call him a slot for this exercise, right? Mike Williams and Quentin Johnson, you absolutely, as Trey Harris, have the opportunity to bypass those two real quick. So, yeah, that'll be interesting to keep an eye on. And Trey Harris is good downfield, right? And they like to take their shots downfield. And I think they got a little frustrated with the inconsistencies with Quentin Johnston. So Trey Harris is being brought in to push Quentin Johnson, and Mike Williams. You're not looking at too many more years with him on that roster. So it's a nod to that as well.
All right. So we have the Bears who have made their pick at the 24th spot in the second round. Offensive tackle out of Boston College, Ozzie Trapilo. And Thor, I got to say, the Bears, if they had gone offensive tackle, offensive line in round one, I don't think anyone would have thought that was a bad way to go. It's like, okay, hey, you are solidifying your rebuilt offensive line and trying to protect number one pick, Caleb Williams. That makes a lot of sense. But what the team has done here, I can't really argue with. Added Colston Loveland in round one, the top of round two, added Luther Burden. And then here later in the round, getting an offensive tackle. I don't know if Trapilo really has the opportunity to win the left tackle spot right away, but he might push Braxton Johnson. And at a minimum, he's at least, I think, high floor depth for an offensive line that needs it. But what are you thinking we see out of this offensive lineman with the Bears? Does he have a chance to start early in his career?
I like this pick. I liked Ozzie Trapilo's tape, and I thought he was underrated. And it turns out the NFL agreed with me with where this slot was, and this makes a lot of sense for the Bears, in my opinion. In that 10 slot, you would have preferred, if you had your choice, I think they would have loved to take Kelvin Banks there. And that obviously didn't end up happening. They weren't able to get up and get Ashton Genty. So you come off of that. We like Colston Loveland, and then you mentioned Luther Burden. You added your offensive weapons early, because the value in the slots, and this is a more acceptable price point for the offensive tackle. In the first round, you just couldn't do it, like I said, and even in the earlier second round slot, there wasn't tackles there. We had the big drop offs. The Arizona kid, like I said, I think he's kicking inside, and et cetera. So Ozzy Trapillo, he does have, I believe, an opportunity to press for playing time at left tackle pretty early. 6'8", an eyelash over 6'8", 316 pounds. 89th percentile size adjusted athlete. I comp him to Colton Makovitz. It's a skyscraper who is nimble with his feet, and you get like the crazy length with him, and then setting up at depth on the boundary in pass pro, and it becomes a thing because of how well he uses his length, where it's like running around a cruise ship is the proposition he gives you to have to get to his quarterback, the wide arcs that you have to take to beat him like that. And if you want to beat him the other way, you got to go inside where he has help. He's the son of a former NFL offensive lineman, Steve Trapillo. Like I said, nimble skyscraper. He finished 87th percentile or above each of the last 2 seasons. PFF pass block grade, true pass set grade, which is where you take out the nonsense like screens and RPOs and that sort of stuff, and pass block grade without play action, some of the nonsense they take out with the other one as well. So a guy who is shown to be a very good pass blocker in college in the ACC. The run blocking, you got to hide him in his zone a little bit with that, but he can get out there to the second level and pick people off. The play strength, he's not going to be blowing power players out of holes. But again, the pass blocking utility there on the blind side, I think, is what Chicago is seeing there. And this was the correct price point to take a player like this. So I like this pick for Chicago.
Okay. I am seeing the Lions on the board, bypassing Mike Green, the 25th pick, taking Tate Ratledge, your Georgia offensive guard. And so the Lions lost an offensive lineman in free agency this year, and they just go back in it. They get Tyleik Williams, your defensive tackle, in round 1, and then they address the offensive line with Ratledge here in the second round. What are your thoughts? I mean, I'm assuming he's a instant week 1 starter. I like that they're picking a quality guy from a strong program at a position of need. What are your thoughts on how he fits here with the Lions?
Most definitely. And this might be, a slight reach. It's certainly not as much as in the first round, but with the offensive line where it is right now, that's what you have to do to get a guy who can come in and play immediately. And I think that's what the idea is here. The offensive guard position, I thought it was a more acute need for Detroit than the interior defensive line position that they hit last night. And Tate Ratledge can come in and compete right away. 6'6",6'6.5", 308 pounds, and a very, very good athlete, 9.96 RAS, Freedman. And he has experience in high leverage spots, again, against future NFL defenders. He probably was the best offensive lineman on the board right now as far as a guy who can come in and start for you or play for you right away on the offensive interior. Outside of Jared Wilson, you're just talking the pure guards. Jared Wilson, his collegiate teammate at Georgia. But Tate Ratledge, interesting. He's coming off the board. And I actually have an interesting story for you about Tate Ratledge, Freedman, if you will indulge me.
Yes, I will indulge you. The Raiders have a pick that has been made, but let's get some Thor story time before we get to that.
Interrupt me when it comes in, but the night before right before we went to St. Elmo's at the NFL Combine, you have to go to St. Elmo's once, when you're there. We met up with a couple NFL.com draft writers across the street at this what's it called, Tom's Watch Bar. And anyway, we got in there, and we met up with Chad Ryder, and then Eric Edholm came. I think I can say that. But anyway, got in there first. Chad was there, and we heard this loud table behind us. And it turned, Chad started, calling over to them. And it turns out that they were the Georgia offensive line. So it was the 4 Georgia offensive linemen that were at the combine. And then they walked by our table. They were done. Chad was giving them a hard time about eating fried food. He said he was going to message Duke Mayweather, who many of them train under, you're eating fried foods, et cetera. But anyway, the reason I bring this up is Tate Ratledge stopped by our table and looked me directly in the eye, Freedman, because I was wearing the new Era gear that I got, the combine stuff with the 25 on it. It was the stuff that only the players had. Yeah. Ratledge was looking at me like, what position does this guy play?
Yeah.
Right. And so I looked at him and I said, Chad Powers, long snapper.
That is fantastic stuff. All right, so next pick here, we've got the Raiders with the 26th pick in the second round. Thor, you had mentioned the possibility how humorous it would be if the Chargers just a couple of picks ago had done the TCU wide receiver thing once again and taken Jack Besh. Instead, they will have to face him 2 times a year. He is with the Raiders, TCU wide receiver. Jack Besh, really intriguing, super shifty guy, a converted tight end, small for a tight end, good size for a wide receiver. What are your thoughts on what we see out of him in Las Vegas?
Jack Besh, one of the more inspirational stories we had during the pre-draft process. His brother passed away, unfortunately, in an attack earlier, right before the Senior Bowl, and then Jack Besh goes to the Senior Bowl, and he ended up scoring the game-winning touchdown right at the end. It was one of the coolest moments I've seen at an All-Star event, probably ever. Certainly during my time doing this, it sort of brought the chills out. Jack Besh rallies up to the second round late in his college career, and then with a good pre-draft process, I comp him to Eric Decker. I think you see some similarities there. Very, very good ball skills with Jack Besh. And it was something that we saw early on in his career when he was at LSU. You mentioned the convert. He's always been a big slot, the designation, whether you be a small tight end in the big slot or whether you be a big receiver in the slot. I mean, that's more or less what he does. But I really like the ball skills with him, the contortion that he does, and just attacking the ball, extending out to it and meeting it the furthest away from his body, bringing the ball in. Very reliable hands. So you're getting this guy to take over in the slot. If you're Las Vegas, Chip Kelly is going to use that. So, I mean, their projected starter there, they didn't have anyone for the slot. So, I mean, this is an ideal landing spot for Jack Besh, who is going to step in right there. It's not the same thing we were talking about with Trey Harris, where you do have a couple bodies in front of you that you will have to beat out. Jack Besh, you are the new starting slot for Las Vegas.
Yeah, 6.84 3-cone time for Jack Besh. Super twitchy. I think a real technician as a route runner.
Yes.
At 6'1", 214. I could see him being much more productive in the NFL than people would expect. But Thor, the time has come. It's not Shedeur Sanders time. It is Mike Green time. Mike Green
Baltimore?
Going to Baltimore. The Ravens do Ravens things. I mean, this is just, I don't want to say it's quite on the level of Howie Roseman, but it feels that way a little bit where, I mean, they took Malachi Starks in round 1, let the board fall to them with the 27th pick in the first round. They do the exact same thing in the second round, 27th pick of this stanza, as you would call it. Mike Green falls to them. And I would say the Ravens feel like one of the few teams where they could thoroughly research a player, understand potential character flaws, off the field issues like that, and say, we can deal with it. Like we can kind of put this guy in a box and deal with him in the locker room, deal with the off the field issues. We as an organization can help this guy mature, and he can be a really solid football player for us. So the Mike Green fall ends here. And I feel like the Ravens, regardless of any off the field issues with Mike Green, as a player on the field, steal of the draft so far.
Yeah, just the on field for sure, and be curious to see what comes again with the character concerns and the things that sent him down the board. Baltimore will clearly be addressing this in the pressers at speaking about this selection. So I'm curious to hear what they end up saying. I don't think we're going to hear from the other 31 NFL teams why they kept pushing Mike Green down the board, and we saw so many edges go today, and Mike Green has to wait until now, but gets taken by an organization that we trust and that has an infrastructure. So if there is something, if there are concerns there with the character, this would be the sort of organization that you would have wanted him to go to. And at this point, what a steal, again, just the on-field in this slot here. Mike Green last year, 91st percentile PFF pass rush grade, 95th percentile PFF pass rush grade on true pass rush sets. 99th percentile run defense grade. I mean, I could keep going on and on. 90th percentile above and everything. Dominant last year at Marshall. again, the circumstances surrounding why he left Virginia, that is why he gets pushed down here. But at the end of his career, certainly makes good at Marshall, ended up breaking out. He had a great Senior Bowl. He had a great pre-draft process, perhaps outside of the interviews, right? I mean, and we just don't know. That's something we don't get access to. But that's the only thing that explains his fall down here. Baltimore clearly feels comfortable enough, be that between what they know of the Mike Green situation and then the infrastructure that they have to take the risk here at this slot. But really, at this slot, how much of a risk really is it?
Yeah.
You are getting such a discount on the sticker price. At this point, I was surprised with some of these other teams taking edge. At a certain point, the juice becomes worth the squeeze for the risk. And so anyway, kudos to Baltimore, to your point, a team that always is getting steals in their slot. And yes, I agree with you. To this point in the draft, this would be the biggest discrepancy as far as a guy where we thought he was going to go and then where he falls down to.
So you look at the edge group that the Ravens have: Kyle Van Noy, Tavius Robinson, Odafe Owe, David Ojabu. A number of those guys, I believe, are free agents after this season. And so they have great depth there already, but in a year they could be in a situation where the depth maybe has thinned out. So the Ravens always tend to be a pretty forward-looking organization in, adding players maybe a year before they quote unquote need to, so that they always have depth at positions of value. I would say this was like a great move anyway. But then especially looking at you getting him in the second round, you adding to the war chest for later, so that when some of these guys leave, you are still able to summon a more than serviceable pass rush. Great move. I would say the Ravens, there are certainly some teams who have impressed with what they've done in the draft so far. I mean, the Cardinals for sure have impressed. But just kind of thinking about it right now, it feels like the Ravens are continuing to have like the best draft of all these teams. It's granted, we are near the end of round 2, a lot of draft left to unfold. We're not even halfway through the night, but very impressed with what we've seen out of the Ravens with their first 2 picks.
Certainly agree with that. And it's funny when I do my draft grades, the way that I do it, I grade on a curve. So you get, every year I have to give out 2 Fs, and then I have 2 A pluses, and then everyone else is evenly distributed right throughout the rainbow or whatever. And the way that I start out doing it is right after the draft, I run an ROI thing that I have, draft equity spent against the players that you acquired as they were on my board. Mm-hmm. And that's how I start out with a baseline for these different, and then, go from there, factoring in other things and then modulating them around. But the whole point I was going to make is when I run those numbers, I never know, how it's going to come out there in the initial aggregate. And the Ravens are one of those organizations that's always at the top. I always know every year after I run that, and then I, rank up, flip the column by the ROI, that I'm going to see right away Ravens, Eagles, Chiefs. It's clockwork. It's, and it's the same ideology that they all have. It's you in your slots, you are taking more or less best player available. And so you get stuff like this. And then because of how strong those organizations are and that infrastructure that they do have, the cultures that they have in place, they are also able, because of that, to take situational, risks like this. You can't do it all the time, right? Then you're going to have a team where it's the inmates are running the asylum. But if, Bill Belichick, he had the thing where it was like once a year, but way back in the day I'm talking, but they would take on one character risk guy per year, it seemed like. And it was like, oh, Bill, he's taking on his annual, guy that he's gonna make sure that his head is screwed on straight. And we just trust that Baltimore prospect like this, that they will get his head screwed on straight. So a very good landing spot for Mike Green. I know this is unfortunate for him as far as the situation getting pushed down here. You expect to go in the first round, you fall to the end of the second, but you couldn't have asked for a much better fit as far as an organization.
Yeah. And then I'd say the Panthers, I think they've also had a good draft.
Good draft so far.
Not to
Yes.
the point of the Ravens, but getting Nick Scorton in the middle of the second round, I think was fantastic
Yeah.
value there. All right. So continuing to see what we have. The pick is in with the Denver Broncos, 28th overall. We don't know what it is. But man, I have to say, I loved what they did last night in
Same.
getting Jahdae Barron.
Same.
And they had been mocked with a wide receiver or a running back, most often a running back, Marion Hampton in round one. I felt they addressed a bigger position of need with a really strong player in a secondary that I think is already really strong on a defense that is strong. It looks like they made it all the stronger last night. And then here in a class that is strong at running back, they have the opportunity in the second round still to get potentially, I think, a difference-making player. You can see here one of the top needs running back, Caleb Johnson, still on the board. I would love the idea of him with Sean Payton, but there are a number of other runners who could make sense here with the Broncos as well. Any thoughts on what we might see here, Sean Payton with the 28th pick in the second round?
Caleb Johnson would make a lot of sense here. And that's the one running back, my opinion, that you can take here. If they go a different position and they need help at the skills, and a few other positions, if you defer off that, I would understand that. But I would save the running back then for later on. And we've talked about how good the depth of the running back class is. You certainly could defer that to the next round. But if you're going to take a running back here, for me, it would be Caleb Johnson, and very clearly by margin, the number one running back on my board at this moment. So if you're going to go with that position, I would love that pick.
Yeah. I mean, they go running back, RJ Harvey.
Oh,
okay. Who is kind of like
he was my boy too.
Yeah, you were high on him, and I would say he's kind of like the arbitrage version of Travion Henderson. It's like they get, I would say, that kind of player in the second half of the second round here. Thoughts on RJ Harvey, running back out of UCF, going to Sean Payton and the Broncos with pick 60 overall?
I was super high on RJ Harvey all process long. Finished as my RB6. He would have the only other guy that I would have tossed out outside of Caleb Johnson. Again, I would have waited probably till the next round with it, if not Caleb. However, RJ Harvey isn't going to be available to you at that point.
Yeah,
this guy RJ Harvey, he hits dingers. That's what he's trying to do. He's swinging from the heels out there. It's a guy. He ran the 4.4 flat during the pre-draft process, but was consistently running in the 4.3s prior to that. Was hoping to run in the high 4.3s, and he ends up doing the 4.4. But you see the home run speed on the field, the preponderance of explosive runs from RJ Harvey, and he's better between the tackles, I think, that he gets credit for. Built very, very low to the ground. In fact, funny, he went to college as a dual threat quarterback, spent a year at Virginia as a 5'7.5" dual threat quarterback. And I think he realized after that year, he's not a quarterback. Transferred to UCF. He had some injuries initially at UCF, and that kind of the transition in positions and locations, and then the injury kind of threw a wrench into his first couple years there. You saw the breakout in the Gus Malzahn system the last 2 years. Last season, the explosive runs and the stats that he was putting up was pretty eye-opening. I like the way that he sees the field, and I got a chance to ask him about that at the Senior Bowl. Asking him if his quarterback background helped him at all with that, and he very much thinks that it does, in the way that he reads the defense and the way that they are slanted before a run concept and sort of projecting in his head where those defenders will be moving right after the snap. He's sort of formulating in his head his attack plan. And I notice on his tape, he does denote the danger that crashes through real quick, right? UCF, they had some leaks on their offensive line. And so sometimes you see a guy through a gap real quick. And RJ Harvey, he has like this cat-like reflex for it, where if the concept is going where danger has come immediately, really good at putting that foot in the dirt and then getting lateral, and then he'll zoom around the other side. The acceleration, and then once you turn the corner, getting upfield, you have the NOS button, and then you have the explosion. That explosive element with him in the open field is really fun. He erases angles. He has angle erasing speed. It reminds me of Tajay Spears, who is the guy that I ended up comparing him to. Not the exact same, but there are a lot of similarities there. Last thing about RJ Harvey, I expect him, and he expects himself to be a better receiver in the NFL than he was in college. He wasn't disrespectful about it, but he did as kindly as he could muster say that UCF could have used him a bit more as a receiver and could have used him more dynamically. You saw a lot of stuff behind the line of scrimmage. Even though we know with this kid's movement skills, he will be able to beat linebackers and safeties out beyond the line of scrimmage along his route path. Got to see that at the Senior Bowl is something that he was hoping to show off, and he broke ankles out there in space in the one-on-ones. You're going to see more of that in the NFL. That was my supposition before, and playing with Bo Nix and a Sean Payton offense. Get your popcorn ready. Sean Payton clearly is zeroed in on this player because of this sort of dormant aspect of his game with the receiving. Bo Nix, the screen passes and stuff like that. You got a guy here who's going to give you a lot of yak yardage. I think this pick makes all the sense in the world, and I think the Denver Broncos just got their starting running back. This guy, tomorrow, Monday or whatever, when the markets reset on the fantasy drafts, dynasty drafts, RJ Harvey needs to be way higher than he was before. I think people were sleeping on him coming into the draft, and you just got about as ideal a landing spot as you could possibly get. That kid is going to have an insane amount of catches next year. And again, I think he's a better runner than some people give him credit for.
All right, so I should say the Washington Commanders, they have taken from Mississippi cornerback Trey Amos. We'll talk about him in a little bit, but first, we're going to continue to talk about RJ Harvey because, Thor, to your point about the movement we should see in the dynasty market, undeniable. I'm already thinking, I'm looking at the dynasty rookie rankings we have on the site at Fantasy Life. By the way, I'm just going to give the plug for the early bird special that we have, 25% off. We're going to have updated dynasty rookie rankings, the early 2025 season long player projections. We are, by we, I mean Dwayne McFarland, but I will contribute to that process after the draft. We are updating those projections in real time so that you can look in the projections we have now and already see our projections for Ashton Genty and what we're expecting him to do. You can see the projections we have for Cam Ward. And by the way, I'll just give a quick shout out to the bet tracker that we have, the free bet tracker. You can already make bets on the number of rushing yards that Ashton Genty is going to have. And I will say there is a book out there. I'll just go ahead and say the book, FanDuel. They posted a line of 999.5 rushing yards for Ashton Genty. We have that projected at like 1,100. Already, you can just smash the over on that, right? So we have the projections already for what we think these rookies are going to do. We have the season-long projections, the season-long rankings that you can leverage for best ball, redraft, and of course, the guillotine leagues. We have a number of new tools that are going to be coming out. You can look at all of this on the site. The early bird special, 25% off with the promo code early25. I promise you it is worth it. Thor, you had mentioned RJ Harvey, and I'm looking here in the dynasty rankings thinking, how far do I move him up? Because let's assume that at pick 20, Sean Payton had selected Travion Henderson. Now, efficiency is its own thing, but just in terms of the utilization, how they would have given this guy opportunities, allocated the touches in that backfield, right? Henderson would have been the lead back for that team. I think that the same percentage of targets and carries are pretty close to it can basically be given to RJ Harvey. Because I'm not saying he's on Travion Henderson's level, but he is a similar type of player. And honestly, I don't think he's that much worse than Travion Henderson. So I'm not saying, hey, we need to put RJ Harvey up where we think Travion Henderson would have been if the Broncos had taken him at 20. But man, like, I think the gap between Judkins and Henderson and RJ Harvey is not that big. Like, in terms of just like your brain of stacking these guys now, given their circumstances, what are your thoughts?
For Dynasty, just on the fly here, I would have him, for sure I'd have him above Travion Henderson. The situation is better. It just is. And right away, he's going to be getting those touches. Quinshawn, to me, that would be closer as far as the PPR goes. if you're in a
Quinchon has sorry to talk here. Quinchon has such a great opportunity ahead of him with
he for sure does.
Yeah.
But I don't expect him to be a huge part of the passing game there. You can do the same things at the check downs and the screens and the swings with Quinchon, but he's just not as gifted in the passing game. So but a very good runner, right? And so like for me, that would probably depend on if you're in PPR or a standard scoring format there. So I would probably, I guess what I'm saying is right at this moment, I would have RJ Harvey at, I guess that would be 4, but I would, for fantasy purposes, immediately put him above Travion Henderson. And I would be thinking about it with Judkins. Right? Like I said, that would probably have to do with the league scoring. And I think you can even start thinking about him against Hampton. Again, the opportunity and the system. And then Hampton, is he going to cede any field time to Najee Harris initially? So RJ Harvey, man, you talk about wheels up here. I thought I was bullish on RJ Harvey. I had him higher than most people in the media, right? I mean, at RB6 there, I had him 75th overall on my board. Sean Payton, more bullish on RJ Harvey than I was. They took him in the 60th slot. And that skill set in that offense with that quarterback he's playing with and the coach that loves to throw the ball to the running back, RJ Harvey just died and got to heaven.
Yeah.
Unbelievable landing spot. Absolutely unbelievable landing spot. I mean, this is the meme coin that just went to the moon. If you're out there and you had the drafts beforehand, you know, the different drafts they do before we actually get this draft, and you're just sort of speculating on the rookies, and you ran into RJ Harvey in some of those. Congratulations if you stocked your portfolio in advance of this, because man, the stock is flying up on RJ Harvey right now.
Yeah, if Travion Henderson goes number 20 to the Broncos, he's probably the RB2, maybe the RB3 in this class. I'm not saying AJ Harvey is Travion Henderson, but man, he is almost certainly the lead back in the Sean Payton offense, which is already an offense you want to have exposure to, but also has an ascending quarterback in Bo Nix. Great situation for RJ Harvey. Very much feels like the riser so far. And in round 2 draft capital, like Thor, I feel like you would say like, that ain't nothing, right?
Yeah.
Like it certainly is not. Like
it's something.
Round 2 draft capital for a running back basically means this guy should be expected to be a starter very early in his NFL career, and certainly like a fantasy factor. So very enthusiastic about RJ Harvey.
Yeah, if RJ Harvey, right, like if he had gotten to choose his destination before the draft, I'm guessing he would have said Denver.
Yeah.
What situation presented the opportunity and the system that perfectly for that kid? He must be absolutely thrilled. You know, someone who didn't find the RB position until later on. Again, he was the quarterback before. He wanted to try out quarterback. You know, we were kind of laughing about that. You know, it's the 5'7.5" dual threat. But then he finds the running back position again right away at UCF with the injuries. It took him a little bit, but the last 2 years, he was one of the best running backs that we had in America. And he got nitpicked this process, right? He had this sawed off frame there. A lot. So some of the explosive runs he had, it was that sort of thing I was talking about seeing the immediate penetration, getting flat down the line, and then he would hit the dinger going around the other way. The idea that you're not going to have access to those same kind of runs in the NFL, that's true. But I think his between the tackle stuff, I think he can modulate his strategy with that. He has a very darty like agility, and he has that vision and feel. He's not afraid to go between the tackles, I guess is what I'm saying. And then that receiving utility that he was like, man, I wanted to show a little bit more. My man, congratulations. You are going to get to show plenty over your NFL career working with Sean Payton, working with Bo Nix.
All right. So I know we talked a long time about RJ Harvey there, but hey, we are a fantasy company. And in terms of fantasy, RJ Harvey going in the second round, the Denver Broncos, big development.
Yeah.
All right. So Thor, while we've been talking about Harvey, the guys who have gone off the board, Trey Amos, cornerback out of Mississippi, going to the Washington Commanders. Shamar Turner, the other Shamar at Texas A&M, the defensive tackle, going to the Chicago Bears. And then Omar Norman Lott, defensive tackle out of Tennessee, going to the Kansas City Chiefs. Let's start with the Commanders with the 29th pick in the second round, taking Trey Amos, who was, I wouldn't say widely mocked in round 1, but was on that round 1, round 2 borderline in a number of mocks. The Commanders addressed the defense, getting him there in the second round, near the bottom of the second round. I think pretty good value there. What are your thoughts on Trey Amos going to the Commanders?
Yeah, Lane Kiffin, the Ole Miss coach, we kind of have fun with him, and he has fun with it himself, calling himself the portal king and these different things. And a lot of times with him, when you're talking about the portal, it's the high the high profile acquisitions or the losses in the case of Quinshon Judkins. But Walter Nolan would be an example from last year. Mentioned Trey Harris before. Trey Amos was a bit of a different kind of a portal acquisition for Ole Miss, where Trey Amos, the season before, he had struggled at Alabama, and there was sort of a souring there. So Lane Kiffin, in some ways, took a chance. Trey Amos had played better when he was in the G5. But Lane Kiffin gave him another crack at the SEC, and his game shot up this past season playing in that system there. And you mentioned Freedman. There was certainly in our industry, in the draft media industrial complex, there was a lot of smoke and push for Trey Amos. I'm sorry to be Trey Amos, Trey Harris, who's on first, Abbott and Costello. Trey Amos to be a late first round pick there, or very early in the second. I was lower on him than some others, CB6. But I ranked him 43rd, which again was lower than most. And you're Washington here, 61st slot. The first round decision with Washington, you get Josh Connerly. We talked about that last night, how that allowed you to kick Brandon Coleman inside. But the thing we were talking about is you had the boundary cornerback need, you had the edge rusher need, and you went with the tackle one initially. Wanted to see what they did on day two. They had to be thrilled that Trey Amos fell down there. You get that boundary cornerback. You can now think about kicking Mike Sanders still back inside to nickel. Mike Sanders still a very, very talented player, but because of the size limitations, he can get abused on the boundary. You saw that with A.J. Brown in the last playoff game that Washington had. But a good pick for Washington with Trey Amos. Then Shamar Turner going to Chicago. Chicago, man, all the ammunition that they have, they continue to remake their roster. This is already their fourth pick, correct, Freedman, of the draft so far?
Yes.
Yeah, so, obviously Colson, Lovin, and Burden, you get the offensive playmakers there initially. We talked about Ozzie Trapillo just a little bit ago, and now you finally hit defense with Shamar Turner, and it's a good time to hit interior defensive line here, even though based on my board, this is a bit of a reach, not by a ton. I had him 79th, but because of where the interior defensive line position was, you want to hit that, you better hit it now. Teams are going hard at that. So this is a good value in terms of that. I like Shamar Turner more than the guy that went right after him, who we can transition to now, Norman Lott. Norman Lott is a fascinating evaluation. You can see this one a couple different ways. It's like Norman Lott. He's one of those evaluations in this class where it's like the Rorschach test, where what you see and what you say, it says more about you than it does what you're seeing. Was a little bit because we all agreed what we're seeing. It's just the way that it was valued. He didn't play the full-time snaps. He played situational snaps for Tennessee. Per snap, his numbers were awesome. But the question was, why didn't Tennessee play him more? The length on that kid is insane. At his frame, 6'2", 303. The pre-draft testing, not as good, but Norman Lott, more explosive than that on the field. You have the explosive first step with the length with him. He crashes gaps and can get into the backfield. Can he keep that effectiveness with the crashing the gates thing over full-time snaps? Or is this going to be a situational guy over his career? Chicago is going to figure that out. But again, per snap kind of a guy. The numbers there were really good. The efficiency was really good. And Freedman, the last one, just since I'm talking here, Philadelphia comes up with their pick and takes Andrew Mukaba. I love this pick. I absolutely love this pick. Philadelphia, I mocked them in the first round, my last mock draft. I mocked them Malachi Starks, which I had some fun with because, of course, Howie Roseman, he loves to accrue his Georgia defenders. He went against type in the first round, ended up making that small trade up for Jihad Campbell. You bring an Alabama defender into your defensive room. But here, a round later, this is where you get your safety, right? They had traded C.J. Gardner-Johnson to the Texans, I believe, right? And so you had the opening there. This is a very good pick in order to address it. I really liked Andrew Mukaba. This is a guy that I was higher on than the consensus. I had him as my safety 5. Philadelphia ends up taking him even a little bit where I had him overall. I had him 82nd. I'm not going to argue with this pick, though, based on the position of need that Philadelphia had. what I really like about Mukaba's game, he's a killer in coverage. And you know, I think some teams might have questioned that utility, a kid who weighed in pre-draft process 186, 51st percentile athlete, but he's one of those guys where his in-game testing, the in-game metrics that you get with the chips on the GPS, the athleticism there is much better than it was in shorts during the pre-draft tests. And at a certain point with that, if there's a discrepancy between the two, in my opinion, the way that you choose which one is real, what does your eyes tell you? My eyes told me with Mukaba that what I saw in the field, that's the kind of athlete that he is. And again, just a killer in coverage. That's what his game is. The run defense, you're not going to get as much utility out of Mukaba with that. But as far as the center fielder with the instincts, a guy who reads the field really well, triggers downhill real quick, gets involved at a lot of catch points. That's the thing that I like about Andrew Mukaba, and I really like that pick for Philadelphia at a position of need.
All right. So we are through the second round. Now feels like an excellent time to kick it to our friends, our very good friends at Bud Light.
Fantasy football fans, sure, NFL season may be long over, but next season's action is already well underway. We're talking big trades, new signings, draft order shuffles, you name it. And all this preseason NFL action is easier to enjoy with the official beer of the NFL. So get Bud Light delivered today and enjoy every season projection, every player trade, every coaching change, and draft pick with the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light, the official beer of the NFL. Stock up now for the offseason and enjoy Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
All right, Thor, the third round has commenced. Darius Alexander, Toledo defensive tackle, going at the top of the round to the New York Football Giants. Thor, thoughts on what we will see out of Darius Alexander in the NFL?
Love the value of this pick. Interior defensive line, a lot of those guys getting pulled up. Darius Alexander is like the one exception. He just kept hanging out there as we've seen all these other interior, you know, including two in the last three picks with Turner and Omar Norman Lott. I had Alexander way above those guys. I had Alexander as an early second round pick. He ends up getting pushed around down, even in this environment where the other guys at his position group are getting sucked up. But like I said, I really, really like this pick. This kid's game, it's power. It's a north-south propulsion, and it's the power. He's a bully. And in the MAC, boy, was he a bully. And he could crash through double teams, etc. There's a nuance to his game that needs to be worked on a little bit. That's where you're going to polish. It's a kid who, you know, it's like the way I think of it is like in you know, you're a college baseball pitcher and you can throw 100 miles an hour. Those guys, a lot of times you don't develop your secondary pitches because you can strike everyone out with the heat. But then when you get drafted into Major League Baseball, you're in the minor leagues. Now all of a sudden, okay, you need a secondary pitch, because if not, guys that can hit the heat will be sitting dead red on the heat, and you're going to get taken yard a bunch. You just have to get a get me over pitch. Need some more get me over pitches with Darius Alexander. He does show some pass rushing moves, and he can toggle through a little bit, but the refinement of that and then playing off the power. Because the power, that's what people are sitting back dead red on their heels. And if you can play against that expectation, I think his game plays up even more. But this is a guy, in my opinion, that should have gone about a round ago, particularly in that environment that we're in with the interior defensive line class.
All right, another pick has been made. Kansas City Chiefs at 66, taking edge rusher from Louisville, Ashton Gillot. 100% chance I butchered his last name. Thor, let's get through this because the Cleveland Browns have also made a pick at number 67, and we don't know what that is. I'm wondering, probably not Shedeur Sanders, but it's just worth keeping in mind. Shedeur Sanders still on the board, Jalen Milroe still on the board, but Ashton Gillot, edge rusher to the Chiefs.
Yeah, an edge rusher here that I think deserves this slot. You look at his last year where he jumped up, and what this pick is being made for is the heat off of the edge. Last year, in terms of pass rush win percentage, 95th percentile PFF. That's what you're getting from that kid. 6'3", 275, but he can generate that heat and get into the backfield. You get a little edge shedding with him as well, but the run defense not quite as good. Need to work on that a little bit. But yeah, I do like sort of the treetop elements of his game. You do have to work on it a little bit, but the profile here absolutely deserves getting picked in a slot like this.
All right, Cleveland Browns. Still not seen any confirmation on who they have picked with the third pick in the third round.
This pick would make a lot of sense for Milroe, though, right? Like
Yeah.
if any organization is going to shoot the moon on Jalen Milroe, it would be the Browns, who have his offensive coordinator from 2023 at Alabama, when Milroe was so awesome down the stretch there, in Tommy Rees, now the coordinator for the Browns, and he knows how to construct the offense around Jalen Milroe. Andrew Berry, the GM for the Browns, spoke glowingly of Jalen Milroe at his press conference, although he also did with Travis Hunter, and then he ended up trading that slot a couple of days later. So who knows about that? But yeah, this would be, I think, the slot to do that with Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's just circle back on Shedeur Sanders. I mean, this could also be a Shedeur slot, but like the difference between, oh, hey, we were thinking about taking him at number 2 overall, and hey, great news, we got him in the third round. It just feels like he enters the building in very different circumstances. And maybe you didn't want to invest in him with the second pick overall and have to deal with everything that accompanies that. Getting him with the third pick in the third round is something very different. I'm surprised that Sanders is still on the board at this point. And honestly, like, I think like you had him as the number 1 quarterback in the class. Mel Kiper had him as the number 1 quarterback in the class. Bucky Brooks had him at that rank. Like, there are football reasons and then off the field reasons. And I feel like the Shedeur Sanders fall has maybe a little bit more to do with, hey, we didn't like him so much as a person, or we didn't like the things that accompany him and like sort of the extravagance, like all of these things that have to do with him off the field and not as a football player. Like, as a football player, he should be off the board now, right?
Long time ago.
Yeah.
Long time ago. Yeah. So something else going on there. There was reports of bad interviews. It's hard to know what we could take seriously, like what information was correct there, right? Because there was also reports of good ones. People would come out in his defense, but then you would hear anonymous stuff. And then the thing that I pointed to with this, which is sort of unprecedented with a recent prospect, certainly at that position. I mean, that's the only position where I think it would manifest, but a situation where especially if you're a coaching staff on the hot seat and you select that prospect, it's only natural that the fan base, if you were already on the hot seat and you start slow, you have Shedeur Sanders on your team, that the fan base start calling for your head and let's hire Coach Prime. I have to believe that is a factor. It just is. I mean, like you think about like your defensive back coach, your cornerback coach or whatever, your secondary coach, and you've worked all your life to get up to that point, and now you're on a staff that's on the hot seat. Even in that situation, you'd be like, man, if we start out slow next year, we have Shedeur on the team. Even if we like him, even if we think he's a good fit, we're all going to be out of here, and now my career is stagnated. So I do think that there is some of that going on, and it's going to take a courageous staff to take him. I don't know if based on this, I don't know if a staff that is on the hot seat can, because of those fears. And obviously Cleveland's bypassed them a couple of times. So I would think with Cleveland, it would be more Jalen Milroe. We'll find out though.
Yeah. It's Harold Fannin, tight end from Bowling Green. And
somewhere Dwayne McFarland is jumping up and down and having a good time.
Yep. So after going defense early in the draft, the Browns have added Quinshon Judkins, added Harold Fannin, Las Vegas Raiders on the clock. This could be a Shedeur Sanders spot. Just saying. It probably isn't, but it could be. Let's talk about Harold Fannin going to the Browns. What are your thoughts on Fannin? Kind of I believe the lone remaining tight end in that second tier that we have, goes off of the board in the third round. What are your thoughts?
Because he's sort of the last one there, and then getting him at this slot, I really like this pick. Harold Fannin on my board was 71st. They get him at the 67 slot, but after Fannin's off the board, you crash off the shelf as far as the tight end class. A tight end class that we liked. He's sort of the last sure-ish thing. Different than some of those other tight ends, right? Like he's not the third offensive line inline guy for you, right? You're not going to be playing him there. He's going to take a slot receiver off the field for you, but you get the versatility and the guy who's going to be shifting around the alignment. Sometimes you're going to line him up in the backfield. Sometimes you're going to line him up in the slot. You line him up anywhere, right? A creative offensive play caller is going to have a lot of fun here with Harold Fannin. It'll be interesting to see how they mix and match him with David Njoku, but the Cleveland Browns, a team that does not have a good wide receiving core. So this is sort of an interesting solution to it amid this bad wide receiver class. you get sort of this hybrid player, this move H backy, sort of a guy that shattered every FBS record known to mankind last year for the single season for the tight end position at Bowling Green. And for people that, Harold Fan, he coming up from the MAC and, the unorthodox game, and he's small and all these different things. In the MAC, they knew what Bowling Green's offense was. It was get the ball to Harold. So MAC opponents always were double teaming Harold Fannin. And then in the 2 games last year where Bowling Green really stepped up in competition in September against Penn State and Texas A&M, Harold Fannin licked both of them too. And not just the manufactured stuff, touch stuff close to the line of scrimmage. This kid can win downfield as well. He's really good at ball tracking. They would do interesting stuff of leaking him out and running sort of these wheel routes around the sideline. He was really good at that as well. I like Harold Fannin. He's an unorthodox mover. He's more athletic than he appears to be because of this herky-jerky sort of movement style that he has. But I also think that explains why he so easily gets separation. You can see that on tape. You can see that in his numbers as well, the separation percentile. Harold Fannin, I like the pick for Cleveland.
All right, another pick has been made. The Las Vegas Raiders taking Darian Porter, cornerback out of, is it Iowa or
Iowa State?
Out of Iowa State, cornerback out of Iowa State, Darian Porter. The Raiders. Yeah.
This is the shoot the moon pick right here. The cornerback class. This is your big swing guy here. Interesting evaluation where he was a late position convert, played on the other side of the ball before, gave him a shot at cornerback. He had been sort of a special teams, sort of an organizational soldier and a backup off the bench and then a core special teamer before and gets more playing time last season. Not full-time snaps, but he got on the field more on defense and in zone coverage. He was tremendous on a per snap basis, and a kid who just has absolutely freakish, measurable 6'3", 195. And Freedman, you're sitting down 9.99 RAS on Darian Porter, but you have the elevated age. He's already 24 and a half or will be 24 and a half. And a kid who was in college, obviously, for a long time. And then his breakout at the very end, it was only in partial snaps. And one other interesting thing, Freedman, about, his on-field play last year in zone was where he was tremendous. In the very small sample we got of him in man, he got lit up a couple of times. So it's a guy that probably needs to be playing in zone, and you're going to try to work to refine his instincts with that. It's sort of with his, trailing and with his back to the quarterback, he sort of looks like the wide receiver he was in the not too distant past. So I don't know how much you want to trust him with that. Certainly initially you're not going to, but with Darian Porter, very minimum, you're going to get a special teamer here with Las Vegas, and you have the opportunity to hit a dinger with him as the cornerback. If you're right here, you could develop him. You talk about a Pete Carroll cornerback here, right? I mean, you have the big outside guy. He'll get his hands on you. And then in that zone system, he has all the athleticism in the world. Just keep working to refine those instincts with him. Let's get you comfortable in zone, and maybe we can end up trusting you there on the boundary. You might have run into one, but again, you have a bit of a floor there because of the special teams utility.
Thor, I was going there. You say a cornerback who entered college as a wide receiver, that just screams Richard Sherman, right? Like, and he's got like Sherman size, but he's got, I would also say something that reminds me of another Seattle cornerback, Tariq Woolen. He's got that athleticism as well to go along with the size. And so this seems like a perfect Pete Carroll pick. And then also they needed the position. They needed cornerback. So absolutely do love this pick. And as you say, like, this is a shoot the moon pick, right?
Yeah.
Wide range of outcomes with Darian Porter. He could be a core special teamer who plays almost none on defense, or he could be like a multi-year Pro Bowler on the perimeter, like the wide range of outcomes with him. Speaking of wide range of outcomes, I feel like we also have that with Kyle Williams, wide receiver, Washington State, drafted to the New England Patriots with the 5th pick in the 3rd round. Williams is intriguing. I feel like I kind of quote unquote should like the landing spot a little bit because he has an opportunity ahead of him to where Stephon Diggs, getting older, injured, might be on the team for only a year or two. Kyle Williams really could be the long-term number one wide receiver for Drake May. He at least has the opportunity ahead of him. What are your thoughts on Kyle Williams?
Kyle Williams is going to start as a rookie. This is a great landing spot for Kyle Williams. Sure, you signed Diggs, right? But then the other receivers there: Matt Collins, Kendrick Bourne, Jalen Polk, Butte, Pop Douglas, right? This is you're Kyle Williams. This is the receiver room that you want to get drafted into, and Drake May presumably is very happy right now. Kyle Williams, he's a little bit on the slider side, and the measurables is what he got nitpicked for, but he has arguably certainly a top 3 release package in this class. And it's hard to really put anyone up against him. I had to see it to believe it, up close at the Senior Bowl. But where a lot of those guys, the Senior Bowl receivers in the one-on-ones, they were doing what we joked was TikTok release packages, where it was like the dance moves and 5-6 seconds later, and then they'd make their first move. They were doing their dances off the line. Kyle Williams, he was playing it straight. Boom, boom, gone. Boom, boom, gone. You just can't say with the footwork. You don't know which direction he's going, then gone. Right? It's just hard to stay with it. So he's going to get off the line. He's going to get into his route. You're not going to funnel him. You're not going to impede his progress off there. So he gets a head start in reps, and defensive backs tend to catch up to him along the route stem. And then Kyle Williams tends to pull back ahead at the route break, where his efficiency of his movement and his footwork, the precision of it, getting out of there, and then the acceleration out of those route breaks, he tends to create the separation there, open up the throwing windows, and extremely reliable. Kyle Williams, 5-year starter in college, 3 of them at UNLV, 2023 at Wazoo, with Cam Ward, but it wasn't until this past year with John Mateer after Cam Ward had transferred where Kyle Williams really blew up, and then he had the strong pre-draft process. Again, the measurables that not as inspiring as some of the other wide receivers, but they're good enough. Certainly, they're not negating a 60-something percentile size adjusted athlete. I mentioned a little bit smaller for the boundary receiver, but because of that release package, he absolutely will play on the boundary. At the next level. He can also play in the slot, but because of, like I said, that release package, a boundary type guy, and for New England, this guy is going to move to near the top of your receiving depth chart real quick. And like I said, I expect him to start from week 1 for the New England Patriots.
Thor, sticking with Kyle Williams, although I feel like I should mention in passing, the draft continues on. Isaac TeSlaa, wide receiver from Arkansas, 100% chance I got that last name wrong, goes to the Lions after Williams going to the Patriots. I want to stick with Williams for a little bit, and then we'll get to the next pick here. Thor, I know that you were high on Kyle Williams entering the process. I have him right now, haven't made any updates, but I have him right now as my wide receiver 10 in the Dynasty rookie rankings that we have on the site. He's moving up the board.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm putting him ahead of Travis Hunter or anything, but you look at some of the landing spots, some of the situations for the wide receiver so far. Travis Hunter, it's nice that he's with a professional quarterback, but he's going to have to deal with targets with Brian Thomas there. Like, it would have been nice if Hunter could have gone to a team where he was like the clear number 1. He's not in that situation. Emeka Egbuka, first round draft capital, going to have to compete with a lot of targets with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Matthew Golden going to a stacked wide receiver room already. Luther Burden going to be the number 3 wide receiver. And, he could be the number 5 pass catcher, even given that Colson Loveland is there, and they could have Cole Kmet too. So Trey Harris, he's not going to be the number 1 receiver on his team. Jaden Higgins, right, not the number 1 receiver on his team. Kyle Williams is already a talented guy, and now he has the chance to be the number 1 receiver on his team, and he is tied to hopefully an ascending quarterback entering his second season, who now has a reliable, long tenured offensive coordinator in Josh McDaniels. So Kyle Williams, I have him right now entering the process as my wide receiver 10 in rookie rankings. Minimum wide receiver 8, but wide receiver 6 feels like that could be very justifiable. Maybe even higher than that. So certainly a good landing spot for him, a riser up the board. All right, let's get to the Detroit Lions in the third round, taking Isaac. I want to say Tesla, but I know that's not right. Thor, tell me how to pronounce this dude's last name.
You got to put some English on the end. It's Tesla.
Tesla. Yeah.
Like coleslaw, but Tesla. Yeah.
All right. Isaac Tesla, Arkansas wide receiver, going to the Lions.
I love Isaac Tesla. He caught our eye down there at the Senior Bowl. He's shout out to producer Matt Swing, who was down there with me in Mobile. He caught both of our eyes. I thought I was going to be for sure the highest person in the industry on Tesla until I saw, and he was 112 on my board, which is significantly higher than a lot of people out there. Till I seen right before, within the last 4 or 5 days, Daniel Jeremiah released his like extended board, and he had Tesla in the 90s, and I was like, oh, give me a break. Yeah, he hops me in line, and now the NFL, you see, they liked him even more than certainly everybody in the media. As far as I know, I would have been the second highest after I didn't see all the boards, but Detroit taking him here, very interesting. Like I said, I love the game of Tesla, and I think it is going to play up at the next level. He is a big slot, and he is a very big slot. 6'4", 214 pounds, 993 RAS, and that was over the full gamut of tests. We knew that he could get north-south and that he could get up in the air. That's the stuff that you see on his tape. He is a big slot who threatens the seam, threatens the third level of the field. When you get him one-on-one, toss him the lollipops because he'll get up in the air. He's going to get higher than the guy he's up against. The thing we didn't get to see as much in Arkansas's offense, and this was a part of the reason that I was bullish on him, because I projected growth in this area. And maybe not even growth. Maybe it was a dormant skill of his that just wasn't allowed to be used because of the constitution of that offense. They had a run-heavy offense. They had this big dual threat, athletic quarterback in Talon Green, but not good with accuracy, not good with anticipatory concepts. Isaac Tesla, the agility test that he turned in during the pre-draft process really opened my eyes, because you didn't get to see as much of that stuff in the intermediate area with the quick, sudden routes like that. Again, just because of the way he was used, the constitution of that offense, but because of the way he tested, it suggests that there is dormant ability there that could be unlocked with him short and intermediate, creating more separation there. I already know he has the downtown utility. He was beating people down the field at the Senior Bowl, going up there and making plays, climbing the ladder and going up and getting the ball. If you have that potential there in the intermediate range that I was just talking about, if that is a dormant ability that he has, he just wasn't able to show it at Arkansas, and certainly he believes that. We talked to him down there at the Senior Bowl. Then you just got a value even in the slot you just took him, which again was above anywhere in the media boards. But I absolutely see what Detroit is doing here, and they got their big slot here. I think that kid's going to play early, and I think he's going to acquit himself well.
I mean, I will say, and you mentioned this, the athletic profile is near elite.
Incredible. Yeah.
6'4", 214 pounds. The agility, especially 6.85 3-cone drill. And then just the pure speed, 4.43 second, 40-yard dash. I look at the landing spot and I think, okay, what happens with Jameson Williams? Are the Lions potentially going to trade him? Although if they haven't traded him yet, I don't think they are trading him during the draft. Amon-Ra St. Brown primarily plays in the slot. Is there the opportunity for Tesla to play out wide a little bit? If so, he could end up eventually being a starter, maybe beats out Tim Patrick. Maybe he's a starter in his second season. Worst case scenario, it feels like they could have a really strong special teams ace on their hands with him, who might have the ability to sneak in and eventually become a full-time receiver. But it just, you look at the talent and then you say, where does the opportunity come? Because he's blocked by Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jameson Williams, Sam Laporta, and that's not to mention that there will be targets also going to Jahmyr Gibbs. If you are investing in Tesla, it's because you have the long-term in mind, and you think that eventually, maybe year 2, year 3, opportunities open up. But a mixed bag landing spot. Great offense. He might not get opportunities right away.
I do wonder here if the idea is kicking Amon-Ra more or less full-time out to the boundary. You certainly, from the athletic testing profile, et cetera, with Tesla, and Again, wasn't developed probably like he should have been at Arkansas. This is a guy earlier in his career at Hillsdale College. You want to talk about? I was talking about how crazy Trey Harris's yards per route run were. Check out Tesla's at Hillsdale. That truly, I meant men amongst boys was like Gulliver's Travels. Him against the other guys, in terms of that. But you go to Arkansas, the shrinkage of the utility there, and they had waves of wide receivers as well that are going to play in the NFL. No superstars, but they had a whole bunch of bodies there, and they did sort of hockey line stuff. I would rather try to develop his game, after sort of the dormancy of that the last couple of years. I would rather try to start that as the big slot, and then maybe you move Amon out, or maybe initially they think we have to polish this a little bit the first year. And maybe you mix and match him there, but I would like him in the slot. We know that utility works, and I think there again, if there is that dormant ability there that I was speaking about before, where his game could shoot up even a little bit more.
All right, so Thor, we spent some time talking about the guys who matter, aka the wide receivers. Now we need to catch up a little bit. Going to the Saints, pick 71, Vernon Broughton, defensive tackle from Texas. Going to the Bills at 72, Landon Jackson, edge from Arkansas. And then going to the New York Jets, A.Z. Thomas, cornerback out of Florida State. Let's talk about these guys. And I specifically will want to hear your thoughts on A.Z. Thomas. I'm impressed by what the Jets are doing so far. But let's start with what the Saints did in getting the defensive tackle from Texas.
Yeah, was that the Jets that got Broughton?
No, it's the Saints. Number 71. The Saints take Vernon Broughton, defensive tackle, Texas.
Yeah, this is a size projection here, and a tools projection. 6'5", 311. On Vernon Broughton. You have quickness there as well, along with that rangy frame. My issue with Vernon Broughton and why I ranked him lower, I ranked him 143. So I see this as a reach. I don't like the leverage that he plays with. I saw too much popping up there. And so that was sort of my issue with his game. I do like the first step quickness. I like the length. The rangy frame. So I see it from a treetop perspective, what they're seeing here. They're going to have to address the leverage issue with his game. And I think he gets wiped out of reps because of that. That's certainly going to happen more at the NFL unless it's rectified. So that's where I landed on him. Chicago with Landon Jackson at the 70. You're at the 72nd slot there. That's a steal. How did Landon Jackson fall all the way down there? That is confusing to me. Landon Jackson, talk about a guy where early in this process, he was being mocked at the end of the first round. I think when we sort of rounded it into form here, most people agreed this is a guy who's going to go pretty early in the second round, or certainly top half of the second round. He ends up falling down here, even though we had sort of that mini run on edges in the last round that we had talked about. I like Landon Jackson's game. It's very straightforward. He is... Talk about a skyscraper. This kid's a skyscraper at 6'6", 264 pounds, 98th percentile size adjusted athlete, but it's north-south. He's the bully guy. He is going to set the clean edge for you. This is a guy, Landon Jackson, when he starts falling down the board. Washington, we talked about their last pick. They stopped the fall at Trey Amos. Landon Jackson is a guy that fit their ethos as far as a guy who sets a clean edge, plays good run defense. And then, it's more or less straightforward with the pass rushing, where it's a lot of the power element of it and the bull rushing and that sort of a thing. But I like Landon Jackson's game. I saw a lot of similarities there to AJ Epinesa, another power edge who came out a few years ago, was a second round pick. He ends up falling down to the third round. I'm a bit surprised. Very good value there for Chicago.
Jets. I got to say, I am impressed by what we have seen from the Jets so far. Membo in the first round, Mason Taylor in the second round, and now Thomas in the third round. The team lost a cornerback in free agency. Thomas was, widely mocked in that situation of like round one, round two borderline. I'd say in the middle of the draft process, lost some of that steam, but I would say we generally expected to go in the second round. Getting him here in the third round, I think presents pretty good value. What are your thoughts here on Thomas going to the Jets?
This is a situation where I was a little bit lower on a prospect than some of my media brethren. But for me in this slot, I mean, the NFL was even lower, but you acknowledge the value that you got in that slot. I had Thomas 56th on my board. There were some people that thought, especially earlier this process, this is going to be a late first rounder. But I think a lot of people expected him. You look at the 2-round mocks or more, in the top half of the second round there. He ends up falling down. Freeman, you mentioned what happened, during the pre-draft process. He had some steam and then it sort of fell off. And I think that was in pretty direct conjunction to his running the 40. That was already the question with his evaluation. It's the foot speed, the long speed on him, the makeup speed. There was a supposition that perhaps he lacked it and he didn't help himself in that regard, but tremendous size. They're 6'2", 196, plays 200 or so. And the overall athletic profile, 81st percentile. He does move around well for a taller, angular type cornerback. It's, again, just that long speed is the concern there. But you can do things to mitigate that, depending on the defensive scheme that you're using. You don't want to have him on the boundary where he has to trail one-on-one without over-the-top help, but you're not going to do that to him. You know what his game is. I think that is solid value there with him falling down the board. I think the NFL, at the end of the day, was a little bit too punitive with Thomas because of the lack of long speed.
All right, going off of the board next to the Denver Broncos, we have wide receiver Pat Bryant from Illinois. So the Broncos, I look at what they have after Cortland Sutton, and I'm not super impressed. I got to say, I'm also not super impressed with Pat Bryant. I have him in my rankings. Let me rephrase this. He is not included in my top 100 big board. So obviously I was wrong. And Sean Payton was right. But I got to say, Thor, you have a number 164 in your top 500 here. Far be it from me ever to question Sean Payton, but this feels like a little bit of a reach. Like maybe they could have gotten him in round 4. But what are your thoughts on Pat Bryant, wide receiver from Illinois?
Yeah, I did rank him lower, but there's aspects of his game that I do really like, and I enjoyed talking to him too. I think that Denver, I'm sure they really like the person that they're getting here. Pat Bryant, he worked on his game a lot there at Illinois with Bielema and ends up having the late breakout. He's a big, muscular perimeter receiver who this year he played up as far as the receiving. You saw him have his mini breakout as far as that goes. You get a lunch pail blocker here, and I wonder how much that played into this. This is one of the better blockers in this wide receiver class. What you get with him from the receiving element, it's more the efficiency possession type stuff. This is not a guy that is going to scare NFL boundary corners as far as this guy could take my lunch money over the top. You're not going to have to give over the help top with him. But again, he's bringing it. This kid plays intense. He gets after it as a block. He blocks like a tight end. And then you get the efficiency stuff as far as the possession stuff goes. So I think with Sean Payton, it's a guy, a well-fortified guy. You can trust him blocking. You can trust him with the routes, the short stuff. You're not going to stretch him athletically and send him to the third level of the field. A little bit of a reach for me. Running the 4.61, et cetera. But I get the utility that they see in Pat Bryant, and certainly again a guy who, from a character perspective, the coaches and the teammates that have been around Pat Bryant speak very highly of him.
All right, so there are guys who go in the third round every year who end up doing nothing, and sometimes I will just try to make a stand on a guy of like, all right, I know it's a probabilistic thing. But some guys I'll just say, you know what, I'm not going to have any exposure or very limited exposure to this guy. And I feel like Pat Bryant is going to be one of those guys for me. I don't think he's going to get a lot of opportunity. There are other players ahead of him. I have him as my wide receiver 21 entering the process, like from the rookie rankings perspective. I don't know how much higher I'm going to move him up. I mean, I have to move him up because he went in the third round and he conceivably could beat out some guys and become a starter. But man, I'm going to be pretty unenthusiastic about him. That is for sure. All right. So that was Pat Bryant going to the Broncos with the 10th pick in the third round, wide receiver from Illinois. Up next, we have Nick Martin, the linebacker from Oklahoma State, going to the San Francisco 49ers. And so you look at what the 49ers have done throughout this process, and it is very clear they came into the draft with one thing in mind, just absolutely restocking the front seven. Mikael Williams in round 1, Alfred Collins in round 2. With those guys, you address the defensive line. And then here with Nick Martin, you get your off ball linebacker. Thor, what are your thoughts on Nick Martin to the 49ers and then what they are doing in general with this aggressive addressing of the front seven?
Yeah, their draft strategy clearly is following a through line. You like that. That's clearly what they attacked, and they're going about their business as far as following that plan. The picks before, I thought they made more sense than this one. I wasn't the biggest fan of Nick Martin's game as far as how it projects to the next level. They obviously see something a little bit different, but Nick Martin, 5'11 and a half, 221, very undersized linebacker. Out of Oklahoma State. I compared him to Duke Riley, 85th percentile size adjusted athlete. I ranked him as a UDFA. This is the first guy on my board that I had as a UDFA that got taken. You have the undersized linebacker. What I like about him, he's one of those feisty undersized guys that gets after it, and his instincts are solid. So you'll see him flying sideline to sideline, that sort of stuff. Utterly lacks play strength, utterly lacks length, right? And the tackle radius, you even in college, you're existing on this line where you have very little margin for error because of the physical dimensions there. You go to the NFL, it's even going to get smaller on you. And I didn't see a player good enough in Nick Martin to sort of believe that he's going to get there with some of those limitations. To me, in my viewing of it, it was closer to a quadruple A player. San Francisco clearly thinks I'm wrong. So, we'll see. I like the way that the kid plays the game. Absolutely. This is a projection thing and going to the next level. That's where, of course, when you're projecting the future, that's where you start to have discrepancies in opinion. If this was all just based on how good were they last year, we would all have the same big board, right? And so I project Nick Martin's game to the NFL a little bit different than the San Francisco 49ers do. They have been pretty good at their linebacker evaluations in the past. So I would understand if folks trusted their instincts for that more than mine. But Nick Martin, again, you lack the play strength, you lack the length there, you lack the measurables overall. And then for a player like that, I did not like his work in coverage. I need to see you better in coverage than that. So for me, a little bit down on that one. Was certainly higher on the pick that was made right after that by your favorite team, though, Mr. Freedman.
Yeah, just looking at that, the Cowboys taking Siobhan Revel, cornerback from East Carolina. If not for the injuries, he could have been a first rounder. And getting him here in the third round, I think presents really nice value to the Cowboys. And I will say, as dysfunctional as the Cowboys are, they tend to be pretty good at evaluating players coming from college into the NFL. And so getting Tyler Booker, then Donovan Ezuraku, and Siobhan Revel, I think that's pretty good value as a cohort. You could, sort of quibble with where they took Booker, but I feel like they more than made up for it on day 2 with Ezuraku and now with Revel. Man, what are your thoughts here, Thor, on getting a potential starting cornerback here in round 3?
With the Revel yell, Freedman cried more. And Dallas, great pick here with Siobhan Revel. The two cornerbacks that we had talked about earlier in the process, right coming out of the season, that more people had in the first round that we knew were going to fall into day 2 with the medical concerns, Morrison and Revel. Most folks thought that Revel would be the first one that was taken over Morrison having the hip injury. And of course, Revel was coming off the torn ACL in September that he suffered in practice. Very unfortunate. So that's where you're sort of at with that. Revel's going to be fine, though, for a training camp. And I'm surprised he was the one that fell further. This is a guy that does absolutely have a first-round skill set. There are a lot. You brought up Tariq Woolen earlier. If there's a Tariq Woolen in this class, it's Siobhan Revel. And when he was on the field, now it wasn't the G5. He did play, go up in competition a few times. East Carolina playing the P5 competition, but a lot of the games in the G5 there, of course, at East Carolina. But he was utterly shut down there. He just has the trump card physical ability, and it's a guy in the press man on the outside, one of the better corners in this class, at least on tape. You missed your more or less almost the entirety of your last season on campus, right, with that injury that occurred in September. Obviously, that brought up some trepidation for teams. And then coming off the injury, I don't know what they saw in their medicals, but from everything we've heard, he is going to be ready to go for training camp, and should see him on the field there as a rookie. I think that is absolutely a steal that was only available to you because of the circumstances with the health there. But man, Freedman, you got to be jacked.
Yeah, super excited about what the Cowboys have done with their first 3 picks here. All right, going to the next pick here. The Panthers in round 1, Tet McMillan, round 2, Nick Scorton, addressing the edge rusher position. And they double up here, doing it again in round 3 by taking out of Mississippi the edge rusher, Princely Uman Ellen. Let me say that again. Uman Ellen. I think I got that. Thor, he had a little bit of round 1 hype early in the process. It seemed like his draft stock settled into round 2 when we were entering the draft, and now here the Panthers are getting him in round 3. What are your thoughts on how they have approached this? They bypassed edge in the first round. They've doubled up here on day 2. What are your thoughts of Uman Ellen, and then also just how it is that the Panthers are navigating this draft?
I like what Carolina is doing here, and with doubling up at the position, but of course it was a position of acute need. And with I'm not going to try the last name. I'm not good with that one. But with Princely here from Ole Miss, you get a guy that just on a talent basis and on the field should have absolutely gone higher. And it's interesting. I read a quote in the Bob McGinn. Bob McGinn, he does the series for Goal,
Yep.
long time Packers reporter, and he does my favorite draft series every year where he talks to the scouts, and he gives them full latitude to say whatever they want, and scouts with their anonymous quotes and talking like the sailors. You get a lot of unbridled truth from them, or at least their perspective of what the truth is. And Princely's anonymous quotes, I thought they're topical for this moment. So we'll read from Bob McGinn here about Princely. Said one scout, he left Florida for Ole Miss in advance of the 2024 season. I always thought he was a bit of an underachiever, blamed others, all that kind of stuff. I think the league knows who he is. So I think he'll be surprised on draft weekend when he doesn't go until the 3rd day. Now, he ends up going in the 3rd round. That did raise my eyebrows a bit, reading that. And there has been some whispers of that. And you have the transfer, and there was some grumblings about him. You go back to Florida as far as that goes, the commitment. But he was great on the field for Ole Miss last year. I mentioned before, Lane Kiffin in the portal vis-a-vis Trey Amos and how that was a win for him. Not one of the high-profile ones, but taking a chance on a guy whose stock had come a little bit down the year before. With Princely, he does that as well and turns that guy around there at Ole Miss. The length there, you have that 6'4.5". He is on the slider side, a bit over 240, but I like the juice that he brings off the edge. This is a guy who is going to get after the quarterback. And last year, we saw so many advancements with his game. I thought he had a better shot, certainly than the scout did, of potentially even cracking the back of round 2. That's where I put his on-field evaluation on my big board. I believe I had him 50. I had him 50 overall. He was my edge 9. So this is a very good slot, as far as that goes, as far as value perspective for Carolina. He was a player that I comped to Boye Mafe coming out of Minnesota as a high 2nd round pick.
All right. By the way, I just want to give a quick shout out to everyone who is watching right now. I mean, it is a Friday night. Sometimes I lose track of the days of the week.
Certainly this time of year.
During this time of the year.
I have no idea what day it is.
And I really orient myself just by knowing, it's day 1, that means it's Thursday.
Yeah.
Oh, it's day 2, that means it's Friday. But there are some true draft degenerates. And I say that like with all respect and affection for everyone. Like,
my people.
Yeah, exactly. Our people watching a live stream for day 2 of the NFL draft on a Friday night.
You guys are the real MVPs.
Yeah, seriously. So shout out to everyone who's watching. Super appreciated. All right. So we just talked about Princely, the Mississippi edge. Jordan Birch, the edge rusher out of Oregon, going to the Cardinals with the 14th pick in the 3rd round here. I gotta say, it's a little bit like the 49ers who, saw a position of need on the defense and just attacked it over and over. You have this here with the Cardinals. Walter Nolan in round 1, Will Johnson in round 2, Jordan Birch in round 3, the edge rusher from Oregon. You have a defensive-minded head coach who's like, hey, why don't we just draft defense in this selection process? What are your thoughts on Jordan Birch, Oregon edge rusher, going to the Cardinals?
I like Jordan Birch. He's a very, very well built edge. There's versatility. You've seen him move up and down the line a little bit. The ceiling for Jordan Birch, it's not an atrium ceiling, but this is a rock solid player. And in this slot here, you get him at 78. You're Arizona. I had Jordan Birch 68 on my ranking, 6'4", 279 pounds, well built guy there. And speaking to the versatility a little bit there. But I like the value that they got him in the slot. I caught into Matthew Judon, maybe not the exact same career progression, but a guy that sort of plays a position like that.
All right. So we should catch up a little bit.
Oh, Jalen Noel.
Jalen Noel. Yeah. So someone we should certainly talk about. So the Houston Texans select Jalen Noel, wide receiver, Iowa State. And it feels like this is a point where it's worth noting what the Texans did earlier.
Keeping the band together.
Yeah, in round 2, they took his college teammate Jaden Higgins, wide receiver. In between, they addressed the offensive line, but now they're doubling back, taking Jalen Noel, Iowa State wide receiver. You've got these two guys who played well together and off of each other this past year at Iowa State, keeping them together, and it's a team that certainly needs wide receiver help. I mean, you're double dipping on day 2, and I think really hoping that one of these guys turns into a serviceable starter in the NFL. Maybe they'll get lucky, and both of them will. What are your thoughts on Jalen Noel here going to the Texans?
It's not going to be luck, and both of them will be. I love the games of both of those guys. It is interesting. Did the Texans take both of them?
Yeah.
I do have a suggestion, though, before we go on for Nick Caserio. If he has us up in the war room right now, please don't take this any further and draft Rocco Becht in a future draft class, the quarterback there for Iowa State. Just trust me on this one when Rocco comes out. But you did good in getting both of those receivers who fished out the poorly thrown balls from Rocco. Sorry if Rocco's watching. Jalen Noel, love his game. This is a second-round player who falls to the third round because he is slot confined. Reminded me a lot down there at the Senior Bowl, watching him on the field. The first day when I seen him out there, my head went back. I thought I was seeing Khalil Shakir. It was very, very similar to the couple years before in Mobile with Khalil Shakir. It's just that Jalen Noel has more juice than him, and he's showing that he can win down the field more than Shakir had at Boise State. But you have the same sort of reliability. It's very similar physical package, is just a more juiced up version of that. The comp that I ended up going with, because he was too athletic to comp at the end of the day to Khalil Shakir, it's sort of a rich man's, or maybe not rich man's, but a little bit better version of that. I ended up going with, interestingly enough, Christian Kirk, who now he joins in the Houston Texans receiver room, and a guy who can potentially mentor him. But Jalen Noel will be playing. He will continue to play in the slot at the next level. That's why you get access to him here. A guy who I believe, again, and several others in my industry did as well, that was a second round player. That's why he falls down here. But this guy is a really good slot. It will be interesting when Tank Dell comes back. How are they going to do this thing? They can figure that thing out later, though. They clearly wanted to address what they felt was a problematic wide receiver room coming in, and importing the Iowa State Cyclones wide receiver room, I think, was an inspired idea. I had Jalen Noel on my board 52nd, and I knew he was probably almost assuredly going to be picked a little bit after that, but I did think he had a shot at the late second, and if not early third. He goes a little bit later than I thought. The NFL ended up being a little bit more punitive with him, but I really like that pick for Houston.
Okay. So interesting up there. I'll just say Jalen Noel. I love the situation where a wide receiver also has some rushing production and is also a really good return man. And we see that with Noel, the punt returns, the kick returns. So I think he will have multiple uses for the Texans here in the NFL. All right. So after Noel going to the Texans, we have Justin Wally, cornerback from Thor, your home state of
my neck of the woods. He played a mile away from where I'm sitting right now.
Yep. So Wally from Minnesota, cornerback, going to the Indianapolis Colts. Thor, what are your thoughts on this pick?
Wally, he put himself in this position with how he played last year as an all Big Ten performer, and very reliable there for the Gophers at cornerback. I like the technique he plays with and some of the movement stuff. My concern with him, again, talked about it before with the projection thing, right? That's where this thing turns into an art. It's definitely not a science. With Wally, I was just wondering about his game going to the next level. A 5'10", 190, 59th percentile size adjusted athlete. I think there will be some stuff lost in translation there. So I ended up putting him lower on the board. I had him 201st on my big board. I had him as CB26. Indianapolis obviously saw more there. Indianapolis believes that game is going to translate 1-to-1 to the next level. So they Indianapolis is obviously higher than certainly myself, the media in general, and it'd be interesting to see where other teams had Justin Wally. But if his game stays the same, you don't lose anything in translation, he will justify this slot. I just have my doubts about that.
All right. Up next, the Cincinnati Bengals taking guard from Georgia, Dylan Fairchild. I just generally love stuff like that. Like, I love when teams are like, hey, let's make life easier on our quarterback by getting interior offensive linemen. And then it's like, oh, hey, a guy from Georgia, why don't we just do that in the third round? That guy might be able to be good in the NFL for a few years. The Bengals guard, Dylan Fairchild, Georgia. Thoughts on this?
Dylan Fairchild also at that table at Tom's Watch Bar in Indianapolis.
Yes.
Yeah, trained by Duke Mayweather. But yeah, Dylan Fairchild, interesting that he goes here. We knew that Ratledge was Fairchild 6'5", 325. I ended up with him 108th on my board. I saw them a little bit closer, I think, than some of my media brethren did. Fairchild was a guy that I would get in doing that. I do like 5 of those PFF mock drafts every day. It's like during the spring, just mock draft. And you could always get Fairchild like way later on. I had them a bit closer. 100, the 2 Georgia guards I'm talking about, 108th overall on my board, Fairchild. A little bit above this with Cincinnati, but I certainly, again, the offensive line environment we're in, you're getting pulled up a little bit. So that's a fair price point. Kevin Winston Jr. with the next pick to Seattle. I don't know if Kendall gonna jump on for this one, or do you just want me to get into Kevin Winston?
Yeah, let's get into it.
Kevin Winston, this is interesting to me because I think I might have been the lowest person out there on Kevin Winston. Maybe someone could prove me wrong on that, but I had him as safety 6 in my rankings, where some other boards safety 3, and safety 4, I think the lowest, on most of the boards that you would look around. But I ended up going safety 6. It's a guy who missed most of last season with an injury. He did have impressive tape in 2023 as far as the flash plays. He got involved a lot, got to a lot of catch points, got his hands on a lot of balls. But my issue when I looked at, and I understood what people saw in Kevin Winston, to make him, a lot of people thought this is a top half of the second round type guy. My concern there was that I saw instincts that didn't trigger right away, whether it was the pass or the run, little delay in trigger against both, and reading the field there 2023, even though he ended up acquitting himself well, then you go in this past season, you missed, the whole thing is wrecked because of an injury. Now, of course, you're coming off of the injury. You had instinct issues before, in my opinion, and then you miss your last season of college. I ended up comping him to Louis Cine, a guy who in college you saw the flash plays with him, but you had concerns about the instincts, and it was like it turns out for sure was inoculated from some of that stuff because of all the stud defenders that were around him. It didn't come to the fore as much because of that system he was in, the players that he was playing around it. My concern with Kevin Winston, or I guess my supposition, if you want to say that, because you have to put it on paper, was I was a little bit more concerned about that and the elevation of the risk there. A guy who had a little bit of issues with those instincts, missing the year, coming off the injury. I just wonder about that. So I ended up having Kevin Winston Jr. 93rd on my big board. Like I said, lower than just about anyone. And the NFL ended up closer to me, and certainly the media on that, and taking him 82nd. And Freedman, you want to get into the pick after that?
Yes.
It's time, baby. It is time.
Inject this into my veins.
Yes.
Caleb Johnson going in the middle, exact middle of third round to the Pittsburgh Steelers. If Caleb Johnson had gone in the second round to the Steelers, I wouldn't have been like, oh, this is a terrible pick. I would have thought like, yeah, that draft range fits. They have a need. They get, I think, one of the last like clear starting caliber workhorse runners in this class. They get him in the third round. and it makes so much sense. I like Jaylen Warren, but you are not going into the season with Jaylen Warren as your number one running back. The combination of Warren with Johnson makes so much sense, but I think Johnson is still good enough on his own to carve out a significant role within this offense. Like, I would expect him to be the lead back right away. 1,000, 1,200 yards from scrimmage, like that feels very possible for him. I'm enthusiastic about Caleb Johnson, and Thor, I want to hear what you have to say on what he could do within this offense. I'm thinking now, I mean, like, how high do I want to rank him, in the dynasty rookie rankings? Obviously he can't go above Genty. But I mean, I don't think he goes above Judkins, but maybe he's RB4 in this class, RB5. He's in that range. What are your thoughts?
I think the Pittsburgh Steelers just drafted a future star in the 83rd slot with Caleb Johnson. I love Caleb Johnson's game, and it was a late breakout for Caleb Johnson. That's a part of the reason he falls down here. And then the other thing was the 4.57 that he ran during the pre-draft process in Indianapolis. But you can explain that in conjunction with the all the explosive plays, the explosive runs that Caleb Johnson has, and it still jives. Caleb Johnson on that 4.57, he had a top speed on that run of 22 miles an hour, which matched his top speed from the GPS data that we had at Iowa. So, and it was one of the higher high-end speeds of any running back, those clocked in those 40 runs. So how did he get the 4.57? Because he had a 7th percentile 10-yard split. The acceleration is the issue there. But once he gets to full speed, once he accesses that, you have a 225-pounder who does have elite high-end speed for that size. You just have to get him there. He needs that runway to get there. This is why the wide zone system, why Caleb Johnson had to be in that, and how he is able to access that speed. Tim Lester goes there. He was a former Green Bay assistant. He had come there to Iowa to take over the offensive coordinator, instituted the Green Bay Packers running scheme with the Iowa Hawkeyes last year. Iowa did not have any semblance of a passing game. Caleb Johnson consistently faced ridiculously stacked boxes. And the offensive line for Iowa is okay, but it wasn't like a lead or anything. But Caleb Johnson, those wide zone concepts, his patience, his feel for that, and then his ability to manipulate linebackers to declare their gaps before he picks his is why he runs through a higher preponderance of wide open holes than analogous zone backs. Right there is where he gets his runway to access the top speed, running through those open holes that he more or less manufactures for himself because of the way that he runs in the wide zone system. So and I think that is translating 1-to-1 to the next level. Once you see him there, you see him get into the second level, and now all of a sudden he's picking up speed. You got a real problem at that point. It is so hard to impede that guy's progress at that point. The other thing I'll say is, it sort of tricks your eye with the contact balance that guy ends up having. He's a super angular runner, like totally upright. And yet tackling him, it's like trying to tackle a light pole that is caked in grease. You see guys just slide off him. My favorite play, I think, maybe of his college career was actually on a pass as a receiver against Nebraska. And they had him penned in. There was like 3 guys hanging off of him. And all of a sudden, Caleb Johnson, all the guys have slipped off of him, and he's now running free, and he ends up running for an explosive touchdown off of that. You see that with him, where guys just kind of slide off him. He has that sort of unique ability where he stays fortified, even running upright like he does. Again, the way he's able to access that speed through the way that he runs it in the zone system, I think this guy's game translates exceedingly well to the NFL. Some of these guys that we have seen in the past, they have fallen down way further than they should have, because the NFL is looking too much at what was the 3 digits that we saw on their 40 time, as opposed to the tape, as opposed to the context of that. And I think with Caleb Johnson, you can explain a lot of that stuff. Analogous, Arian Foster, a guy who overcame a lack of the high-end speed, very similar sort of a thing. Le'Veon Bell is another one that's evoked quite a bit. But the Pittsburgh Steelers, I think they just got to start running back in the 3rd round.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about how he will be used within this offense. I mean, it feels like he's just the new Najee Harris. Like, that's just the exact role within that. I'm not saying like stylistically that he's the same as Harris, but like the role that he will play in that offense, the opportunities he will get in that offense, it feels like that is how he will be penciled in. Yeah. And, I don't think like I'm thinking now about the rookie running back rankings. I don't think that I necessarily move him all that far up the board. It's just that his pick became much more valuable. You know, like the RB4, RB5 in this class is more valuable now, given where he landed, than I thought it was previously. Because it could have been on a team where they already had an established running back, but thinking about the landing spots for these guys so far, Genty obviously going to be locked in. Hampton, I think pretty good landing spot for him. Judkins, let me rephrase that. Hampton, good long-term landing spot for him. Judkins, I think immediate opportunities
For sure.
with the Browns. Henderson, we have to see. But we at least have a sense of what his role will be with the Patriots. RJ Harvey, we said it before, wills up, really intrigued by what he could do in that Sean Payton offense. And then Caleb Johnson, you basically just lock in all of Najee Harris's usage and shift it over to him. Yeah. I think a pretty good run out for the running backs who have gone off of the board so far. All right. So the draft continues on. We had back-to-back cornerbacks go off of the board. Jacob Parrish from Kansas State going to Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Noel Williams, cornerback from Cal, going to Kansas City with the Chiefs. Let's start with Jacob Parrish, Tampa Bay. Thor, thoughts on him?
Jacob Parrish, a tremendous collegiate defender, and will that game project 1-to-1 to the next level? He is extremely undersized, 5'9", 5 foot, a shade under 5'10", 191 pounds. Really like the way that he plays. I imagine he is going to be a nickel defender at the next level. That's where he's going to have to hang. You don't have a lot of bullets there, so you have to project there. But around this spot, I had him 110. They ended up taking him 84. I can understand it. Again, I like the way he plays. And he is a solid athlete, 88th percentile athlete, 21. He's on the younger side for the cornerback class. So I get what they're doing, but yeah, it's not a boundary guy.
Yeah, I mean, the Buccaneers at least doubling up on the position here on day 2 after taking Benjamin Morrison in the second round.
You're straight boundary guy. Exactly. Yeah.
And then you have Noel Williams, cornerback from Cal, going to the Chiefs. What are your thoughts on him?
Noel Williams, very good. Cal had a really interesting defense. I like the way Noel Williams plays. And then they had the Woodson kid, the safety. Noel Williams, I just talked about with Parrish. I think you just have one bullet. I think you got two with Noel Williams potentially. If it doesn't work out at corner, I think you can try him out at safety. But I like the way that kid plays. He obviously has good size. With where the cornerback position is right now, there's a couple guys that I would have preferred over him, but I'm not going to nitpick too much. You know, this is right around here. This is a flavor thing more than anything. I think with the Chiefs, and they're probably more bullish that he'll be able to hang at the cornerback position. So I'm not going to argue with it too much.
All right, Thor, we are, it feels like in terms of pace, starting to slice through the third round, more than halfway done with the third round. And it continues with the Chargers taking Jamari Caldwell, defensive tackle out of Oregon. What are your thoughts on the Chargers getting a big bodied guy here for their defense?
Yeah, this one kind of makes me smile because earlier in the process, you know, I would mock Kenneth Grant to the Chargers quite a bit. A guy that Jim Harbaugh brought to Ann Arbor and then called a gift from the football gods. And that was arguably the biggest need for the Chargers heading into the draft. Omarion Hampton falls past the Broncos. We thought the Broncos would take Omarion Hampton if he was there. Obviously, with Barron being available to the Broncos, whether it was a smokescreen in advance or whether the Barron availability changed their mind on that, it pushed Omarion Hampton down to the Chargers. And I don't think Jim Harbaugh could help himself. But anyway, because of that, you don't take the interior defensive lineman, and you really couldn't there anyway after Derek Harmon had been taken. And of course, Kenneth Grant had been taken a long time before that. That was the Dolphins deferring off their thing with the offensive line. They couldn't take one there, so then they end up taking Grant. You see the interior defensive lineman start to get pulled up. So because of circumstances, they weren't able to hit this thing before. This is the answer to you're getting your sort of knockoff Kenneth Grant. I mean, now Caldwell is older. The ceiling is not as high. He's not quite as good of an athlete. But I could see what Harbaugh is seeing here from, sort of afar here. 6'2", 332, and he has really light feet for the big man. He's like the dancing bear. would be Jamari Caldwell. The ceiling there isn't crazy high, but he's a nimble-footed big guy in there to muck things up. That's what the Chargers needed. Again, you don't get the ceiling with Grant, right? I mean, Grant is a guy who gets after the quarterback, can push the pocket, and can also disrupt the running play. There's a lot of different elements with that. Caldwell, it's more down the fairway as far as his game goes. But between that and the occupying and then those quick feet at the big size, I like his game enough and certainly understand them taking him with this pick after they had gone away from that position early on.
All right, Thor, up next, we again return to the skill positions, specifically those TCU wide receivers. Savion Williams going to the Packers, who double up on the wide receiver position. So, looking at how they have run this out, day one, Matthew Golden, and then addressing the offensive line with Anthony Belton, NC State, and then returning to wide receiver, Savion Williams, again, from my alma mater, TCU. I will say he's intriguing in that he's big, he's athletic. They used him as a runner, and he was really productive in that way. As a receiver, kind of underwhelming. And I just don't know if he really has it in him to be the NFL producer that I would want him to be. And I will say the Packers, they have historically had success getting wide receivers on day two. Just like that is a long time thing. But I'm a little bit skeptical. I hate to say that about a fellow Horned Frog, but a little bit skeptical that he can parlay this draft position and the opportunity he has into sustained NFL success. But he might get the opportunity. What are your thoughts on Savion Williams?
Man, the Green Bay Packers, you host the draft once, you're really letting your hair down with some of these sexy positions that you usually don't take. You took the first round receiver. Now you come back with an 87 slot. You've already taken two receivers. They must enjoy being the hosts. I'm sure the fans there are really happy. This is an interesting pick, and it's with a player who earlier in my time evaluating prospects absolutely would have fooled me. And this time I was like, you're not fooling me again. As far as the measurables guy who puts up the stats and is like, he's versatile and he can do all these different things. You saw him run. You saw him as the Wildcat quarterback. He's all these different things. But you mentioned it, Freedman. They tried him on the boundary because the physical profile here, this absolutely should be alpha, wide receiver one, boundary guy. He couldn't create any separation. It's two left thumbs with him whenever he's running routes. He really can't do it down the field. He telegraphs everything. You're going to be there with him. He loses his trump card of his athleticism in those scenarios, not creating separation. And then the other problem, of course, is it's like he catches the ball with his elbows. The ball skills stink. That really needs to be worked on. And that was another thing where you do the manufactured touch stuff close to the line of scrimmage. Not only did you take away, now you don't have to beat anyone with your routes, and also we're going to make it a lot easier for you to get the ball in your hands. This is where the Cordero Patterson comes into play. Very, very similar frames on those guys, very similar athletic profiles on those guys, very similar games. They're very fun with the ball in their hands. That's where you see the cool stuff. That's where you see their athleticism play up, manufacture those touches. But Cordero Patterson, of course, Freedman, as you know, he was a first-round pick of the team that plays a mile over there. I've seen plenty of Cordero Patterson, especially early on in his NFL career. And the frustration there was always he had been forwarded to us as this freak guy, and you were going to go there, and he was going to become the next great receiver for the Vikings. And the stuff I was just talking about, Savion Williams for Cordero Patterson, that turned out to be his NFL thing. But he's still in the NFL, right? The skill that he has with the ball in his hands, that plays, it's just he can't do the running the routes down the field. So Savion Williams, what you were looking to do is follow the progression of Cordero Patterson's career. And obviously the Packers have brought him in. You have to know what the evaluation is there. They cannot be viewing him as a traditional boundary receiver. This is a guy that you must manufacture touches for. And by the way, there is a shot that you end up converting this guy to a really tall running back. I mean, that's what we're talking about as far as the issues with the route running and then those ball skills. But you just have to figure out ways to manufacture his touches. 6'5", 225 pounds, extremely gifted athlete. But again, don't let your imaginations out there run wild about, this guy's going to be out there posterizing people 40 yards down the field. TCU tried that for 2 years and they shut him down. from doing it. And then it became the manufactured touch thing. And Jack Besh was the guy that they were, was doing the downfield receiving stuff and winning before the ball was thrown. Savion Williams can't do that. So Green Bay, you're getting your manufactured touch guy. We'll be curious to see how that wide receiver room, how the constitution of it ends up shaking out for next year.
Yeah, Cordarrelle Patterson is like, I feel like the archetype comp for this type of player. He makes me think more of like even a less successful Laviska Shenault, like
you're going through the greatest hits of guys who have fooled me in the past. I love
he fooled. I did too.
Colorado. Yeah,
I did too. He fooled me too. But like at least Shenault had like a season of 1,000 yards receiving in college, right? Like Savion Williams never even came close to that. So he feels like a Shenault type of player, but without really even that type of wide receiving production to rely on.
And Freedman, just to sort of button this up as far as the usage earlier in his career, and then how did he do in that usage, and then last year, what were the changes of it, and then how did he break out?
Yeah.
2023, that was when TCU was really trying to be like, no, bro, we're going to make you the stretch the field boundary receiver guy. He had a 12.2 ADOT that season, played 86.7% of the offensive snaps, but didn't do much with them for the reasons that I explained before. Last season, they totally changed that. All right. Well, let's scrap that. Let's try to leverage what you're good at. 6.7 ADOT. Slash that thing down. However, I'm sorry, 86.7% boundary snaps in 2023. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
70.9% of snaps on the boundary last season. They started bringing him into the slot more, bringing him into the backfield, some wildcat quarterback stuff with Savion Williams as well. Again, anything that you could do to manufacture those touches, you got it closer to the line of scrimmage, quicker concepts to him, get the ball and let him run. So that's what the Packers are going to have to do with him.
Yeah. I mean, it just feels like if you're a wide receiver and the best play is them using you as a wildcat quarterback, that's probably not super transferable to the NFL unless you become Sean Payton's Joker. All right. Caleb Ransaw, a cornerback from Tulane, going to the Jacksonville Jaguars door. Thoughts on Jacksonville here?
Yeah, Caleb Ransaw, some people list him as a safety, some people list him as a cornerback. We got to do better as an industry, just listing people as a nickel defender, because that's what Caleb Ransaw is. It gets confusing because sometimes those designations, but this is a nickel defender, and Caleb Ransaw is one of the best ones in the class. Played tremendous last season, and of course he has the athletic profile there, and that's really where he locked himself into day two, was the pre-draft testing. The limitation there, of course, is the role specific. It's not capped there like it is with Parrish as far as the frame and knowing the NFL, the translation there, you're going to have to play there. But with Ransaw, that is just where his game is best suited. He's a guy that's going to help you out in run defense, and he's shown to be pretty solid in coverage there as well, getting his hands on the ball. A guy whose athletic profile projects really well to the NFL. I like him in that slot.
All right. And then the Jags stick with the next pick, take guard from West Virginia, Wyatt Milum.
That guy,
yeah.
Yeah, one of the best offensive tackles these last couple years in the FBS in Wyatt Milum at West Virginia. He's athletic, and the frame, 6'6.5", 313. That's all good. 81st percentile size adjusted athlete. The issue there is he has the T-Rex arms, and then he lacks some play strength as well. And so that's why you're thinking we probably almost assuredly have to kick him inside. This will be a guard convert at the next level because of that lack of reach. And we saw he had an opportunity at the Senior Bowl essentially to make the argument that some of those lack of measurables that he had, that the what you had seen on tape in college, that was spoke more to the truth than some of these projection things some of these measurable things that typically don't project quite as well. And he didn't have the best Senior Bowl. And so I think, that's where it put him at risk potentially of getting shoved down to day three. It's interesting. He ends up going to the 89 slot to Jacksonville. On my board, I had him 87. So right there. The pick makes a lot of sense, particularly with where the offensive line, where that position group is right now. So I have no problem with that. But yeah, you're going to have to move him inside at the next level.
All right. So I just want to take a second before we get to the next pick. Shedeur Stewart, Jalen Milroe, both still on the board. and we have about 12, no more than 15 picks left in the third round here. So maybe this is a spot where someone says, hey, you know what? At this point, like, all of the risk is devalued or diminished, right? Offset. The Raiders have multiple picks coming up. Your Vikings have a pick coming up. They're not going to take Stewards, but like the Eagles, right? The Eagles took Jalen Hurts in the second round when they had their franchise quarterback in Carson Wentz.
Well,
right? Like
I have to pause you there, because I will say, and I'm not going to call it out for this pick. This is not a prediction. This is just something I heard, but that the Vikings had done a little bit more work there on the quarterback class, I think, than people would think, because, as you know, Freedman, folks thought that they were going to re-sign Sam Darnold, and they thought Aaron Rodgers. They certainly thought by this point they would have signed a QB2. I think the Vikings, and they've stated this, it's just that nobody believed them. They believe in Brett Rippon. Mark Rippon. I'm aging myself. Brett Rippon, more than sort of the general public does there. They think he could potentially be a QB2. And if that's the case, you have room on that roster for a QB3. And I can tell people out there, Vikings did a little bit more work on this quarterback class. So there is a better shot that they take a quarterback, I think, than people realize. So that will be something to monitor. I would be surprised if it was third round. But if I'm sitting in that seat and Shadir Sanders, like, obviously you have bigger needs there, but at a certain point, that is the value on the board. Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, the general manager there in Minnesota, he's a Wall Street guy. He's an asset value guy, right? So I don't nothing like that. I'm not saying specific to any person. I'm just saying, with the 3 picks the Vikings have remaining, and probably the best odds of any outcome with their pick here at 97, who's coming up here in just a sec, would probably be to trade down, because they didn't do that in the first round if they have the opportunity to do so. But just keep an eye on that. More likely for day 3 of a potential, there's a quarterback 3 that's there that they like, that they would take them.
Yeah. All right. So up next you have the Rams, who, look, they were never going to take a quarterback in round 1. Some people thought they might. Round 3, they could have done it. They said no, right? They go edge rusher Josiah Stewart out of Michigan, going to the Rams at number 90. What are your thoughts on what Stewart brings to the Rams?
Yeah, an unorthodox edge defender. Small, sawed off, but very, very active. And the people at the Michigan program absolutely swear by this kid. You talk to any of them, the coaches, the people that played with him, they think he is better than this slot. And so that's kind of interesting. A school that's really good at identifying talent. They brought him up from Coastal Carolina in the transfer portal and then gave him a role. I comp him to Josh Uche, which maybe is a little bit of helmet scouting, but another unorthodox sort of edge defender. And it was like him coming out, are you going to be an off-ball guy? Try to teach him that. We can try to get his game off the edge. There is a little bit of the tweener thing there, but I do like what I saw of Josiah Stewart as far as wreaking havoc there. You do, again, unorthodox with him at 6'1" and 249 pounds as an edge defender, but very, very disruptive, Josiah Stewart. I ranked him 80th. The Rams are a team. They don't care. First of all, they're like the Lions. They don't care where your board is. They don't. No. But they care less about the shorts testing and the pre-draft process than anybody. They literally don't care. In their system, it's all the GPS, all that stuff. The on-field data, they very much care about that, and they very much care about their read of the tape. But that's why you see the Rams deviate sometimes. I think that was a good value pick with the guy that got pushed down because of those measurables.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I wish I would have moved us along a little bit faster, because I was going to say, whenever we got to Seattle, like, hey, years ago in the third round, they got their quarterback.
Man, is Kendall? Can we put the bat signal out for Kendall?
I don't know if she's watching the show anymore, but look, let's do Emory Jones, offensive tackle, from LSU, going to the Baltimore Ravens. They might end up playing him on the interior, but I feel like it's just another strong pick from the Ravens here. But Thor, let us know what you think about Emory Jones going to the Ravens, and then we can get to the big news. Jalen Jalen
Yes,
Milroe.
I will go
Yeah.
quite quick here
Yeah.
so we get to talking about what people want us to talk about. Emory Jones, some technical issues there on the boundary, which leads to his game playing down a little bit. My supposition about Emory Jones, you kick him into guard, you're going to button some of that stuff up naturally and then continue to work on his technique. But the ball of clay and the physical ability certainly is worthy of working on there for Baltimore.
All right. Jalen Milroe, quarterback, Alabama, finally off the board, invited to the draft, intended in person. So people thought, hey, maybe he goes in round 1. That was never going to happen. He was a day 2 guy, but man, the ceiling is very high. And I like what the Seahawks did in investing in a guy who gives them some hope for the future, a developmental guy in case Sam Darnold doesn't turn out, or even if Sam Darnold does turn out, but maybe he's just on a shorter term contract. Maybe eventually they pivot to Jalen Milroe. I really like this pick for Seattle. It's too much to say that if he ends up becoming a starter, you basically just say, oh, he's Jalen Hurts, right? Because Jalen Hurts has developed. He improved in college each year as a passer. He's improved in the NFL each year. We would need to see that kind of improvement from Jalen Milroe. But as a runner, immediately he could be a top 3, a top 5 guy at the position, just in terms of his ability with
Of all
his
time.
legs. Yeah, I mean, he could be the best
As far as a
running,
runner.
yeah, he could be the best
Yeah.
running quarterback in the league the moment he becomes a starter.
Yeah.
So we just have to see if that happens. But Thor, what are your thoughts on the Seahawks, Jalen Milroe, quarterback from Alabama, with the 92nd pick overall?
90s. Why not shoot the moon here?
Yeah.
Especially in their situation, the upside alone at this point, it absolutely justifies it. I have comped Jalen Milroe during the pre-draft process to Happy Gilmore. Crushes the ball, hits it a country mile, but he has to be taught how to putt. He is one of the best downfield throwers that we've seen enter the NFL over the last 10 years. His deep balls are a thing of beauty. I mean, he sees it, he gets the one-on-one. The loft, the trajectory throws the ball with, and then just drops it down into a bucket. You know, it's like he's dropping a quarter out of a helicopter, and he gets it right in a little cup there on the ground. That stuff is great. And then just the athleticism, and then the way that he runs. If he ever becomes a starting quarterback in the NFL, he will become one of the most dangerous scramblers that the sport has ever known. You put him up there. You were talking about some of them, but like Andrew Berry, he mentioned that he believes that Jalen Milroe, the second he's picked, so right now, will be the fastest quarterback in the NFL, even faster than Lamar Jackson, who obviously Andrew Berry fairly familiar with. Lamar Jackson, more sudden as a runner. He's going to make you miss more the agility, the acceleration, but the long speed for Milroe, analogous. Andrew Berry thinks even a little bit better. And then Jalen Milroe runs with power that Jackson doesn't have. So Jackson more agile, sudden. Milroe, you get a power element as well with that speed. Jalen Milroe, it's pre-draft process, 216 pounds, 6'2", plays 220, 222, somewhere around there. And then again, with that 4.4 speed or high 4.3s speed out of Jalen Milroe, and again, with some power there, the downfield element, can Seattle teach him throwing the accuracy on time, short and intermediate? That's what you need to see. He doesn't throw with nuance there either. It's a lot of the lasers and the fastballs. I was doing my pitching metaphors before. We got to teach Jalen Milroe some other pitches. He's a one-note thrower at this time. It works down the field, and that's where you see everything you want to see: the trajectory, the loft, the dropping it in there, all that sort of stuff. But in the short and intermediate area, it's a lot of bulleting balls in. He has not done the anticipatory passing thing yet. He wants to see the receiver open beforehand, as opposed to throwing it, at that break, and then he turns around, the ball's right on his hands. This is where Kalen DeBoer started to get really frustrated with Jalen Milroe down the stretch last year. And that thing just did not work out. It was a doomed marriage. It looked like it was going to work out at first. Those crazy kids looked like they were going to make it when Jalen Milroe absolutely shredded Georgia's defense in late September to improve Alabama to 4-0. That was better than we've seen any quarterback do to Kirby Smart's defense at Georgia. Just absolutely annihilated him. From there, the wheels fell off. And again, it was this push and pull of Kalen DeBoer trying to get Jalen Milroe to stay in the pocket, do not bail. He gave the running back to Milroe on designed runs, but Tommy Rees, that offense in 2023, not as many design runs for Jalen Milroe, but they gave him free reign. You don't like what you see? Go ahead and run. And that's where he racked that up. And obviously so dangerous to defense. The one suggestion I would make to Seattle, harken back to 2023 with Tommy Reese, take a page out of his playbook and give Jalen Milroe that freedom. He doesn't bail super duper quick. It's not like a skittish thing, but you have to give him the freedom to do that. That in conjunction with his ability to push the ball down the field becomes a spacing issue for defenses. Because he's so good down the field, you have to play the two high safeties. Obviously, that creates more intermediate spacing. That helps, both him and then the running backs, the receiving core. But that's why he needs to show that he can putt. You get the extra spacing from the defense because the way they have to defend you, you need to take advantage of that. He's going to get some time here, obviously playing behind Sam Darnold. But Freedman, as you know, that contract that they gave Sam, cleverly constructed to give them outs early. If you don't like what you're seeing with Sam, Jalen Milroe, you have a shot here. This is a team that wants to develop you. And if he shows something, there is the shot there that you could eventually take over absolutely for Seattle.
Yeah. Third round in terms of quarterbacks is very different than the second round. If a guy goes in the top half of the second round, he is very likely going to get a chance to start at some point. Third round is different. Those guys, they have to earn it. Milroe being a third rounder, it's not as good for his projection, but maybe it's a little bit better for him in terms of just being able to develop. If he were a second rounder, there would be much more pressure on, hey, we need to see more out of him. If Darnold's struggling, maybe they need to put him on the field sooner than he should go. As a third rounder, I think he will have time to develop, and I think that's what he needs. And so maybe Darnold starter for a year or two, and then Milroe can come in after that as long as they're satisfied that he develops. I'm not sure about Clint Kubiak as a quote unquote developer of quarterbacks. That's not to say he can't do it. It's just, we haven't really seen him do it, but there's the possibility that he can. But I think it is encouraging that Mike Macdonald, defensive minded head coach, still coming from Baltimore, has at least been attached to a team that has had a running based quarterback. And so it wouldn't be unfathomable for him to look at what Jalen Milroe does in practice and think, I've seen something like that before. Let's see how this does in a game.
And that was the point that I was going to hit on. So I love that you hit on that. And just jumping off of it, McDonald coming from Baltimore, bring up Andrew Berry's press conference again. But Andrew Berry was talking about, if you take Jalen Milroe, you have to construct that offense around him. Lamar Jackson, when he went to the Ravens, obviously they took some care to construct that offense around him. That's where Mike Macdonald is coming from. And he knows how difficult that is to defend. You mentioned defensive-minded guy, knows how difficult that skill set is to defend, comes from a place where they did build that offense, the scheme, and the infrastructure around an analogous-ish quarterback. Although I will say, this is not an apples to apples. Lamar Jackson was criminally underrated coming out of Louisville. He had played in a pro-style system for NFL coach and Bobby Petrino. They ran the Earhart Perkins system there, which Bill Parcells ran, old-time Giants, and then Bill Belichick ran, amongst others. But Tom Brady, he played in the Earhart Perkins system. So nobody talked about that during Lamar Jackson's pre-draft process, that he ran a pro-style passing system, but he was a better thrower coming out than he was given credit for. Milroe, he absolutely needs accommodation made for him and a system built around him, and not as far with going through the passing progressions like Lamar Jackson was. Lamar Jackson, you saw some of the loft and the touch and the layered throws. You saw some more of the anticipatory throwing with him. So Milroe, you got to build a little bit more up from the ground. However, the physical ability speaks for itself. The guy can throw the ball a mile long and, again, drop the quarter out of the helicopter and hit the cup on the ground. And then you have the amazing rushing. The one other thing I was going to mention, special teams coordinator there for Seattle, Jay Harbaugh, the nephew of the head coach of Baltimore. So again, you have some connections there to folks that were right around Lamar Jackson, either directly or indirectly, and they obviously have seen Jalen Milroe and the skill set that you get there. They are dreaming on that as a thought experiment, and why not here? Seattle had so much. We talked about this with Kendo. How many draft picks they had, and they had all these bullets. Why not use this pick on a quarterback where if he hits, you just got the most valuable asset in football for a third-round pick? The odds of it, are they great? Probably not. Why not shoot the moon here with all the draft equity you have? So I love that decision by Seattle.
All right. So Thor, we got to get going here. Jonas Sanker, safety from Virginia, drafted to the Saints. Great. We'll talk about that for like 30 seconds. What I really want to talk about is Dylan Gabriel,
Wow.
quarterback
Woo!
from Oregon, drafted by the Browns right after that.
Amazing.
The Browns looked at Shador, looked at Dylan, and said, we're going to take Dylan. But first, talk to me about Jonas Sanker, the safety from Virginia, who is going to the Saints here in the 3rd round.
I ended up seeing this safety class. There's some position groups, it's always interesting. Then you get done with it, and then, you see the other folks and which ones were you closer on, which ones are you different on. There's some position groups I saw closer to some other folks. Safety, I saw totally different and on several different examples. And Jonas Sanker is an example of a guy I ranked a little bit lower. Seems like the NFL got closer to me than some other folks in the media. He ends up going 93rd. I had him 114, my safety 8. I like the way he plays, and he's a well-built, fortified guy and very aggressive in run defense. Like, I like his ethos out there. So I get the people that like him. My thing with safeties like this, he is much better in run defense. I have questions about his coverage. I mentioned before when Philly took Mukaba at the end of the 2nd round. I mentioned this talking about Xavier Watts. I like the safeties that can go out there, trigger quick, see the field well, and then come forward and jump passing lanes. I like the guys that are good in coverage, and you consistently see around the catch point disrupting it. Jonas Sanker, I didn't see as much of that. So that's why I was a little bit lower on him. And let's get to the next pick, Freedman.
Yeah, I mean, Dylan Gabriel, quarterback from Oregon, going to the Cleveland Browns. Now, Dylan Gabriel, productive in college, but, very undersized. And the Browns could have gone with Shador Sanders, right? They could have done that. They very much opted not to. And this was like a statement pick almost. Like, Dylan Gabriel is not going to end up being an NFL starter. I'm just going to say that. Like, I will assert that he will not be a long-term NFL starter. Shador Sanders might have been, but I don't know, man. This is such an indictment on Sanders. But thoughts on Dylan Gabriel, quarterback from Oregon, going to the Cleveland Browns?
At this point, I'm wondering what exactly went on in the interview rooms with Shador Sanders. Like, did he come out like Carrie with a bucket of pig blood and dump it all over him? Like, what went on in there? This is one of the more stunning falls that we've seen in a while. And there were circumstances around, I'll get to Dylan Gabriel in a second, but circumstances surrounding Shador that were different than other quarterback prospects we've seen come out, off field, but just different circumstantially. I'm not talking about problem necessarily. Obviously the NFL, there's a reasoning here for the fall, but yeah, this is pretty stunning. And then I totally agree with you, Freedman. It does seem like Cleveland is sort of making a statement here, and you take the pint-sized lefty Hawaiian. My comp for Dylan Gabriel was poor man's Tua. I was hoping he was going to get to Miami because it's just like the knockoff version of Tua. But Dylan Gabriel, loved watching him in college. It is very similar to the Tua thing. You have the left-handed scrambler. Again, they're both from Hawaii. They both see the field well. I like the accommodations that Dylan Gabriel made for his lack of measurables and his lack of arm strength. He sees coverage really quickly, and he attacks as well as he can with. It's a noodle-ish arm, although it's not quite as bad maybe as people think looking at his frame, but it's certainly going to be below average for the NFL. He actually was so short intermediate. He does the anticipatory passing thing. Of course, he's got the accuracy there. Again, sees the coverage, looks well. He was actually a very solid deep ball thrower in college. As far as the numbers go, I don't think what he did is going to work at the NFL level. We'll find out. But because he sees the field so quickly, he would denote the single coverage on the one side real quick, and he would get rid of the deep balls earlier, of course, than other quarterbacks, and then throw it with the big time lob, more the Russell Wilson kind of a thing, and then let the guy run under the sort of rainbow. But he ended up being decent at that. So at the NFL level, again, the margins are going to shrink on him. I'm surprised he ends up going here in round 3. Even if you're not going to take Shador Sanders, if you're the Browns, there's just physical limitations there. I don't know that would have been my guy when for the quarterback of the future. We don't have it unless you're considering Kenny Pickett that and the coaching staff there and the administration. You're not going to see it tomorrow there, right? I mean, like if things don't go well here, is Kirk Cousins coming? Like I'm sort of curious what exactly what's going on there, but interesting pick there.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, let's just talk about Shador. There have been some more picks made. Let's just talk about Shador Sanders a little bit more. I mean, where does the fall stop? Is it with Is it with the Cowboys in round 4? I mean, like what happens? Like he has to be drafted at some point. The Eagles at pick 37 here, the 101, the Vikings at the 102. I mean, you have the Raiders on the clock right now. But I mean, it feels like maybe the NFL looked at him and they were like, he's the NFL's Lonzo Ball. Like, maybe we don't want to deal with that given the potential off-field things with Dion. But yeah, are you seeing anything there, Thor?
Well, there's some, and it might be nothing. It might be nothing, but sometimes during the pre-draft process, you see something that just sticks in your head, and told something. And I mean, you mentioned Vikings now sitting whatever picked out where they just traded out in '97.
They traded
Houston,
out.
Right?
They're a pick 102 now.
So they get their extra draft equity. You bail out. So the last pick of the third round now is
last pick of the third round.
Oh. Well, so we'll find out soon. But what I was going to say, and again, not necessarily calling this, but again, have some information. The Vikings will consider picking a quarterback stronger than a backup, but stronger than folks out there. Nobody thought the Vikings would take a quarterback, but again, the whole ripping thing. And the other thing, again, just a random thing, probably means nothing. But at the NFL Combine, there was a brief day where a video came out on Twitter that it was just a brief of seconds where it just drew a little bit of attention, a little bit of raised eyebrow, and particularly me seeing it. Shadir Sanders walking streets of Indianapolis, and he had a backpack on, and there was 3 NFL teams' hats that he had that were attached to the backpack that were sort of flopping around on his back. I forget the other 2, but the very curious one, there was a purple Minnesota Vikings hat on that backpack. Shortly thereafter, I forget the exact date, but Deion, things you remember from the pre-draft process, Deion Sanders had come out and was like, "Oh, I just wanted to clarify, like, we're fine wherever Shadir goes. That stuff I said about I'm gonna pick his destiny, I was just kidding about that, guys." And the joke on Twitter was like, okay, now I didn't believe the Shadir Sanders falling thing before those comments. Now I believe them a little more. Anyway, I'm probably getting a little too Charlie Day with my corkboard back here, but just something to keep in the back of your heads.
All right. I mean, look, I will say, longtime Cowboys fan. I was born into it. I think of Troy Aikman being the number 1 pick in the 1988 draft, and then Steve Walsh being the number 1 pick in the 1988 supplemental draft, where the Cowboys spent literally 2 number 1 overall picks on the quarterback position in the same year. And you can never, in my opinion, have too many quarterbacks, especially if they are starting caliber level players. And I love JJ McCarthy. Obviously, Thor, you really love JJ McCarthy, but as a non-Vikings fan, I still think he could be awesome. But he has an injury. You never know exactly how he's going to recover. Getting Shadir Sanders, a guy who could have gone number 1 overall if the process had maybe gone just a little bit differently for him, getting him in the 3rd round at like pick 102, that would be amazing, just in case things don't work out the way you anticipate that they would with JJ McCarthy. So anyway, we just have to see. The Raiders are on the clock. Yeah. It feels like this would be a natural spot for Shadir to go, but who knows?
It sure would. But the point I was going to make is any quarterback picked up, even here, if it was at 102, that wouldn't be any indictment of McCarthy. Let me, the one other thing that I heard during that conversation, I was mentioning before, a Viking, better shot at taking a quarterback maybe than there is the perception out there. The point was made of, if you take your backup quarterback in the draft, and that's a guy that can be a long-term quarterback too for you, think about the monetary difference, that guy's rookie contract, against what you pay for the normal backup quarterback.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That is true. Yeah.
Going back to Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, people will nitpick sometimes his selections, and some of especially his first draft was absolutely terrible. The thing he is awesome at, and he's already one of the NFL's best at this, it is the asset cost thing, right? Mm-hmm. And the idea of values. And that's why he is so gifted. He's shown an ability for free agency early on. That idea, I had never, it's funny. Like, it's so obvious.
Right.
I just never thought about it. We always talk about it with regards to the starting quarterback, right? Yeah. But the discrepancy, even with the QB2, Freedman, what's the average, backup quarterback salary AAV?
Yeah. 8, I mean,
10?
Yeah, I mean, you could easily give a quarterback, quality backup quarterback, $10 million
Yeah.
easily.
So you're saving
Yeah,
9 mil a year,
yeah,
I mean,
I like that. That's sharp.
honestly, yeah. I mean, you save $9 million per year over the next 4 years. If it was, again, not saying anything, don't have any information about that whatsoever outside of the freaking hat the one day on the streets of Indianapolis, whatever. But if you did and you were confident this guy can be long term QB2, maybe year one he would be QB3 behind Mr. Rippin in that scenario, right? Like hypothetically. But if that ended up being the case, and then he could take over as QB2, again, think of the monetary
Yeah,
savings per year on the cap against a veteran backup. And then think of
yeah,
the guy who is running that team and the stock prices and everything like that. This is a sort of around the back door, a way to sort of moneyball a market where you open up that $9 million per year. You can
yeah,
make that rain, go and get a starter at another position,
yeah.
right? I mean, so that it's interesting to think about.
All right, so 31, well, I should say pick 95 overall to the Patriots. Center from
Oh,
Georgia,
love this pick.
Jared Wilson. Yeah,
Love
absolutely
this
love this
pick.
pick. Solidifying the offensive line, and you're getting a guy who will be a starter right away and played at a very powerful program. Thor's thoughts on this pick?
Jared Wilson's tremendous. This is the best pure center in this class. Some people listed Gray Zabel as a center, and so those people would have ranked him second. But of the pure center, easily the best pure center. And
Yeah,
this is not a very good center class. It starts dropping off a shelf real quick. For those reasons, I am surprised that Jared Wilson fell down here. He gave up 0 sacks last year. His pressure rate was minuscule. Number one in this class as far as the lowest. His first year starting, he had been a guard before that. Georgia kicks him inside the center. The two guards that bookended him. Obviously, they went a little bit earlier this evening. I'm sort of surprised that Jared Wilson ended up being the third one because of how well he played his first year after taking over for Cedric Van Pran, who we met last year in the pre-draft process. Jared Wilson, 6'3", 310 pounds, 98th percentile size adjusted athlete, not going to be 22 until into his rookie season. So young as well, comes out after his third year. If he had stayed at college for another year, for sure he's going second round, maybe even, depending on how well he plays, maybe he even could have slid it into the back end of the first. That very, very good value there, late third on Jared Wilson.
yeah. Kind of surprised that he didn't go in the second round. So up
Me too.
next, pick 96, safety Xavier
I
Watts
love this kid's
from
game.
Notre Dame. Yeah,
Love Xavier Watts.
to the Falcons. So Terry Fontenot doing his thing by getting the back-to-back edge rushers in round one. No second round pick. They get Xavier Watts in the third round. Thoughts on it?
Terry Fontenot is my favorite foil. I love making fun of him, and I wonder if he's going off this board now. Now Terry's screwing with me. He's starting to take my guys. He's done a lot here to improve that defense. We mentioned that the front seven. You have the off ball guy. You have the hybrid player, and then the other edge rusher they got. Now you get James Pierce, and now you get Xavier Watts, killer in coverage. This is a center fielder. That's what he does. He read the quarterback, former wide receiver, sees the field very well, sees the passing concepts really quick. You will see him trigger before the ball has gone out of the quarterback's hands. He sees it real quick, and we're downhill. He gets to the catch point and or to the passing lane real quick. The straight line pass, again, the quick trigger and seeing it really quickly. This guy had 13 interceptions over the last 2 years, easily led the FBS in the aggregate over those 2 seasons. Absolutely no fluke. And in run defense, he is very aggressive. He triggers really quickly. He takes bad paths, and he can get wiped out by offensive linemen, but he at least gives effort with that. This is a fabulous value pick.
All right. Up next, Jalen Smith, cornerback from USC, going to the Houston Texans at pick 97.
This is earlier than I thought he would go, but it is interesting and notable that a team does end up picking him here, because this is a classic case of your play style on the field and what we saw on your tape against the measurables. And this is another example where I think that translation to the NFL is going to take a kid's game down, where it's not going to project 1-to-1. Jalen Smith, 5'10" and 5'8", 187 pounds, 48th percentile size adjusted athlete. But on the younger side, 21 for Jalen Smith, maybe could have gone back to college. But the measurables is the thing there. Very feisty player. This is what I like about him, is the play style. You get the feistiness, and a kid that doesn't know how small he is. I ended up, this is more play style in terms of this, not necessarily ceiling. Obviously, this guy ended up going higher. And of course, like I mentioned, I ranked Jalen Smith lower. I comped him to Enos Rakestraw Jr. because it's the same sort of like, that feisty thing that crashed down right away, happy to help in run defense despite the physical limitations. Someone who doesn't know he's as small as he is. But I'll just be curious, in that translation to the pros, do you see a depreciation where it's not a one-to-one translation? And does he have the physical attributes to hang in the NFL? He's certainly the play style and everything like that I really like.
All right, the Raiders with back-to-back picks here at 98, 99. Guard Caleb Rogers from Texas Tech and offensive tackle Charles Grant from William and Mary. Thor, thoughts on the Raiders here going back-to-back in the offensive trenches?
Yeah, Charles Grant, I like that as a with where the tackle class has gotten right now. I like bringing him in there. He has some ability. I had him 122nd on my board, offensive tackle 11. I see a path there, potentially to getting a starter. Obviously wasn't my first option or whatever, but that's not too big of a reach. I see what they're seeing as far as the physical ability goes and the projectable traits. 6'5", 309, 57th percentile, size adjusted athlete. A little bit older, a little bit over 23 there, but coming up from the subdivision, he certainly has the physical attributes to see. So it's a little bit bullish taking him at the end of the third round, but I see what they're seeing there. Caleb Rogers, I wasn't as big of a fan of him. I ranked him lower than other folks. I don't think that game translates as well. I am a bit so that was Las Vegas going back to back, yeah?
Exactly, back-to-back picks Raiders.
It's a bit surprising. I mean, they had the lot of ammo, and to this point, like you look over their class, obviously Genty first, and then Jack Besh, and then had mentioned earlier in the third stanza there, Darian Porter, and sort of the shot you were taking on the moon with the physical ability and the tool set there. Charles Grant, I see a little bit more than Caleb Rogers. I had Caleb Rogers 361. I got issues with his technique. I ended up comping him to TJ Clemens. He is a good athlete, and there are projectable things there. So again, it's can he get there? I think it's 2 years away from being 2 years away, to quote my friend Fran Fraschilla, but Las Vegas obviously disagrees with me on that.
All right. San Francisco, by the way. Okay. I want to take the quick opportunity once again to remind you about the early bird special that we have. You can get 25% off with the promo code early25, 25% off of the Fantasy Life Plus subscription package. That gives you access to all of the amazing things that we have on the site, the rankings, the projections. We have a customizable rankings tool where you can go in, you can put in your specific league settings, and it will change the rankings based on what you've input. So let's say you're in a league that has like 4 different flexes, or you're in a league that has 4 wide receivers instead of 3 wide receivers. Whatever it is, you put in your scoring system and the rankings will customize to your specific league. So it's a fantastic tool that I think everyone should want to use. And then, of course, the rankings, we spend a lot of time thinking about the rankings. Dwayne, Ian, Waz, I do them, and Kendall will also have rankings this year, I believe. And so we focus on the rankings, and then, of course, the rookie rankings, which we will update throughout the process for all of your dynasty rookie drafts, which you'll be doing next week. And for people who have leagues that kind of extend out further and they do rookie drafts closer to the season, we'll have all of that. And then, of course, I've teased it, we have some tools in the process of being made. So there's a lot of value, and I would say get it now. 25% off with the promo code early25. Okay, Thor, 3 picks left in the third round. San Francisco 49ers select at pick 100, Upton Stout, cornerback from Western Kentucky. What do you think?
I like the way this kid plays. He reminds me of one of my favorite under the radar guys from a few classes ago, Amick Robertson, who was coming out of Louisiana Tech. And in his class, I love watching the hype videos that they put out. He had the best hype video in his class. But Upton Stout, you're talking about a nickel defender, and one of those super duper feisty ones that I was talking before about the guy that doesn't know how small he is. That Upton Stout fits that designator maybe better than anyone in this class. Extremely aggressive, extremely feisty, going to stay in your face. He is going to help out against the run. So despite the lack of measurables there, way better on the field than that, and a guy who moves around better on the field, and the in-game data with that, then he tested. So Upton Stout, a better player than his just measurables during the pre-draft process would suggest.
Yeah, and the 49ers sticking with the defensive side of the ball there. All 4 of their picks so far have been defenders. Then up next, you have the Denver Broncos, I believe, who have selected Savion Jones. All right, it was the Broncos. Something, it looked like it kind of flipped here. But yes, you have the Broncos selecting Savion Jones, edge rusher out of LSU, with the penultimate pick in the 3rd round. And then, of course, Thor, your Vikings are up next. What do you think of what the Broncos did going edge?
I'm a little bit surprised that he ends up going above Braden Swinson, Savion Jones. To me, that's a bit of a reach. The one thing I will say, that going back to the projection thing, right? And we knew we were going to get some different decisions today with the depth that we had here in the middle, right? That this being the strength of the class, and there are some projectable guys. That's where you can start to see different things than other folks. And Savion Jones, this is a projectable thing, and obviously Denver thinks they can get him there. 6'5.5", 283, 92nd percentile athlete, 21 years old. Not there yet. He's not there yet. You need to work with him. That's a total development thing. But the ceiling, if you can get him there, obviously someone in Denver's war room believes that they can and was pounding the table.
All right. So the Vikings on the board here. Final pick of the 3rd round. Your best player available, Shedeur Sanders.
Take him.
They've made a pick. I do not think it is Shedeur Sanders. It is a wide receiver, Tay Felton from Maryland.
Oh,
what are your thoughts here?
It's interesting the Vikings take Felton here because it's not the exact same thing, but the evaluation, it's I thought he was going to fall maybe a round more, maybe even to the top of the 5th, but you have all the physical ability here to be a multi-year or long-term starter in the NFL. There are catch point things that Ty Felton needs to clean up. And that's going to determine how long he stays in the NFL and if he becomes a contributor, maybe even a good one. You think about the organization that took Stephon Diggs out of Maryland.
I knew you were going to go to Stephon Diggs.
Yeah. Right? Stephon Diggs had stuff he had to clean up, and some people had issues with his personality. He had something in common, apparently, with Shedeur Sanders, but he gets to the NFL. Obviously, the consistency started to get there for Stephon Diggs. He wasn't injured as much as he was in his brief time at Maryland, and that was part of the reason he ended up falling down. But a guy who had all the physical ability in the world, that's sort of what I think about with Ty Felton. And the Vikings, of course, you have Justin Jefferson. On the other side, Addison, people need to keep in mind, Jordan Addison facing a 3-game suspension from the NFL. They were able to defer it off last year. Almost assuredly is going to get it this year. And then you had very little depth outside of that, right? Jalen Naylor there, depth falls off real quick. You had to get a receiver in there. So not a surprise that they ended up prioritizing here. Clean up those ball skills. You might run into one here with a steal at the slot that you ended up getting. And if you don't, it might be a quicker stay for him in the NFL, but I understand why you take a swing on him, because it's the one thing. Clean that thing up, and you got something here.
All right, Thor. We started the evening with pick number 33, Travion Henderson being a minus 400 favorite.
Yeah,
that did not happen. We end the evening with, it feels very poetic, the Vikings closing out the 3rd round, so you can make a statement here on your hometown team. Shedeur Sanders
tied a ribbon on things.
Yeah, Shedeur Sanders still not in the NFL.
Still,
Dylan Gabriel is in the NFL. Shedeur Sanders is not.
Hey, Freedman, what odds do you think you could have gotten from a book 2 months ago that Dylan Gabriel is going to be picked above Shedeur Sanders?
I mean, plus infinity.
Plus
no
infinity.
One, yeah. I mean, no one would have hung that line. Unreal stuff. All right. I just want to get quick wrap-up thoughts. They're playing the outro music. Thor. That's it. All right. So for Thor Nystrom.
Can I just say to the audience, I saw the view numbers. Thank you so much to all the sickos out there that joined us. I couldn't believe, I looked down at one point, seen thank you so much for everyone that joined us. That means a lot to us.
Yeah, Thor, this was so fun having the conversation with you because you're super knowledgeable. Great to have the conversation. For Thor Nystrom, the Fantasy Life NFL Draft Guru, I'm Matthew Freedman, Matt F. the Oracle. And again, be sure to check out all the draft coverage, the post-draft coverage that we will have on the site, the rankings, the projections, all of it. Thank you so much for watching. Be sure to catch the follow-up show with Kendall Valenzuela, Ian Hartitz, Dwayne McFarland. Great stuff. They will be wrapping up day 2. All right. Thank you and good night.